maybe, just maybe, he's able to bring this one up today as well. And look at this, he got one already, 1 versus 3. Look at this, the beautiful tap. He gets a triple kill. A little bit scary from that position actually, because everyone just jumping down on his head. And look at this, the spray is not good. I mean, good HP, but still. Look at Terror with the key position, maybe a triple kill. Good for free.
Still in a very difficult position. 1 versus 3, gets the first kill. Gets the second kill. What is that? Headshot. And now JWoww, the job done. Muffin, can he get it done? Yes, he can. A 1v3.
It's now open. Look at this. They're just pushing towards GR now. Look at this. Nox him, not aware of it, but they're not really hitting any shots. Muffin now empty with his pistol as well, and it's all up to Rolly.
JWoww was already there to find himself not 1 but 2 kills, 3 on the round total, and this could be the half here. But Terror sneaks underneath the 2v4. Very winnable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both teams did somewhat crucial mistakes, but look at King not wasting any time. Good for 2, potentially the 3rd.
Corner box position, but look at those flashes. There is just nowhere to run. Dizzy has to go in, guns blazing, gets the triple kill. Oh my goodness. For just a moment for Travis to find the opening. Booker on the secondary peak, able to find himself a huge spray down. Tower and mid along with Nox, but Doom hits a huge headshot there on the fighter. Now a chance to break through. Doom, good for the double kill, but he needs to do all of the heavy lifting in this round. It's not going to matter.
Well, for them, and this is a very good start. Now it's only Jaguar and Doom left alone. And look at this. It might be actually possible. Elan finding 2. Now it's only Jaguar. And actually, I'm not sure if I'm saying, like, if I'm finding the right words, but look at this again. Look at this again. Zamido good for 4.
Huge loss on the round already, but Doom, he's not ready for the 3-man push out of mid. It's going to be SOLTREX who find 2. Jaguar, he's stuck in the pit. He has to hang on. He's only going to be good for 1, but Design on the flank. He's going to be good for 2. Takes it down to the 2-on-1, and Design the triple kill. Welcome back for the final day of the regional qualifiers for EUMENA. My name is ZZXQ. Joining me once again on the desk today is going to be Pendoxin. How you feeling today, man?
Feeling very, very good, actually. I'm super excited for these matches today. I know you are as well, and hopefully everyone else watching the stream. So I don't know what to expect here. I think, you know, especially with the first match, Lazarus and 3BL Academy, I'm just very excited to be here.
Yeah, honestly, I think we're in for a very great day of matches. We've got a lot of kind of decisive matches as well to determine our final teams to go through. As we can see, as we take a look at the groups, Anubis already secured themselves yesterday into the top 4 coming out of the group stage, which means they will be guaranteed a spot in the next stage for that regional final with the top 8 teams from the region. They'll be joining the top 4 teams already awaiting there from their CFWL points. And Anubis, no surprise to see them making it out of this group, but today we are going to see 36 Demons versus SSV, which will decide the 2nd spot from that group. And of course, in Group B, we've got Lazarus as that team that's pretty much already secured their spot as well. And we're going to have another decider match as well today, Pendoxin. It's going to be TBI versus 999, and both of these matches I think are going to be pretty awesome to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we both talked about these early on, right? And I feel like those two might be the most interesting matches we have common. You can see it here. It is very, very nice to see once again these open teams. I said it many times, I will say it again. I love to see them play because you usually don't get to see them. And right now, you know what? I feel like probably the first match, Lazarus and 3BL Academy, is going to be, you know, a little bit of a bummer for 3BL Academy if they're not able to bring this one, you know, back to their favor, because, you know, yesterday against TBI, I feel like they had a very, very hard time, you know, losing both maps 10-2, 10-6, so definitely a big bummer for them. But good for Lazarus, of course, showing their dominance here probably today as well. So yeah, this is just what we can expect for the first match here.
Yeah, for Lazarus, I think they're definitely the front runner of this group, no questions asked there. 3BL Academy should, in theory, be a really strong opponent to go up against. But hey, we are going to take a look at 3BL Academy and see what they have to say before we hop into this first match of the day.
Hello everyone, I'm Travis from 3BL Academy. As a newcomer in the regional qualifiers, our biggest challenge in the Open League was fear of losing and the lack of experiences. How our team went to this level, like the dedication to the game, make us going to this level, putting more effort and work as much as possible. How we prepare mentally, like we watching bots, practice daily, learning our opinion, know our strengths, learn how to play our role, like the attacker, the backup, the role, the sniper role, the lurk, and that's it. Yeah, the moment that gave us the confidence. As you guys know, that we had Earless in our team. Unfortunately, we had to remove him, and we had Dizzy right now. He gave us the confidence and he boosted us. We are now better playing like teamwork, better communication, and yeah, that's it. The biggest inspiration and role model in the game, I would say Snake from 3BL eSports. As you guys know, he's the one. He was inactive for 1 year, almost 1 year and a half, and he came back with too many titles like CFWL Championship Season 1, qualifying to Vietnam, qualifying to Korea, and advancing to the playoffs in Vietnam. Being long time not playing the game and achieving all of this, like very nice and very good. I would like to say to our fans, thank you for the constant support, and to all my doubters, thank you because you have pushed us to be better.
Awesome. I love the sentiment there at the end there as well, Fendox. And shout out to the doubters, because that is what motivates us to do even better. I think that's a great mentality to have as one of those upcoming teams, because let's be real, in a match like this, they are going to be underestimated in some sense. So I hope they still give it their all, even knowing it might not be enough to make it through. I think this is still a great learning experience for a team like 3BL Academy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, like you mentioned, I love to, hear those, comments once in a while. I think SSV also did it. You're kind of mentioning Spectre there, but yeah. However, we're here now. Let's watch the map ban pick here. Of course, who else but Lazarus banning sub-base? No surprise there. It has always been, a main ban for them because you're not good on sub-base. Let's be real, okay? So they know themselves. Let's take another look. Mexico, of course, again, out of the picture. Sadly, we won't see Mexico probably today as well, so a little bit of a bummer for me, at least, but yeah, also Compound here getting banned from Lazarus. Again, no big surprises here. Eagle Eye also out of the mix, so obviously those 3 remaining maps here is, they're not really surprising to me, because again, I've seen them, all the time now, but yeah, I guess it's just what they like to play. Of course, it's going to be Ankara port, and of course, last but not least, Black Widow as the cider map. And are there any surprises for you, Kyle, when it comes to the choose of side here?
Honestly, not really. I feel like Lazarus on their pick, they're going to be pretty happy even starting GR on all 3 of these maps. They're a more GR-sided team, I would say, overall, so I actually think this leans even more in their favor. They tend to struggle on the BL side a little bit more so. So in this situation, I feel like they have everything in their hands to probably take the win 2-0. I feel like 3BL Academy really needed to see sub-base in this map pool if they wanted to have a chance of winning. It's the only map they've actually won in the group stages so far, and I was kind of hoping Lazarus might let it through, because I think that would have made the match a little bit closer in my eyes, just knowing that is a pretty strong map that we've seen so far from 3BL Academy. But of course, Lazarus, having seen the last few days unfold, doesn't want to take any chances in holding on to that #1 spot.
Yeah, what also surprises me is that 3BL Academy, they both banned, Mexico and Eagle Eye, which usually I would expect, these newer teams to kind of practice more often. But I guess they go with the, pretty much standard maps, and the push will come through as we speak. NLS trying to hold them off, only able to help Madison getting 1, but Dizzy is there to secure 2 kills all by himself. They're good for 2, and again, now we are here at a very common, situation for Lazarus. We have seen it before. The retake situation for them usually works out pretty well, actually. So it is going to be, an interesting hold for 3BL Academy. But let's see how good Lazarus is prepared for this one. You can tell Vice already creeping up in the vent location. You're dodging the bullet of Deb. Look at this. Already good for 2. Loons and Vice both getting these frags down. Now it's only Travis and perfection as you like to see it.
Yeah, just a really clean retake, and that is what 3BL Academy has to be ready for. They had it perfectly set up off of the execution. You had Dizzy opening it up with a nice double kill, but at the end of the day, you've got to be able to trade on these players on the retake, and Vise especially coming up the staircase, making sure he was able to isolate those 1v1s, really key to winning that round. And now Lazarus, you can tell they're starting to feel that early momentum in this match. Niels starts off round number 2 with a pick already, but he's going to run into some trouble here. Actually gets the headshot onto Dizzy. A little bit risky, but they get it done. Now Travis and Damp left in a 2-on-4, trying to find anything they can to potentially salvage this round. And Travis, he's going to find a nice kill untraded there onto Niels to hopefully give themselves a fighting chance moving forward, but it's still a numbers down situation.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that 3BL Academy, they weren't really aware of NLS there. And of course, it's a very weird play from NLS, but he did it before. I remember it pretty clearly, actually. Exact same map, exact same scenario. And, from 3BL Academy, I would expect, like Travis said in the interview, that they watch the replays, they watch the VODs and everything, right? But a little bit surprising for me, at least, that they weren't really, expecting NLS to be there. But maybe just weren't ready there. And look at Madison there instantly taking out Travis, but the trade is there, and 1 versus 2 situation for Damp. And not sure, but I feel like Damp might be able to clutch this one, because he has been very strong for his team all throughout these matches, even though they weren't really able to win those. But it's just a question of time who will be the first one to spot him. But at least for now, he's very safe. There's no one even close to him, and I'm pretty sure he will realize it soon enough. But timer is still ticking down, and of course, both Lazarus members, they're creeping up towards speed, just clearing out everything they can. But the timer will tell, and the bomb, of course, will give them away the location of Damp. But Damp, is he aware of his back? Doesn't seem like it. I mean, he's just looking towards the GR side here. And look at this from behind, not even close to a potential clutch situation. HDZ and Loons, of course, taking him out. And it's another round for Lazarus.
Yeah, honestly, just a good amount of timing from the Lazarus side. Getting the rotations right when they need to, and just playing fearlessly when they know they have the map control in their hands. You could see it there from Niels and Madison, not being afraid to take control of A long. Very key on this map, knowing when to push out for information. And at this point, they already look like the significantly stronger team in this matchup, just purely based on the decision-making we're seeing out of this roster so far. And you can see it in the frags as well. 2 for everybody in 2 rounds for Lazarus. That is exactly what you want to see in a match like this. Everyone already hitting their stride in consistency. So it's going to be tough for 3BL Academy to deal with here, but this time we are going to see them working 3 players early on up towards the underpass for a potential B split.
Well, slowly but surely making their way, but so far no one really has found anyone. And look at this, Vice taking the fight here versus VJ, a little bit of a risky one. Also a bit unnecessary, I feel like, but maybe it pays out. Just the distraction and the voice communication might be it. And look at this, HDZ completely blinded by the light, but oh my god, look at this. Loons and Vice cleaning these players up now. VGA and Doctor left alone, not even close to each other. The bomb has been dropped. And you know what? This looks very scary all of a sudden. And I feel like Lazarus, they just have the upper hand, not giving them any chance to even respond. And look at this. They're so ready to go. But VGA has an answer to that. But 2 kills, not even going to be enough in this round. And again, Lazarus taking them out precisely. They really stepped it up. Again, not really a big challenge so far for them. And I really like to see it.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, 3BL Academy, they've got to find a way to change the pace. Otherwise, this could be a quick map against them. And Lazarus, you can tell they're very comfortable on Ankara, already picking up 3 rounds in a row and looking like a potential 4th could be on the way. as we've already seen Damp taken down by Niels early on. I really like the double Om setup. We're starting to see a bit more from Lazarus as well. It's not something they've ran too often, but it seems to work out so far. Niels able to find himself 2 on the round. Unfortunately, though, HDZ not going to find any kills over here on the A-bomb site as he's taken down, and it is going to leave Lazarus in the 3-on-3 for this retake, but we've already seen them take care of it once in the first round of this match, but this time around it's going to be a little bit sloppy. Menacin looking into the corner gets caught off guard by Doctor, and now Loons isn't too sure what he wants to do, but that flash is going to try and allow Vise to sneak in, but 3BL Academy this time hitting the shots and kind of just leaving it on to Loons here, but this smoke just makes it so impossible to get back through.
Yeah, well, definitely a very good opener from NLS. Also getting one more frag here is pretty much key. This is exactly what you would expect from him, but you know, to be 100% fair, I'm not sure if the double sniper setup on A is really the best thing to go with. I mean, you know, you can do it once, okay, sure enough, but I don't know. I'm not a big fan of it, but still, it's a very nice thing to see it once in a while. And VGA opening up on HDZ, a big change of events. And look at this, the aggression from Vice. He's so ready to go, but it's a little bit risky here. But look at these Lazarus members also grouping up in front of B. And I'm not sure if 3BL Academy is aware of it. There's so much going on, but no one is really peeking. Just playing the time game. VGA getting another frag here. A big one to start off. And oh boy, look at these frags just here and there. And another one. And well, all of a sudden, it's just NLS left alone in a 1 versus 5. And you know, Lazarus, they had a really strong start, but 3BL Academy finally responding, and this is another round for them.
Yeah, honestly, VGA really stepping it up today on the entry frags, up to 8-3 so far. Love to see that from him, but at the same time, HDZ having a couple rounds in a row now where he's key on the entry and he hasn't been able to find a kill. So for HDZ, definitely the type of player I don't expect to have that difficulty all map long, but look at this from Vise. He's going to go for the pinch play onto mid. He's got the timing to maybe find himself a couple kills, but only able to find Dizzy. Niels stuck in the corner, completely blinded, is taken down by the counter flash. Menacin as well. Not going to be able to hold on to this one, but look at HDZ trying to redeem himself in this round, already finding 2 on the flank. Takes it down to a 1-on-2 with both players remaining under half HP. He knows at least where Travis should be playing here. I believe he saw him sneaking up the staircase, but unfortunately the timing just not going to work out. And for 3BL Academy, this is starting to look like a good string of rounds here. 3 in a row to answer back.
Absolutely. I mean, look at these shots finally hitting them. I mean, the flash also there perfectly set. So NLS didn't really even have a chance to respond there. And yeah, so far a much better looking 3BL Academy. And well, we are break even. Lazarus, I mean, again, they had a very strong start, but 3BL, they had a very strong comeback. So this looks like a very break even game so far, at least. And I like this position by, I think it's Vice once again. Very deep into mid, very, very scary, but so far it doesn't really give him too much to play with because everyone pretty much from 3BL Academy is just sitting in front of A. You have VGA just lurking in front of B to prevent any, you know, pushes from there. But, you know, so far it's a very standard play, I would say. You can tell Vice is getting a little bit nervous there over time. Nothing is really happening. There's so many spots he has to watch out for, and maybe if the timing is wrong, he might not even be able to get anyone done. And this was the case. Loons luckily there to be the traitor, but again, a very strong start from 3BL Academy, just picking these players up, and Vice, he didn't really have a choice there.
Yeah, a bit of a tough situation here, but for 3BL Academy, this is their first chance to grab the lead back from Lazarus. With a potential 4th round in a row, VGA looking to be the entry fragger once again for this team, and he's going to run into some trouble. Loons playing it a little bit safe, waiting for that rotation to come through from his teammates. Unfortunately, though, it's going to be HDZ going down, Loons going down as well. And just like that, Travis, the double kill, opens up the bomb site, leaving Niels alone on the flank. And Lazarus, they're starting to fall apart here, now losing 4 in a row.
4 in a row, yeah. I mean, weird, I would say, but 3BL, it is what it is. It's very strong for them, very very decisive as well. Again, you know, they lost 3 rounds in a row. Now they, you know, they won 4 rounds in a row. So big change from them, a much needed one as well. I mean, you know, looking at their history, it's been a little bit, you know, sloppy, but maybe today against Lazarus, I mean, never say never, I would say. But VJ, look at these aggressions from them. I don't get it. It's so confident that all of a sudden. I mean, okay, you won 4 rounds in a row, you look very good, but maybe don't overdo it because you still play against Lazarus, and Vice lets him know. And Travis now left alone in this situation here. I don't think anyone will check him there. It's a very nice spot, a very risky one as well, but there's Damp trying to help him, but the angle's just not right. Maybe it is actually Damp clearing up Vice, and you know what? Maybe this was actually played to perfection there. Travis just waiting for his backup, waiting for anyone to peek, and it really worked out for them.
Yeah, a nice little trade setup. But now they've got to go through Niels and Madison on this A-bomb site. It's going to be tough to deal with. Travis gets caught with an 8-out. Doctor, though, great reaction to grab the quick trade. Now it's going to be on to Madison to hold the line. He's good for a first kill. Nothing really more from that, though. Doctor now playing the role of anchor as the rotations start to come through. HDZ is already pushed up onto the fence line here, so he's got to be careful. HDZ hits the first and the second. Quick reactions here to find the 2-piece, and more importantly, the round along with it. Lazarus finally breaking the momentum of 3BL Academy, but it's still a tied game.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird situation there, I feel like, but yeah, there it is. Nice shot here as well. I mean, HTZ finally stepping it up once again, and you know what? I feel like for 3BL Academy, it feels like... Hold on a minute. Vice maybe has an answer. Never mind. VGA, I was about to speak about him. VGA, 11-5, really stepping it up for his team. I think without him, they weren't really able to get anything done here, but, you know, finally, he is also here on the map. He's ready to perform. He's ready to go, and right now, it feels like no one really can stop this guy. I mean, he's really stepping it up here, but look at this. Loons and Madison clearing out Damp, just lurking with the orbs towards the ramp there, and oh boy, you see Doctor there from behind getting the pinch done, and oh yeah, this is a very scary situation for Lazarus. I mean, Doctor already good for 2. Travis also cleaning out Loons there, and now it's HDZ once again ready for the clutch. The bomb hasn't been planted yet. The bomb is still dropped. It seems like, yep. So, oh no, VJ actually died to the bug again. I mean, how many times have I seen this already? It's crazy. And this all of a sudden became a very winnable round, but HDZ not really able to get anything done from there. It's a little bit of an unfortunate situation for both, actually. You know, 3BL losing a player from the map, and of course, HDZ not being able to, you know, win this round all of a sudden. But yeah, it's just a very unfortunate round.
Yeah, now as we go into the side swap, it is going to be 3BL Academy with their first lead of the game, 5-4 at the half. Pretty standard, though, I would say, for the Blacklist side to be winning the first half, though. I would have anticipated after a 3-0 start, Lazarus maybe should have finished a little bit stronger in that first half, but you've got to give that credit to 3BL Academy for really adapting quickly in this match, and Doctor as well, trying to hang on here. Not going to be able to make it happen. Lazarus just hopping their way through the vents there and making sure they stay alive. And now they've got full control over this round. It's going to be a 4-on-2 situation, but quickly it's going to be evened up. VGA finding HDZ, Loons going down to Damp, and now Vise and Madison. They've got to hold this with just the 2 of them here, but the time is ticking. 25 seconds on the clock. The counter flash comes through, but look at the setup here. Vise and Madison, a perfect read on the retake to hold on.
Yeah, beautiful, you know, holding situation here. I'm glad we get to see this situation again. I feel like Doctor gets such a great kill there. He did so much work to prevent this push, but then all of a sudden Dizzy peeking into the vent. They're not really able to find anything. Is a little bit of a throw, I would say, because one more kill and maybe 3BL Academy would have been able to, you know, prevent this push from happening, but it happened. So a little bit of a bummer for them, but now in this round, again, Damp the first one to fall, and I feel like HDZ is so good when it comes to these first picks. I think he got it like twice or maybe 3 times in a row now, and this is maybe the reason why Lazarus is becoming a little bit stronger all of a sudden again. And yeah, FreeBL Academy, they need to find an answer for these early frags because, of course, you know, Damp is also going for it. But if it doesn't work, maybe don't repeat it over and over again because you will always start with a man disadvantage. And obviously, this is not what you are looking forward to when you know, want to prevent pushes.
Yeah, HDZ, a very tough player to go up against in this group. So they're definitely going to have to rethink that one, but it is going to be an open B bomb site as well. A bit of a misread from 3BL Academy. They pushed out of B into mid, but because of that, Lazarus now has all 5 players comfortably on the B bomb side, but Travis is quickly trying to get this retreated, but unfortunately, it's going to get shut down pretty fast there from Loons, who's able to pick up 2 from underneath. Dizzy as well goes down to HDZ, trying to peek out of the GR spawn, and now Doctor, he is left all alone, 1 versus 3, and HDZ, he was a little quiet in the first half, but so far in this second half, he's starting to pop off.
Yeah, I mean, it's about time, right? So finally, HDZ also playing on this map as well, helping Lazarus to maybe secure this victory here. But to be fair, it's still a very close game, right? I mean, look at these numbers. It's a very surprising one for me, at least. I don't know about you, but I expected Lazarus to be, you know, much more dominant than they are right now. But I guess it's just, you know, maybe the first game, maybe everyone is a little bit, you know, sleepy, I guess. But look at Loons taking out VGA with a very good nade there. And again, Lazarus starting with the advantage here. It feels like FreeBL just, they don't really have a good answer to that because it feels like they always start with a disadvantage. So it's a little bit weird for them, but I guess they have to find a fix for that as soon as possible. But look at Lazarus here. Look how fast they are. These rotations. Look at that. I mean, 3BL, they don't even have an answer yet. There's only 2 players holding it, and they will be very surprised. Look at Dizzy completely blinded here, and so far no one has died yet. I mean, Lazarus a bit stalling this push here. Analyst not really hitting any shots, and there you go, finally taking both of these players out, but there's Damp already with the rotation, and missing a shot is crucial, but there's the cold. The cold shots have been so good by Damp here, but Travis now left alone in a 1 versus 3 situation. The bomb hasn't been planted yet, you know, there's no need for him to really push, but are they not checking this box? Yeah, there he goes. Loons, of course, who else but Loons with the M4. Good old M4 player, he always been, so yeah, another round for Lazarus.
Yep, Lazarus looking a lot better in the second half already. Off to a good start, getting themselves 3 in a row, but we've seen before what can happen after 3 in a row for Lazarus, so hopefully they've learned their lesson this time around and it's not a similar fate because the last time they won 3, it meant 4 in a row for 3BL Academies, so we'll see if that's the case this time, but it's going to be Lazarus playing it a little bit differently on this second half, definitely playing a bit more reserved and kind of easing into the picks, and VGA as well being a little bit less impactful for 3BL Academy in the second half, and he's been one of the early round targets for Lazarus as well. Between that and Damp going down early pretty frequently to HDZ, it's been a much more difficult challenge for them, but I do like this change in the round we're seeing coming out from Lazarus. This time they're going to be putting 4 players over onto the B hotel position to challenge VGA, but look at that spray down. Madison Loons and HDZ all lit up early on.
Yeah, I mean, VGA seems like, you know, a very good damage dealer at least. I mean, yeah, look at these HP bars, man. This is just a little bit, you know, uncomfortable for Lazarus really because they know, okay, we have 3 players that are pretty much tagged up, and the question is, how much can they, you know, do? Because 1 grenade, 1 spray or whatever will take these players out. And it's a little bit of a scary situation. I mean, NLS just, you know, lurking in the connector here, waiting for this opportunity to just pick anyone up so they can start once again with the advantage. But, you know, so far I would say, you know, 3BL Academy, they have a very strong advantage. I mean, they probably don't even know about it. It's a little bit of a, you know, funny situation because VJ, of course, he knows, okay, I hit some players, you know, some wallbangs went through, but not sure if they are 100% aware of the damage they have dealt. But VGA, now he's dead, now he knows how much damage he has done, and the information will come through them. Good for 1. Look at this push by Lazarus here. Are they aware of Travis not hitting his shots at perfection here? And this is a little bit falling apart, but Doctor there to save the day, a little bit too close for comfort, if you ask me, Kyle.
Yeah, a bit of a sloppy round on both sides, but at the end of the day, 3BL Academy definitely needed that one a little bit more to keep this close. So only a one-round game now. 3BL Academy looking to try and keep things close here, and this time Damp is actually going to win that duel on to HDZ over towards A Long. That is a huge pick to get going, but VGA getting a little bit overzealous on that push out of B, gets caught alone by Loons on the other side of the smoke, and Travis, there's really not much he's going to be able to do here. He's kind of caught up. He really wants to re-engage, but the problem here for 3BL Academy is they're trying to do a little bit too much by themselves here. They're getting caught off guard, and now Lazarus, they are right back into this round, and Niels hits the tap on to Dizzy. That's going to be the A-bomb site, but Travis might have something to say about that. He's already on the quick flank here. Loons just completely unprepared, but Travis, he misses the clean tap behind the box. Now he's forced to fight it out, and Loons takes him down, and it is all on to Damp here. He's already gotten the only 3 kills for his team in this round, but he needs all 5, the ace clutch, to win it.
Yeah, a little bit weird for me at least. I'm not sure what happened in this round, but Loons giving them the opportunity to actually clutch this, but NLS, do you have the patience? Oh, he actually peaks, but Damp on the other side didn't really wait long enough there. I mean, there was a great clutch opportunity for him with the ace, of course, but yeah, great opener for him in general. I would say it was a very, very good round from him in the end. It didn't really work out, but still, you got to give it to him. He's really putting these numbers up for his team, just taking a look. But still, I feel like, you know, Lazarus, especially NLS, right? I mean, he just kind of speed ran through the vent there, gets another kill on A top, and all of a sudden they have a clean A side. And I'm not sure what the plan from NLS was. Maybe it was just running through. So let's see what happens. But yeah, a little bit risky. But if it works, it works. And look at the stack from 3BL Academy. They're done. They don't want to lose A once again, and you can really tell by these players towards A here. But are they going to be good enough to prevent this Lazarus push? It seems like Loons is ready to go with this flash there, and the push will happen anytime soon. There goes Vice, pushes in. Let's see who can prevent this push. And look at this, it's a beautiful hold by 3BL Academy, but there is Lazarus responding nicely to that, and it's an absolute duster fire to me, Kyle.
Yeah, honestly, Lazarus getting 3 out of that is a bit of a tough one for 3BL Academy. They had the setup, they had the initial entries, but they allowed HDZ and Loons to still pick them apart and secure the trades. And this is where it becomes somewhat difficult, but that's going to help quite a bit. Loons now left alone in a 1v2 situation. VGA trying to hold on the flank quickly, going to be coming as well, but it's not even going to be necessary. VGA able to find himself a nice kill to close this one out, and we're still at just a 1-round game. 3BL Academy still bouncing back nicely in this round, but they are going to start putting Travis on the as well, so curious to see how this works out.
Well, it's a little bit surprising to me, actually. I mean, Lazarus, they had a pretty good rush there towards A. They got everyone down, but all of a sudden it's still around 4 3BL Academy, so gotta give it to them. I'm not 100% sure how they managed it, but in the end, a round is a round, and it's very good for them as well, because it puts the numbers closer together once again. And Lazarus, they actually put up a very good fight, but 3BL Academy, very surprising to me at least, they're there. They're really trying their very best to win this map here, and so far I really like what I'm seeing. Look at this push from Lazarus, pretty good use of utility here. And Vice, does he check the lower stairs? He does, and once again Lazarus cleaning up these 3BL Academy players. But is it going to be enough to win the round initially? We are here to find out, but the bomb will go down by Menacin there. It's a question for me, does them pick up anyone with the sniper? Doesn't seem to be the case, and he has to make the rotation come through, and the timing on VGA is insane. I mean, wow, that was like less than a second, Kyle.
Yeah, really good peak there coming out from Loons, and Damp, unfortunately, going to be spotted very early, so now Lazarus can go for the 3-on-1 peak, and that'll move them on to 9, but it's not over just yet for 3BL Academy. They've got 2 chances to potentially send this one into overtime, but these A executions have been brutal from Lazarus. They've now created the pattern of they can take the A bomb site with even 3 players on it. And this is where 3BL Academy knows they've got to change it up. And they're actually going to go for the push out of A long and out of the underpass here in Lazarus. They don't seem too prepared for it. They're going to be able to find one from underneath, but they are not ready for 3 players already pushed up and out of A long. Niels finally turns around to check it, but it might be a little bit too late here, as now it's going to be Loons left alone in a 1-on-4 situation. Bomb down in mid as well. He's already being hunted down here by Doctor. Gets spotted out, but he can at least reset the fight for now. But Doctor, he wants to take this fight. He wants to try and get this round, but never be too sure of yourself there. Doctor goes down, and now Loons is kind of stuck in this corner, but they're still going to be going for him. That nade actually is going to get a kill, almost 2 kills, and somehow Loons might just be able to pull this off.
Yeah, what an amazing round so far from Loons, really keeping this one alive, but he's pretty much dead as soon as he sees a bullet coming his way. And I mean, this is just a very, very close corner fight. I'm not sure how he's still alive. He uses his utility to perfection once again, especially that nade earlier on. So yeah, a little bit of a weird round for me at least, but 3BL, perfectly done. I mean, I really loved how they, pushed early on when it came to the a long push there, right? So they knew, okay, we have to change something up, and they did. They instantly pushed along. They put some players towards the tunnel, towards mid there, and it really worked out. Lazarus weren't really prepared for it.
Yeah, for Lazarus, it's been a bit of a shaky performance, but for 3BL Academy, you've got to give them credit here for making this a much closer first map than maybe we anticipated. So I really like what they're doing across the map so far. Even now, in this later portion of it, you've got players like Damp, who started off a little bit quiet, really stepping up to the plate and hitting some big frags. I think he had one round with 4 kills, another with 3, and it's a lot to really elevate their performance and give them a fighting chance here, because now they're in a really good position where they could already be looking at overtime in this first map, which is definitely not something I was expecting on Ankara. But for Lazarus, it does feel like they're also playing a little bit inconsistently today. You have these strings of 3 or 4 rounds where they look really, really good, really polished, and hardly lose a single player. But then you have rounds like these last couple where it's a little bit sloppy around the edges. They're losing a few too many players earlier on and kind of forcing themselves into some tough positions.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, considering that Lazarus won 2-1 against TBI and 2-0 against 999, maybe they're not as, not as motivated, but maybe just a little bit chill, So they know they're pretty much safe, it seems, so they don't have to give it their very, very best, and they don't need to sweat it too much. But still, if they don't, if they don't watch out, if they're not to be careful, 3BL Academy, they might just, take away their victory. And for now, at least, it feels like, it's pretty much even. I like to see back and forth games all the time, but still, I would say if Lazarus really stepped it up a little bit more here, like you said, I feel like they could have won already. But again, you gotta give it to 3BL Academy. At least this last push here, it was very strong, very, unpredictable for Lazarus, it seemed.
Yeah, I honestly think the biggest thing for 3BL Academy today is VGA having a really good first map. It's not something I expected from what I've seen from him so far. I didn't expect him to be the standout player on this map, but honestly, just having a really good day, hitting the shots exactly where he needs to on those entry frags, and really making Lazarus work for these opening round picks. Because if it weren't for VGA, I feel like that first half could have gone very differently against them. So for 3BL Academy, I think they just have to keep doing what they're doing and hope it's enough to get them all the way into overtime here. But for Lazarus, they might have some different plans as we go into the final round of regulation. It's going to be a tie-or-die situation for 3BL Academy, really trying to push themselves to the limits. But Lazarus, they're going back to their favorite place on this map. That's going to be the A-bomb site. And Doctor, he is right there and waiting for him. Damp as well, able to find one. The A-long push getting obliterated here. Lazarus has to find a way to respond, but it's just not going to be there. Overtime definitely on the horizon here, unless Loons can find himself a 4K in this 1v4. But with the bomb down, they're going to be chasing him down in this situation. He's going to be spotted by 2 players on the peak, but now it's going to put a lot of pressure onto his shoulders, trying to prevent this overtime, but I wouldn't count him out just yet.
Oh yeah, absolutely not. But well, it's I feel like this was a pretty similar round that we got to see before, but yeah, a little bit of a weird situation for Lazarus, because I feel like they could have, see this coming, but Yeah, Freebie Academy just pushing out of a long, pushing out towards middle there, and what's he doing there? It's a little bit trolling, it feels like, because, you could just, go for a try there, but still very, very challenged here by these players. And look at this HP. This is pretty much done. Like you said, Horizon is over here, and overtime it is, Kyle. It's a little bit of a surprise for me, at least, but still, again, like I said earlier, I feel like Freebie Academy really stepping it up is pretty much the key here.
Yeah, for 3BL Academy, I think they're just playing at a really high level for themselves right now. It's definitely a pleasant surprise to see, and I'm now curious to see what's going to happen in this overtime. I feel like 3BL Academy, I might even give them a slight advantage just because these last couple of rounds have looked really good for them, but obviously going back into the side swap, I think could be a nice advantage for Lazarus to reset and play a little bit more calm and composed to start off this first half of overtime, because as we saw at the beginning of regulation, the GR side started off looking really good for Lazarus. They kind of just let things spiral out of control. So a lot of the test now is going to be how these players will perform in overtime, because I want to see VGA keep this up into OT, because if he can, 3BL Academy might just have this. Ooh, what a shot to start it off, though.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, VJ, who else but him, right? He's been very strong for his team so far on this map. And of course, Vice a little bit with an over-aggression, but NLS maybe as well a little bit of a problem, but he's still alive, dancing around. But maybe the snake takes him out. It's actually VGA before that, so... Yeah, I like how you mentioned that, Lazarus was really strong in the few couple of first rounds there, but still, it seems like 3BL Academy, they are fully woken up, they're fully ready to go, and also I also like how they, retreat, they get 2 frags, they're like, okay, let's not rush this, let's just, take a chill pill, let's start slow, and with Damp just checking along, giving them a little bit of an information play here, I feel like it's going to be a bit risky going towards B, because you can tell these Lazarus players are so ready to go perfectly stacking up B here. I mean, it's a little bit of a gamble, of course, for them, but as soon as Madison finds the first player here, this looks like very scary for 3BL Academy here in Travis. Oh, it's a little bit too slow, but Madison only able to get 1 here. Is he able to get another one? Maybe, just maybe, HTZ has an answer to that. And look at this. It's looking very, very scary for 3BL Academy, but it's now, of course, who else but them? And of course, Loons, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a tough 1v1. It could ultimately decide who wins this map. Whoever gets that first round in overtime can a lot of momentum for their team. But for Damp, he's not quite sure where he wants to go just yet. Working his way on the wrap underneath back towards the B-bomb site. Balloons playing this one nice and patiently, might have the opportunity to catch him off guard. Oh, the timing, the last second, he decides not to peek back onto the underpass, and this is where Damp should have a chance to get the bomb planted. Loons, very aware of the timing here, misses the spray down, and now Damp has the chance to win it back. After all, he's going to go for the wide swing. Neither player able to finalize the kill, but Loons, he's trying to fight his way out of this one. He can't hit the shots, though, to make it happen, so Damp able to take that one away for 3BL Academy.
Oh, yeah, close corner fights here, definitely what we're looking forward to, but yeah, we see 3BL Academy in the lead now, so definitely a very strong performance from them so far, and it seems like HTZ is looking for this entry kill once again, but from that position you won't really be able to find anything, because every single one of 3BL's members here, they're all grouped up towards A long, and it seems like they want to go pretty fast on this one, and it's only 2 more members of Lazarus holding off this push. But we have seen before, they do it pretty well. It works really, really good for them, but Loons is there to group up as well, and oh boy, this push will happen as we speak. A look at VJ. If he's able to fight the first, this would be a big kill, but it's actually NLS taking him out instantly. It's Travis taking him out as well, but now look at this, Madison still holding, trying to prevent this push from happening, but the Balloons here just rushing in, not wasting any time, but maybe this was a mistake. Maybe 3BL Academy was just waiting for that. Travis good for 2, and so far, I gotta say, 3BL Academy looking very strong.
Yeah, overtime looking like it could be theirs. 2 in a row for them to start it off, potentially 3-0 if they can make it happen in this final round. HDZ, though, able to spot VGA early on. That is a good shutdown kill to get, but it's definitely not over just yet. As we've seen, Lazarus definitely struggling a bit here so far in overtime. Vise yet to find a kill here. He's going to be lurking over towards that mid position. It's going to be HDZ alone on the back of the B-bomb site, waiting for this push. All 4 players of 3BL Academy are grouped up and ready to go for it. But again, they are playing it a little bit slower here, trying to see if Lazarus might make a mistake in this situation. It is going to be Damp, though, who finds the opener. Huge kill onto HTZ, but Vise, he's got the angle to try and hold them off. He's only able to find a single kill from it. And now Loons has to try and hang on once again. Now we see Damp going for the wide swing, but nobody can take Loons out of this position. He's just using it to stall for the rotation perfectly. And now everybody left on 3BL Academy just gets funneled into the ramp position and taken down.
Oh yeah, I mean, there was no utility left for Lazarus, but still, it kind of felt like, Loons was really there to save them, but yeah, it's a little bit sloppy from 3BL Academy sides, I would say, because they had it there. They could have been the winner of this round, but in the end, it didn't really work out. But still, it's a very nice fight we get to see so far. But again, I feel like Loons is really, really stepping it up for Lazarus, especially as well. HTZ, right? Because he's always getting these early frags. In this run, finally, he got it one more time. And yeah, I just feel like the combination of both of these players, they're keeping Lazarus alive here. But where's the rest of the team, right? I feel like NLS was really, really good in the first half there, but all of a sudden it's a little bit, a little bit out of the picture, I would almost say.
Yeah, it's been a tough road for Lazarus, only getting 1 round on this first half. Not the best of looks, but it's definitely not over for them just yet. They look to have a pretty decent BL side themselves, so it wouldn't surprise me, honestly, if this one goes to a golden round finish with how much back and forth we've seen between these two teams, especially when you add that extra pressure in the second half of overtime. I think it is going to be tough for 3BL Academy to deal with, but I think the big thing in this overtime second half is really going to come down to being prepared for counter aggression. That's where Lazarus has been a little bit sloppy, especially when we look towards that A side of the map. On those A long pushes, they've got to be a little bit more prepared here, and I think if they play just a little bit more patiently on this BL side, there's still a chance they can win it back.
Oh yeah, there's of course always a chance to win it back, right? I mean, for me at least, it feels a bit like Lazarus could have been a little bit more, precise here, but maybe they finally start to play some more aggression towards, these 3BL players, because again, NLS in the beginning, they really, they weren't really ready for him. He was always pushing these spots, right? Like you can see here, I mean, just pushes through, gets as much map control as he can get. Okay, hello Loons, picking up VGA and Travis, and this is actually the exact opposite of what I expected, but okay, sure enough. I mean, 3BL Academy pushing belong there. It feels like, okay, it could have been a very strong play from them, but Loon's super ready for them, and all of a sudden it's a 5 versus 2 situation, a very unlikable round to win for 3BL Academy. And as we speak, NLS of course finally stepping up, 2K for him, putting the numbers closer together, and you know what, I like what I'm seeing.
Yeah, that's a very scary first round for 3BL Academy, not getting a single kill in it. It can definitely cause you a little bit of doubt. But again, they're going to try the same thing over toward this map. Not sure if this is the right call. They really want to challenge Loons early on, but they might think better of it after that first peak doesn't really work out for them. And they're going to go ahead and back off. And now Lazarus, they're the team that has to find a way to control this map. You can see Loons getting a lot of information towards the B Hotel, spots Damp, going for that on peak on the bridge, and he's still going to get caught on the other side of it. I'm not sure why he peeks wide onto that angle after seeing Damp already playing there with the in hand. But now 3BL Academy get themselves a much needed 5-on-4 to try and close out this round. But Damp, this is the key duel right here. If he can find another one, it would be absolutely massive for 3BL Academy.
Yeah, well, a little bit of a unnecessarily peak from Loons, but I'm pretty sure 3BL Academy is pretty happy that, they start with an advantage once again. And yeah, this is just a patience play from them. And of course, NLS, just waiting for whatever happens there. No one's really giving anyone anything, and it's kind of funny to see actually just looking at each other through the wall here. So yeah, NLS just waiting for his team to group up, and you know what? I feel like NLS, he's not really ready for Damp here. If he hits a shot, this push is going to be very, very tough. And there he goes, the first frag for them, but there's Madison trading Travis for that, and almost feels like Damp is just, again, waiting for his teammates to back him up, waiting for this response, and Madison taking out VGA. I mean, a little bit too easy, actually. I would have, you know, expected this to go a little bit smoother, but look at this. One by one, these 3BL Academy players fall, and look at the HP of Lazarus. I mean, it's a very close fight, but still, I would say it's in favor of Lazarus so far, because they have the side, you have the numbers advantage, and now even more than that, it's going to be a very difficult fight for Damp. I mean, if he gets HDZ, maybe it's possible. Never say never, right? But yeah, look at this. It's just such a tough angle to hit. I mean, HDZ really dancing with his head glitch there, and yeah, Damp gets one more player, but in the end, Lazarus will take the golden, or let's say last round they need, so it's at least a golden run scenario for them.
Yeah, very good round there, especially from Madison, hitting all sorts of shots, 2 one-taps into a flying kill for the final secure there. So for Lazarus, it's exactly what they needed to. Everybody coming out to play on this BL side, and now they just need one round to secure themselves a first map victory. It's been a tough road to get here, but in this overtime situation right now, it's been a tough one for 3BL Academy on the GR side. Only Damp with kills on this GR half so far. The rest of these players have to be able to hold the line, but Niels, that's a huge amount of information. He knows Damp is pushed up A long, and now they're going to use this information to collapse onto the B bomb site. They still have to worry about Travis here, but they know the bomb isn't going to be on the B side of the map. Niels with the backstab at the perfect time, and this could be it for Lazarus. 4-on-2 situation. Doctor able to find one on the lurk, but Lazarus, they still have the numbers on the back of this B bomb site. Madison with a free secure on the plant, but Doctor and Damp, they have their work cut out for them now.
Yeah, it's a very vulnerable situation for them, it feels like, and I don't know, Lazarus, are they ready for them? I mean, they must feel very confident, especially with Loons taking out Doctor now. I mean, Damp now left alone once again. It's a very unfortunate situation for them. It's going to be Lazarus taking the first map here, and wow, it was very, very close, way too close to comfort again, I would say, but still very good performance from both of these teams. Lazarus, you know, they could have been a little bit better, of course they can, but again, with these, you know, with 2-0, with 2-1 against TBI and 2-0 against 999, I don't feel like they really have to be going, you know, they don't need to go all out, but again, a little bit too close, I would say.
Yeah, it was definitely a lot of back and forth until that final half where Lazarus just decided to run away with it with a nice 3-0 to close it out in the second half of overtime here. But yeah, Lazarus, I think finally starting to come to life, and I would expect a lot more of this going into map number 2. But you still got to shout out 3BL Academy because they had a really solid performance in this first map, taking it all the way to 11 rounds before finally letting it slip. But honestly, I think it just came down to that extra experience under that pressure. That final half of overtime, it just felt like 3BL Academy kind of fell apart a little bit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to consider these experience, right? I mean, at the Lazarus roster, I mean, I don't even know where to start, right? There's Loon, there's Vice, you know every one of these players, right? But of course, on the other side, it's a little bit of a, I don't know. I mean, obviously, they're pretty much the academy team of 3BL, right? But still, I feel like the experience isn't really there yet, at least. And again, I feel like they put up a very good fight, and I just hope that they continue to play like they are, because, you know, like they said in the interview, I feel like practice makes perfect. You know, they just need to go on and on and on. Practice is going to be the key to success here. And again, it's just the first map, of course. You know, we're going to a second one, potentially a third, who knows? But so far, it's been a very strong fight from them.
Yeah, honestly, it was impressive to see the step up from several of these players on 3BL Academy. You had VGA probably having one of his best games in the group stages so far. On top of that, even though Damp had a bit of a rough start, he got really competitive later on in this map as well. And I think on the overall KD, probably finished somewhere pretty close to where HDZ was. And that's not an easy sniper to go up against, especially as a newcomer into this type of environment. I feel like for 3BL Academy, they showed us a lot of positives in this map. And continue to develop a little bit more, I think they could be easily competitive with these West League teams. So I'm hopeful that we see another strong map out of them on map number 2. But of course, look at the highlights here. I think the biggest story working against Lazarus was the weird way in which this map began. You had a 3-0 to start, and Lazarus looked unstoppable, but then you allow 3BL Academy to kind of steamroll 4 rounds in a row, which was honestly a really big surprise for me.
Oh yeah, very surprising it was, but again, in the end, it is going to be Lazarus taking the first map here in a very good fashion, I would say. It was, again, a little bit too close for comfort, but still a strong performance from both these teams. You can tell by these highlights, I mean, everyone was pretty much on point, especially BGA from 3BL Academy, right? You gotta give it to them, but of course, also them, the sniper, right? Really putting these numbers up for the team, but yeah, it really depends on the second map, really. I mean, are they ready to go? Who knows? I feel like they're pretty much ready to go, to be honest, because, you know, they've been very good on the first map. I expect them to be very good and potentially very good on the third map as well. So I'm just very, very ready to go for the second map.
Yeah, I think the hardest part now for 3BL Academy is going to be starting on the BL side for Port. Lazarus getting the GR first does not make this easy at all, because Lazarus on the GR for Port is historically a very strong team and very tough to deal with, because you've got HDZ, who makes it almost impossible to go towards that A side of the map. And of course, you've got some solid setups from Vise, who likes to play in those B tunnels. So I think it is going to be a tough road ahead for them. And I would think Lazarus plays a little bit stronger on Port compared to what we saw in this first map, just knowing they've got the 1 map lead now. They're starting on the more favorable side in Port. I think that should be enough to get them across the finish line here, but I'm definitely open to more surprises from 3BL Academy, because as we saw yesterday in the SOLTREX match, these open teams are hungry to prove themselves even when there's not really a strong chance they're going to move on. They just want to have the best matches they can each and every time they're in here, because at the end of the day, this is just a valuable experience for them to be able to play at this level of competition. And at the end of the day, I mean, it is a CFS spot on the line for whoever makes it through and potentially wins in that next stage. And you can tell everybody is playing like that's the opportunity here.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. I mean, they're pretty much proven themselves, to me at least. I mean, I'm very, very impressed by their performance overall. Not only SOLTREX or not only 3BL Academy, right? Pretty much everyone. I mean, I would have loved to see some more, you know, gameplay action from SSV, but maybe we get to see him today again, hopefully, right? So yeah, definitely something I'm looking forward to. And of course, with these best of threes, right? I'm always like, okay, maybe even if you fail the first map, you still have potentially two more maps to go. And this is really what I like to see, especially, let's say Lazarus today, right? I mean, maybe they had a little bit of a, you know, weak start today, but maybe this was just their warm up. Maybe they're not, you know, fully there yet, but guys, it's going to be a very short break before we go back into the second map, so don't go anywhere.
All right, it's that time. Map number 2 on the way for this series. It's going to be Lazarus leading 1-0 after a 13-11, very close first map between these two teams. It's going to come down to Port to see if 3BL Academy can push this one all the way into a third map series. I'm not a believer just yet, but I definitely believe a lot more than I did at the start of the day, because that first map was still very impressive from 3BL Academy. But as someone who's seen Lazarus quite a bit on this next map, Pandoxin, I've got to say Port is going to be a much larger beast to overcome for 3BL Academy.
Yeah, it feels like it's probably going to be that way. And, you know, I have a little bit of a deja vu because we saw SOLTREX yesterday, right? And I was like, are we going to, you know, witness the same thing again? And so far, Lazarus has kind of, you know, prevented that. So let's just watch. And I feel like, again, like you mentioned, Port is going to be a very, very tough nut to crack for 3BL Academy. Obviously, you know, they probably played this map many, many times, practiced it as well, but the Giants, you know, Lazarus, they have so much experience, almost like a decade, I would almost say. So definitely a very, very, very tough one for 3BL Academy. But you know, let's not go too far yet. I mean, we have HEZ on A top once again. I feel like again this is a very, very strong hold from him. No one really is able to stop him. Look at this flash, not really doing anything. Menacin picking up Dizzy here is a very strong start, but there's Travis trading it out instantly. Look at this positioning from MLS. Oh boy, a little bit shaky there with the aim, but at least he gets one VGA. Falls, but Damp again there to trade him out, and it's a back and forth game so far, Kyle.
Yeah, honestly, the trades aren't too bad for 3BL Academy. Keeping the numbers even on the BL side is still a pretty good look, but a lot of this is going to come down to Loons on this position. If he gets challenged, he has to be able to find a kill without going down here to Travis, and you could tell Travis, he really wants to take the fight as well on the opposite side, just playing and dancing around those windows. But the big problem here for 3BL Academy is they don't really have that much map control to work with. They're also going to have to go back and grab this bomb that's all the way down in the BL spawn. So for Lazarus, they're kind of just ticking down the clock here, waiting to see if the mistakes are going to be made. But HDZ is actually the player who's about to be put to the test. He's going to have to hold on to this A-long position all by himself. The triple peak working out perfectly for 3BL Academy. And now they're going to go for the cross on the A-bomb site. Vise, he gets lit up in the process, down to 16 HP. And 3BL Academy, they might just have this first round.
Oh yeah, definitely a very good take from 3BL Academy so far. I like what I'm seeing, but now it's Vice and Nudes put to the test here. Can they retake the site? Is it possible for them? But well, unfortunately, it's only going to be Loons, and I mean Loons, he's a big clutch factor, right? He has done it before, but let's be real, 3BL Academy is super ready for him, and it's the first round for 3BL Academy. I like to see it, you know, it's a strong start for them. I feel like HZ was a little bit too easy to kill, but it's, you know, it's a little bit tough to say because of course these M4s with 100% wallbang, it's a very, very difficult position to hold, especially for HTZ. But I feel like again, usually HTZ is unbeatable on a top, right? No one even comes close to him, but thanks for 3BL proving me wrong instantly in the first round. It's a little bit of a, you know, unfortunate situation here, especially for Loons as well, taken down at first, and Travis only a little bit lit up in the progress. So far it's a very good advantage for 3BL Academy, but as we speak, players start to fall here and there, and VJ maybe the next one, maybe not. It's Vice that falls to him, and well, I don't know about you, Kyle, but NLS and HTZ once again, they need what they can prove. They need to prove what they can take here, because I feel like VGA and them, they're super ready to go. Those two players before, you know, they've really proven that they got what it takes. They really want to win this one, and I feel like it's going to be a very, very tough one for Lazarus.
Yeah, Damp, especially in that opening round, looked really clean with the execution over towards the A-bomb site, picking up 3 kills. But HDZ, he is still tough to deal with in these clutch situations. You never really know when he's going to peak, and he's got a pretty decent position right now, just playing around the mid bridge on the GR spawn, and he's also got Niels pretty close by. They're playing a little bit more together, but VGA and Damp starting to group up towards A as well, and this is where Niels has to be a little bit cautious. He's sneaking his way over for that peak on the GR spawn, but the timing is going to be a little bit unfortunate. They're going to allow this sneak to happen onto the A bomb site. The plant should get off pretty cleanly here, and it just sets up another retake situation for Lazarus and Niels. He just sees exactly what's gone wrong here, spots VGA, but they still have to find a way to land these shots.
Yeah, I'm not sure why VGA double smoked the bridge there. I feel like it's a little bit of a unnecessary smoke. He could have smoked off a wall here, but fair enough. NLS and HZ creeping through the smokes here, a little bit undetected for now at least. VGA and then potentially taking out both of these players. But look at HZ still fighting for his life. 10 seconds on the clock. Is he able to do it? Nope. It's going to be Damp once again, and a very strong performance from 3BL Academy. I mean, Lazarus, they weren't really aware of it. They were kind of gambling left and right still, not really able to, you know, find these players too early. But yeah, it's a sloppy start from Lazarus, I would say. I mean, again, I feel like the GR side of things is probably a much more, you know, comfortable side to be on, but not for Lazarus at the moment, at least.
Yeah, honestly, a pretty tough start for them. But for Damp, 5-0. Popping off, making it happen with that Om in hand, looking really good in these last couple of halves that he's played, and he's made it a very difficult opening to this half for Lazarus, consistently finding two these first couple of rounds. But Vise going to be playing pushed up here on the A bomb side. 3BL Academy, they've got their whole team ready to go towards A. A nice little nade from the top. HDZ able to do some chip damage, but Vise not quite patient enough there. He's going to peek early and gets taken off the map pretty much instantly. Now HDZ, he is just stuck here, but Manison on the rotation gets some nice damage to keep him alive for just a moment longer. Unfortunately, not enough to hang on here. Now Manison, he's just kind of stuck in this corner, almost has the collateral spray, but again, 3BL Academy consistently putting up rounds to start off the half.
Oh yeah, I mean, could you imagine if Feist, you know, were able to take out the first player? None of these other players had weapons in their hands, right? You could really tell they were all looking towards, you know, towards A, ready to throw whatever they had in their hands. And oh boy, that could have been a completely different story within like half a second. But it is really tough for, you know, for Vice, because it didn't really happen for him. He was not able to get anyone from there, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, 3BL Academy putting up a very strong fight so far. I like what I'm seeing, but Lazarus, again, on the GR side of things, 0 and 3, not very optimal, and it keeps on going. I mean, again, look at this positioning from 3BL Academy, ready to strike once again, and it's only, I think it's Vice and, of course, HTZ on A top once again, and I'm just not sure. I'm not sure what's happening. HTZ usually such a strong A player, such a strong stone to crack there on A top, but apparently right now he's not really able to hold it off, and this nade isn't really going to do so much damage like he would have loved to. But look at this, they're still waiting for anyone to make a wrong step, and just a little bit staring into the wall here. You know, it is very interesting to see once in a while, because again, everyone's just patiently waiting for the exact right moment, probably just watching the timer go down and down and down, and eventually one misstep from Lazarus will happen, and then they will just crack this A top player. HTZ still waiting for his opportunity to find anything here, Kyle.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Loons, though, able to find Travis crossing the mid bridge with the C4 as well. A bit of a tough one for 3BL Academy to deal with, but of course, they are still going to be putting a lot of attention over towards this A bomb site. They've ran it 3 times in a row in this direction successfully, so not a real surprise to see them looking to do it once again. But this time, HDZ again is going to go down to Damp on the early fight, but Vise able to find one at least before getting taken out of the picture. 3BL Academy, they're still able to hang on to this position. Niels able to spot one early, but Manison, this is the retake positioning we were looking for from Lazarus. Now Damp left alone in a 1v3. There shouldn't be any way he gets out of this one alive, and Lazarus finally able to put one up on the board.
Yeah, much needed one from them again. Yeah, it's a unfortunate situation for HTZ. Maybe it's time for a little bit of a change for him, at least. I feel like he's not really able to play on a top for now, and you can tell there's the switch happening. It's Vice on a top now, and of course HTZ holding off mid, and yeah, finally getting a very good hold from Lazarus. You know, it's long overdue, I would say. It's a little bit of a shaky game for them so far, but again, 3BL Academy grouping up in front of the exact same setup. I would almost say a little bit faster, maybe, but this time around the bomb is already towards a long here, not gonna drop on the bridge, and HDZ still creeping up in middle there, which I think is still a very good decision by him. But look at this positioning from from Lazarus, right? So whoever is on a top, I think it's Vice, still Vice, yeah. So when Vice drops here, I feel like it's going to be a very, very tough, retake for Lazarus, because I don't know, 3BL Academy, they've been so good when it comes to these, pushes. I'm not sure what it is, but for some reason they're really able to, just outplay Lazarus.
Yeah, the A bomb site not being the strongest for Lazarus in this match so far. And 3BL Academy look to go for it a 5th time in a row. This time, maybe potentially a bit more of a fake over towards B first. I do like this call, trying to force the rotators to be a little bit late on that reposition, and that could buy them enough time to clear out Vise and HDZ uncontested. You can see Travis here starting to make some noise, along with Damp playing in the lower B tunnels, trying to draw out these entry frags. But Vise, I like the change in position here, playing the counter flash instead of playing to fight early on. I think could be the key here as well to winning this round. But with 3BL Academy running down the clock, there's not going to be a whole lot of time for error when it comes to this execution, and the push is immediately going to lead in with Loons getting a kill, or sorry, Loons going down on the lurk to Travis. Look at this from HDZ and Madison. The new positions working out well, and Vise, they haven't even figured out he's on the ladder. He drops down, able to find one, able to find two, and Vise might have just held the line enough to get it done, and that he will. Madison comes in for the late trade, and Lazarus finds round number 2.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful position by Vice, of course. Who else but him, right? So what we can tell so far, the change definitely was worth it. I mean, finally getting some rounds on the board is pretty much what you want from this change, and I really like to see it. But now 3BL Academy, no, they probably stopped going A for a while, because this just isn't happening for them, and you can kind of tell, just grouping up towards mid-tier, smoking off the bridge so they can't be detected. So it's a very good start from them so far, but no one has really fallen yet, which is a little bit of a surprise, because I feel like, when them and of course HZ fight each other towards mid there, it's always, someone of them is gonna fall, right? So this time around, no one really is able to find anything here. And look at this positioning by Madison, just creeping through the little window. They're not really able to find anyone yet, but definitely an interesting positioning from them, because I feel like whenever you crouch in front of that window, you instantly get taken out, right? So this is at least kind of my experience with that window, but yeah, not this time, I guess. And yeah, there's HZ, not really, maybe not his map. I don't know what it is with him today, but I feel like on the first map he was really good. Hello? Yeah, okay. Yeah, again, so HZ is on the second map, he's not really stepping up to the plate like he can, but I guess it's just a little bit of a sloppy start from him. And again, with this window, right, this is exactly what I was mentioning. I mean, sitting in front of that window is kind of interesting, I would say, but it's a very risk to take, because usually you just get taken out. And look at this. I feel like NLS has a little bit of a clue here, Kyle. It's going to be a little bit of a waiter here. I mean, not sure. I mean, this position by Ellis is very risky, because I think he can get sniped from the right there. I'm not sure if it's perfectly lined up there, but look at this. Not even able to get one, but Loons is there to at least get VGA, but Dizzy takes him out instantly, and now it's only Vice.
Yeah, for Vice, not a great position to be in. He's going to be taken down in the quick trade from Dizzy, so 3BL Academy able to hold on to the lead, and this is exactly what you want to see from this team on this side of the map. 4 rounds is already a great amount to have, and kind of the standard if you want to win on this map is 4 on the BL and then winning it out on the GR. So for Lazarus, they're starting to get into the dangerous territory of potentially losing their GR side on port, which for most teams is an unfortunate death sentence in this map, because it's not easy to win these rounds on the BL side. But thankfully for 3BL Academy, they're making it look nice and easy for them here on this side of the map. Madison, he's playing a dangerous game right now. Once again, last round it was the window. This time it's playing crouched behind the corner of the wall. He's going to be punished yet again. I'm not sure what his decision making is on these positions. It's a little bit questionable, but for 3BL Academy, They'll take those opening picks all day long. That's a second now on to Niels. Vise has to hit the shots, but Travis somehow escapes that fight alive. And now there is just not a whole lot they're going to be able to do except rely on Loons here to hold the line, but it's just not going to work out. HDZ now left alone, 1-on-3 in a very tough position.
Yeah, I mean, Madison with his positioning changes, I feel like it's a good thing to do here and there. I mean, you always want to be unpredictable for your enemies, of course, but I feel like this, this little bit of a underneath the stairs, I guess I call it. It's very scary because I feel like maybe someone can tell me, but you should usually you'll be able to see the name there. At least that's what I know, right? So maybe someone can correct me there or not. Here we go. There it exactly is the spot. I'm not sure, but yeah, another very great round from 3BL Academy. It's just a little bit of a downfall for Lazarus. I'm not sure what's going on. I mean, maybe they're just way better on the BL side of things. Sometimes the odds are against you and you still, you beat them. So probably a thing in the making. I'm not sure what it is, but again, 3BL Academy putting a very strong fight. A good grenade here by NLS, maybe. Well, not as much damage as I would have expected. And oh boy, this is a little bit of an unfortunate, position for him to be in, and he's instantly taken out by VGA once again. And Madison in a very good spot here. Is he able to find anything? Nope, not this time around. Look at this. It's a speed run round for 3BL Academy here, Kyle.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Lazarus on map number 2. 3BL Academy, everybody is just popping off the way they need to. You've got Travis really stepping it up and getting some really powerful entry frags. Dizzy as well starting to come online, and you still have Damp and VGA playing a strong game. So this is a really tough position now for Lazarus to try and win out from. 6-2 on their GR side against them. If this is a 7-2 half, it pretty much feels over at that point for this map, but for Lazarus, they still have a slight chance to fight back. We saw it happen on map number 1, so there's definitely at least a chance here they could bring this back with a really good second half. But 3BL Academy, again, finding these early kills on the Madison. It's going to be Travis through the wall and partially blind who finds that one. And for Lazarus, they've got to be careful now. This is a must-win round to keep themselves alive in this map.
Yeah, very good grenade here from Vice, taking out Dizzy here. A strong start here to prevent another upset, I guess. But I feel like, Lazarus, they really need this round. I mean, a 7-2 is definitely not what you're looking forward to on port, especially on the GR side of things. So this is a must win for Lazarus. Otherwise, I see 3BL Academy actually taking this map and putting ourselves onto the third map, which I believe was Black Widow. So oh boy, this is a little bit of a scary situation for, Lazarus, but it's still a very winnable situation as well. So we got to consider that as well. So let's just take a good look over there. It's a little bit of a grouping in front of a long for 3BL Academy, slowly but surely creeping up their way. You can tell there, the upper left map there. And once again, I feel like Lazarus may be not aware of it. I mean, HTZ is there to maybe prevent this, but if the timing is off, it might not be. This is a very scary push, and look at this. HTZ is ready to go, but if the timing is off, it's a little bit of a scary situation. Misses the shot. This one shot he needs to hit. It's 20 seconds on the board now. Good grenade once again, but is it worth it? Oh, it's not worth it at all, actually. And now it's Loons. Never mind, make it only NLS, and it's going to be a very scary situation. LNS not aware of Damp, and you know what? Oh boy. It's a 7-2 half for 3BL Academy.
Yeah, at this point, I'm feeling like a map 3 is very, very likely. After a half like that, 3BL Academy, I feel like they have earned their way into port already. I mean, 3 rounds on the GR should be a very doable thing for just about any team on this map. So you'd have to think the odds are definitely stacked for 3BL Academy at this point to probably win and take us on to Black Widow for the final map here. But for Lazarus, this is a bit of a tough look. If they're a team that wants to get themselves all the way through into that regional qualifier and potentially win the regional finals, it's a tough path ahead if you can't pull off a win against a team that on paper should be an easier time than what they're getting here today. But it just goes to show you 3BL Academy, even though they're an open team, you can't underestimate these guys because they are playing at a very high level right now. And giving one of the stronger veteran teams a run for their money. And VGA, what is that? A triple kill, all headshots, shuts down Lazarus in the opening push towards that B bomb site. And now it is Loons all alone, and he is trying to do all of the work once again. We've seen him do it a couple of times, but surely not in the 1v5. Damp, of course, he is there to make it happen. 8-2 now for 3BL Academy. But look at this start of round play. Lazarus, how do you not trade that? But VGA, the headshots all day long.
Yeah, I mean, that's a crazy round we get to see here. I mean, 8-2 in favor of 3BL Academy. Never ever, once again, I said this yesterday a couple of times with SOLTREX, right? But again, here we are with these open teams. Never ever would have expected that outcome, but here we are. And, well, HEZ stepping it up, finding Damp earlier on, but is it going to be enough initially? I'm not sure. There's so much work to do, and it's VGA right in front of him. Not anymore. HEZ finally stepping it up, but it's a little too late for that, I would almost say. But you know, considering that, you know, on the first map on Ankara, it was overtime, right? So still very competitive match, but I feel like Lazarus, they're really having a tough fight here. I'm not sure what the issue is, if it's just 3BL Academy playing very good, or if it's them not really stepping it up all the way they could. But yeah, definitely a very scary situation to be in. Finally getting another round on the board, thanks to HEZ, of course, early on. But Kyle, I feel like this is getting super scary for Lazarus.
Yeah, I mean, 8-3 against the GR of 3BL Academy. It should be enough for 3BL Academy to win, but for Lazarus, they're a team that knows how to handle pressure. So even though 3BL Academy has 8 rounds on the board, they've got to keep playing smart and keep playing this like there is a potential that it could be taken away from them if they afford themselves a little bit too many luxuries and assume things are going to go their way. That's where things can start to go wrong. So as long as they keep their composure, 3BL Academy, they've got a huge advantage on this map, and all they've got to do is hang on to it for a couple more rounds. Vi's going to be spotted early on, but Lazarus, again, finding their way through on the entries. But Travis, this could be the shutdown they needed, able to find 2 on the retake already. But Dizzy, he is just not prepared for Niels to go for the wide swing and the double kill. Colton Hand, 2 in a row now for Lazarus. And this is where 3BL Academy have to be careful. The job is not done just yet. They can't afford to let this lead slip.
Yeah, the job is definitely not done yet. And I'm kind of wondering, where was all this heat from Lazarus earlier on, right? So 2 rounds in a row, pretty decisive as well. I really like to see them stepping up. But look at these trades. Travis finding NLS, and of course HEZ finding Dizzy. But yeah, this is just a back and forth trade. A little bit of a risky play from Vice. Not sure what this is all about. Seems like they're probably want to group in front of a long, go for this A hit, which is probably in this situation the wrong decision, but never say never. Doctor, look at Doctor, right? Just sitting next to Menacin behind that box, and someone checks him. It's probably not the case. It looks a little bit sloppy, but well, Damp is still there to clean up these players. Already good for 2. Travis helps him out there, and it's only Vice trying to survive here. Is he ready for Damp? Not this time around, and well, this is a very strong run from 3BL Academy, and you know what? They are at 9, so what is there to expect, Kyle?
Map 3. That's the expectation in my mind now. I mean, 5 in a row for Lazarus. They may have had a good comeback on the first map, but not like this. Especially when you've got Damp 16-4. And honestly, you add Travis into the mix here with an AWM in his hands, it's just icing on the cake. He gets the opening kill onto Niels. And now it's already a 5v4 situation in what could very well be the final round of this map. Damp picking up kill number 17 onto Loons. Lazarus backs against the wall. They don't really seem to have any way out of this situation at this point.
Yeah, already a very good start for 3BL Academy here. I mean, Lazarus, yeah, this is just falling apart for them, like you mentioned earlier, right? So even though they have the way better experience, I would say, or longer experience, whatever you want to call it, I just think that I don't know, 3BL Academy, they're just better at this point, right? So they're just way better with their shots, way better with the positioning, with the predictions, pretty much everything. Not sure how they do it, but they're doing it. So definitely a very, very good performance from them, especially again, considering how they, how their matches went out earlier, right? When they played other teams. So it's a little bit late to pop off, but better later than never. And of course, there is probably, at least it seems the way right now, there's probably going to be a third map. And I feel like, hey, if they're actually able to beat Lazarus on Black Widow as well, I really give it to them. I mean, they played it well, so they 100% deserve it. It's pretty much like SOLTREX yesterday, but yeah, it is what it is here. We see 3BL Academy win, and it's a very, very big one for them.
Yeah, 10-4 on the second map. 3BL Academy looking very good as they tie up the series 1-1. A lot of big performances, most notably probably from Travis and Damp there on this second map. Both of them hitting well into the double digits on kills and showing us what they can do as a team. And this is definitely a new and improved 3BL Academy compared to what we saw in the opening couple of days here, because they're going toe-to-toe with the #1 team in this group and making it seem like they could even win it here. And you love to see the potential for an upset, because Lazarus, I feel like they maybe just came into this match a little bit overconfident, and it's starting to come back to bite them now, because at this point I would actually give 3BL Academy the advantage. You have map 1 where they could have easily, I think, taken this series 2-0 at this point, considering how map number 2 went. And Lazarus, they haven't really had a map yet where they've looked clean across the board. So going into Black Widow for that final map, I would definitely have to give the edge to 3BL Academy, especially after a map like we just saw.
Yeah, now taking a look at these highlights, I mean, you could really tell how ready they were to go, especially, yeah, there you go. This is the kill I was mentioning earlier, right? So definitely don't peek the window like that. I mean, no, don't do it. So yeah, definitely a strong performance from 3BL Academy here. A little bit of a, yeah, disappointing one from Lazarus, I would almost say. I mean, obviously they put up a good fight as well, but we have to, consider, Lazarus super experienced. They're an open, a CrossFire West League team, right? And obviously 3BL Academy, they're an open team, right? They had a very good performance there as well, of course, right? But still, you have to compare these two teams together, and it's just not the way it should go, at least in my opinion. But you gotta give them that. They really put up a very good fight, and Lazarus, they need to find a solution as soon as possible.
Yeah, for Lazarus, I think the #1 thing we saw was HDZ in that first half, very, very quiet. He started to come to life a little bit in the second half, but by then it was already too late. A 7-2 first half. But looking at the KDs, 4.25 for Damp, not something I thought I would see against a team like Lazarus from him, but honestly, a huge improvement on performance, and especially considering I would say HTZ is probably, in my mind, one of the better snipers in this stage of the qualifier. Keeping him to a very, very low margin in this fight and pretty much irrelevant in the first half was huge to see. There were so many rounds where Damp was just able to run out A long and challenge him on A top, which is really not that easy to do, and he was consistently winning those fights against HTZ. And if he can keep that up into a map like Black Widow, they're gonna have a good time.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mentioned this very early on, right? I feel like usually HTZ is such a strong player on A top, right? Unbeatable. You just can't, kill this guy from there. But not for them. Damp was killing him all the time. But guys, this is the last map coming our way. Black Widow, don't go anywhere. We're taking a short break. Be right back.
Well, here we are, map number 3 about to be underway. It's going to be Black Widow between these two teams to decide who ultimately pulls this one off. But right now, 3BL Academy coming off a big win, 10-4 in map number 2 after Lazarus was able to barely scrape by in that first map. So it's definitely looking like it is leaning in their direction. But Pendoxin, what do you think? What do you expect out of this final map of the series here?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to tell for me actually, because I feel like my prediction's been wrong all the time, especially with these kind of fights, right? So no one would really expect Lazarus to go down to 3BL Academy, right? But here we are. I mean, it's a 1-1. We're going to Black Widow. So what I'm expecting is what I always expect. Like, I don't know, Lazarus, just play the way you can, right? So I don't know. What I really want to happen is Lazarus stepping up, because I feel like they have to be the better team, right? So definitely something I'm looking forward to. But when it comes to 3BL Academy, you know what? Why not let them be the giant beater, right? So this is something maybe happening here.
Yeah, it definitely seems like it could be 3BL Academy pulling off the win, but I do agree with you to some extent. I feel like Lazarus is a bit underperforming so far in this series as well. Not to take anything away from 3BL Academy, they're still having a fantastic performance themselves, but there's definitely been something, especially in that last map, a little bit missing in what Lazarus is able to do. It almost seems like even strategically, they're getting a little bit outplayed at this point, which is a little bit uncommon for them. They're normally a very strong team when it comes to especially the defensive side of a lot of these maps, and that's actually where they've been struggling quite a bit today. So I'm interested to see what they might change going into this final map. I'm really hoping we can see kind of an elevated HDZ as well. I feel like compared to usual, he's been very quiet. He's had a very hit and miss performance throughout the day, and a lot of these key players for Lazarus really need to step up going into this final map. Otherwise, there is a very strong chance they let it slip.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you know what? I actually remember one interview from Loons, right? He was kind of talking about, it's kind of hard for them to predict, how these open teams going to play, but I'm not sure if that's, a good way to kind of excuse themselves, because I feel like if you play your own game, right, and you do it to pretty much the perfection you're used to, I feel like you kind of should beat them either way. It doesn't even matter, that you can't really predict them how they play, right? But yeah, it is what it is. I feel like Lazarus, it's their last chance to really step it up here. They need to find a solution for this. Otherwise, this goes pretty much the way for 3BL Academy, which is also a good thing to happen. I'm not against it, not at all. Actually, I like to see this because it tells Lazarus, teams like Lazarus, right? It tells them that they really need to step it up. Otherwise, they're kind of falling behind.
Yeah, and it's very similar to what we saw in the SOLTREX match yesterday. Like, it was shaky, but the better team still got it done at the end of the day. So it could potentially happen here, but I'm going to put you on the spot. If you had to make a score prediction here, final map, what are you going with?
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not sure. Okay, so the first one went 13-11, then 0-4. It's tough. Okay, let me say this. I expect Lazarus to win it because they have to. Okay, so let's say 10-6. Okay, I give them 10-6. This is a bold prediction, I know, but this is what I kind of expect from Lazarus here, Kyle.
We'll see if they can pull it off. Starting it off, though, it is going to be Menacin with a big headshot onto Damp, a key player to get out of the mix, but Loons, he misses the timing, able to sneak under and get some good damage onto these players crossing over to the A-bomb side. But now it is going to be 3BL Academy looking for those entries to answer back with, but Lazarus isn't really going to give them much time at all to react here. Travis down to 6 HP, VGA kind of just stuck here on this late push up the catwalk. The flash, though, not really going to connect, but it may not matter at this point. 6 HP on Travis and a Dream. A headshot to fade away with, but that will be it. So Lazarus, really good opening round here, and you might be right. Things are already looking a little bit better on this side of the map, and I'm sure they definitely had a bit of a more serious conversation in between these maps, because I don't even think they expected how things went down on Port to actually be that final score. But now, Lazarus, you can tell there's a bit of change of pace coming into map number 3.
I mean, absolutely, right? But I have to say, on Ankara, it started off exactly like this, right? So I think they won like 3 rounds, and then, 3BL Academy won like 4 rounds. So, I'm very careful with what I'm saying right now, because I feel like everything I say will be held against me later on. So I'm just very, very careful here. I like this positioning from Vice, just giving NLS the opportunity to maybe trade out some frags, but for now, I feel like 3BL Academy is also playing a little bit more reserved. I mean, yeah, they're really, really close to be really just taking these shots, right? But still, a little bit of a more reserved push from what we've seen in the first run. This grenade is not really doing too much. And look at how many Lazarus players are close by. Look at NLS just hugging these boxes. They're not being really too shy to show himself yet. So, yep, there he goes. NLS peeks Dizzy, takes him out with their stamp, instantly trading him out. Damp really putting up these numbers for his team. But now there's Loons just chilling behind that door, just waiting for anyone to cross his crosshair. But look at this. He actually gets one player. Travis takes out two, but there's Vice once again taking out Travis. So a very good start from Lazarus. Finally, again, a finally very much needed one from them, like you said. But is it going to be enough initially? Is my prediction right or not? We are about to find out.
So far in round number 3, this time it is going to be 3BL Academy answering back with the double entry onto HDZ and Madison. VGA finds the third onto Loons. Things are starting to look a little bit better in this round for 3BL Academy, but Niels able to find the first kill for Lazarus, and there's a double right behind it. And this is starting to look a little bit tougher now for 3BL Academy on the round. Niels not going to be able to find anything more, gets taken down by VGA on the rotation back towards the catwalk. Vi's now left 1 versus 3 as the bomb goes down, and this is where things are going to be very, very difficult for Vi's. He does land a nice first shot, but loses a lot of HP in the process. Down to 22, the flank comes through in the window. He's just not quite ready on that position. So 3BL Academy pick up their first of the map.
Yeah, I mean, a very, very weird round from Lazarus, just losing players here and there. And, a very good double kill here from NLS. But the next move, I didn't really understand, right? So he peeks up in Cat, but he knows that he just killed, one of these players. And they have the death cam. They know exactly where he is. And for some reason, he still decided to instantly peek Cat, which I think was, a little bit of a mistake because they know exactly where he is. So, yeah, I'm not sure what the issue there was. Maybe just didn't care enough. Maybe he wanted them to peek him, but yeah, nonetheless, it didn't really work out. This is another round, or maybe the first one actually, for 3BL Academy. Again, very aggressive towards Cat here. Might be a good decision. The pop flash comes through. Nothing is there to be seen. It's only HDZ holding this off. And, well, this is a good setup from Lazarus. Obviously, Loons with the M4 wallbang underneath Cat here, and HZ just holding off the push as well. But is it going to be the deciding factor here so far? I would say no, because, everyone is already backed up. And, of course, Lazarus, they have to break this setup eventually because, it's something you just can't hold forever. But as we speak, again, this is 3BL Academy pushing up towards Cat here. HDZ, if he gets at least one, maybe 2. This would be a big kill, but he actually misses his shot. And Loons, with the best setup he could have chosen here, gets the wallbang. There's HDZ finally hitting his shot, and this is all falling apart for 3BL Academy. Damp gets taken out towards a long here, and again, the setup from Lazarus was fantastic.
Yeah, honestly, a really good round there coming out from Lazarus. We'll see if they can keep up the early momentum they've got on this map, but it's definitely going to be an interesting round here with 3 OMs on the table. Niels, Madison, and HDZ all thinking about it, but Niels going to go ahead and switch out to the AK, so only 2 OMs on the table for Lazarus, but it's all they're going to need because VGA has already been taken down by HDZ. You can see as well here, Travis might get caught out in the B box room, taken down to 10 HP. Niels trying to secure the trade, actually almost takes down Doctor instead. So some very low HP players here over towards the B bomb side, and 3BL Academy, they really don't have any other choice but to back off here and try and wait things out to hopefully answer back. But this is the Lazarus I've come to expect on the GR side. We haven't really seen it that much today, but they're really starting to step up and show us their trade potential on a map like this. Niels and Madison as well. A kill apiece, 5 on 2, make it a 5 on 1, and there's just no way out of that one for Dizzy, and a 4-1 lead now for Lazarus.
Yeah, I mean, 1-5 Damp and 1-5 Doctor. A little bit of a I'm not sure how to name this, but it's a little bit of an unfortunate situation for them because I feel like those two I mean, it was Travis early on, but still, I feel like they're not really stepping it up for their team right now. Maybe it's just Lazarus really being a little bit too dominant here, always getting these first picks just like that. Hello, NLS, how you doing? I mean, this is just what happens over and over again so far, right? So Lazarus, they're here to play. They don't really want to lose this either. It's a little bit late to the party, I would say, but you know, better later than never. So definitely a good part from them to step it up here, but now it's 3BL Academy on the spot, right? So they have to step it up. They need to find these early frags, and so far, VGA taking out NLS is something to start with, but is it going to be enough? It's a 3 versus 4 situation already. The bomb nowhere near to be seen, and yeah, I mean, Lazarus already close on site here, just preventing this push from happening. I mean, there's no bomb anyway. There's no reason for, you know, 3BL Academy to push this, but they do regardless. And HTC trying to save the day, but there are the trades happening. They look very good, very strong. And unfortunately, they didn't even know they had no bombs. So 3BL Academy, VGA, 3K once again. He steps it up, but Lazarus didn't even know that there was no bomb to be seen, you know? So a little bit of an unfortunate situation for them.
Yeah, not the easiest of rounds there for Lazarus, but it is still a 4-2 lead for them on this map. Doctor able to find the trade, takes down Niels. VGA finds another up to 9 kills for himself. And now Lazarus have to try and hang on. Doctor getting a little bit too aggressive with the bomb. Now Lazarus has it on the B bomb side. VGA, the only player in this direction to try and recover it, but it doesn't actually seem to be going his way. But Dizzy, this could be the timing he's looking for. Sneaks out mid, but Madison catches 2 with the Colt, and unfortunately for VGA, it's going to leave him alone. 1 versus 3. Vise just barely getting away from that shot with his life. Now baiting him into the corner shot. Madison coming in through to swing from the double doors. They're going to go for the 3-way swing, and it's going to be enough to take him down. 5-2 now for Lazarus.
Yeah, thanks to Madison, of course, with a good positioning here, taking out 2 players with his pistol, and a little bit of a rage crit from Damp I saw there, I think, because, you know, I think it was 1 and 9 or something. I'm not sure. He was pretty bad, pretty much. I'm not sure what the issue is. He was so good all day, and on, you know, Black Widow, maybe it's the pressure. I'm not sure what it is with him, but he definitely needs to step it up for his team, because otherwise it's going to be a very scary situation for 3BL Academy. But, you know, you got to give it to Lazarus, finally stepping up to the plate, finally delivering what we need to see from them. But as we speak, Damp also finally finding an early frag for his team, taking out Madison. And you know what? I feel like maybe this is a little bit of a change for 3BL Academy, is finally stepping up, but not sure what their plan is. They haven't really tried A too much, because it feels like A is not really working out for them. So they're going to be grouping up in front of B once again. But Lazarus, look at their positioning. Everyone is so ready to go. Okay, guys, this is a little bit too much, maybe. I mean, yeah, better back off to be sorry here. But yeah, he's completely blinded by the lights. But there's NLS helping him out. And look at this. It's just impossible for 3BL Academy to get even on the side here. It's now VGA, of course, the top player, 9 and 5. Everyone else is kind of behind. It's only Travis that kind of keeps up with him. And look at this, VGA is trying to save the day, but it's HTZ taking him out. And yet another round for Lazarus.
Yeah, Lazarus is just looking better and better as we continue forward on this map. 6-2. It's looking very similar to what 3BL Academy was able to do to them in the last map, but it's not over just yet. 3BL Academy going aggressively towards the B bomb site. Vi's able to find 1 before getting taken down there, but it's already Menacin on the rotation into window, who's able to find Damp, looking for more. Almost gets taken down by Dizzy in the window, but the nades from Lazarus gonna do some decent damage right back onto him, and this is where Niels needs to try and find this lurk kill, but unfortunately it's not really gonna work out for him. Instantly taken down there by Travis, but look at this from HDZ. Beautiful shot onto Dizzy, opens up the retake, and now it's on to the last 2 players to try and save this half from going so far away from them. But HDZ and Madison, the double peak timing works out to perfection, and that is a 7-2 half for Lazarus.
Oh yeah, beautiful done. I mean, the triple sniper setup, not something you see all day on Black Widow, at least I would say, but definitely something I would really love to see. I mean, once or twice, but Lazarus, I felt like they kept doing it. I mean, there was always two, and then apparently there was three for a while. So yeah, very, really interesting to see once in a while from Lazarus, and this kind of really works out for them. I mean, they were able to, get this run for themselves, putting themselves really, really high up there. So what does it mean for 3BL Academy? It's going to be a very tough side switch for them. I mean, yes, okay, they are on the GR side of things now, but still, is it going to be enough? The pressure is really up there, and again, they're probably not super experienced when it comes to these high pressure situations. So, what do you think about that, Kyle?
Yeah, I think this one is unfortunately on the way out the door for 3BL Academy. It's been a tough road for them on this third map. I was really confident in their performance coming out of that second map, but Lazarus, they've just brought a whole new level of gameplay to this third map, and it just doesn't seem like 3BL has a way to deal with it, because I just don't see any strong potential coming out from some of the star players we saw earlier in the day from this team. And meanwhile, you've got players like Madison and Neil starting to step up and wake up for Lazarus. It's going to make it a very tough match to win back for 3BL Academy. So hopefully they've got something in store for us to maybe shake things up in the second half, but you can tell Lazarus is very set on making sure this third map is theirs.
Yeah, and they really need it. I mean, okay, let's be real, they don't actually need it, but of course for the confidence and kind of to prevent their name, I would almost say. I mean, of course, it's no shame to lose against these teams, right? 3BL Academy really, really putting up these numbers there and really trying who's been practicing, right? So I don't think it's the end of the world to lose against one of these teams, but you definitely don't want this to happen, right? So again, compare these open teams to the CrossFire West League teams is a little bit weird, because usually the West teams, they should be really, really good. Like, they should be much better than these open teams, but all of a sudden we saw it with SOLTREX and Anubis, right? So not really something I'm used to, but hey, I'm all for it. I mean, I love to see these open teams step it up, and so far I'm really, really surprised by their performance, and I really hope it puts them on the map for, future tournaments.
Yeah, for 3BL Academy, it's been great to see what they've been able to do so far, but unfortunately, it's kind of a similar situation to what we saw in map 3 yesterday for SOLTREX. They've just kind of lost their steam in this series. I'm hoping they could maybe make this one at least a little bit closer. Maybe we'll be right on that money with 10-6, like you were saying. It seems like it could be leaning towards that direction, but right now Lazarus just honestly seems to be doing what they need to do. And honestly, this is what I was expecting from this team all day long, but it's been a little bit slow for them to get to this point, but they've finally hit their stride as a team, and they feel a lot more confident on this map. So we'll see how it plays out when we hop back into it, but there's definitely a lot that I think 3BL Academy could still do to kind of stall things out at the finish line for Lazarus, because for me, the biggest missing component in that first half, I think he only had 2 kills in the entire half. So really a tough performance from him, considering on port, this guy was 17-4 at one point.
Yeah, talking about them, I mean, we did it earlier on, but now he's on the Jaws side and maybe is able to, put some more frags on the board for his team, but it's going to be a tough ask, especially Loons with that start. It's a little bit tough, and I mean, it's just happening. I just can't explain it, but NLS good for free, like a lightning strike almost, I would say. So it's only Dizzy left alone. It's been 30 seconds. I mean, what is there left to say? Lazarus came to play. They want to take this win here. They really deserve it. And, well, I mean, NLS, what a striking triple kill there. I hope we see it in the highlights later on. But, yeah, I'm just very surprised how fast this is going, Kyle.
Yeah, I don't know what changed in Neil's coming into map number 3, but he has just been an unstoppable force for Lazarus in this map so far. And now they're only 2 rounds away from finding the win, and doesn't seem like they're done just yet. Neil's, again, wants to lead these entries. This time, he's going to be the lurk player, though, trying to fake them out over towards this A bomb side, and could be a good lurk position to be in. Lazarus over on B, gonna have some trouble dealing with VGA, who picks up the first 2, but it's Neil's already on the lurk, able to find 1 doctor with the trade, but still not looking the greatest for Lazarus in this round. 2-on-3 situation. VGA is quite low, damp down to about half, but it might be enough to just hang on to this one. Loons 1 versus 3. Going to be working his way back towards the B double doors to maybe catch them off guard. He finds VGA very early. That is a huge kill to get. Now he actually has a pretty good chance to maybe find this round. After all, he knows both players are now on this B bomb site. He just has to find a way to secure the kills. Both of them are so incredibly low. He hits the first shot. He hits the second shot. Loons, what a 1v3 to put the 9th on.
Yeah, I mean, what a frag mastery. I mean, you gotta give it to VGA. You're really putting up a good fight, but Loons with the clutch once again. I mean, look at this. This first kill was just pretty much basic, right? But these last two, they were crazy. Look at this. Lazarus came to play again, and they're ready to go. NLS good for 2. There's Travis trying to save this push, but look at this. It's just a massacre. I mean, then from behind, a good, beautiful, actually a beautiful rotation from him, but it's not going to be enough. Now it's VGA, the frag master of this, you know, pretty much all day, I would say, but it's not going to be enough. Lazarus takes this one. And again, I feel like, you know, 3BL Academy really gotta give it to them. They tried so hard. They really put up a very good fight, but in the end, Lazarus, of course, Lazarus has to be the better team, right?
Yeah, Lazarus 10-2 on the final map, really showing us what they can do when they play at their peak as a team. And honestly, this is what I was expecting to see from them all day long, so it's good to finally see it here in this 3rd map. But still have to give a pretty big shout out to 3BL Academy for pushing it this far. They had 2 really good maps at the start of this series. Unfortunately, here in the final one, just not enough steam left to push themselves to the limit and get it done. But it definitely shows a lot of what we might see from this team in the future. With a little bit more time and a little bit more practice, this team could definitely be a high caliber team, because there's a lot of talent in this lineup that I'd love to see more from in the future.
Yeah, you know what? I feel like it's a pretty similar matchup like Anubis and SOLTREX, right? I mean, again, it was a little bit back and forth, and it's kind of weird because Anubis should have been the better team, but SOLTREX was really there, you know, putting up a very strong fight. And this kind of thing happened today again. I mean, I would never ever expect, you know, 3BL Academy to even get a map, and well, here we are. And in the end, Lazarus takes this one home, same as Anubis did yesterday on the final map, right? Pure dominance. So yeah, it was also, it's kind of funny actually, it was a 10-2 on Black Widow, so that's a weird coincidence, isn't it? So yeah, but it is what it is. Here are those highlights, and yeah, what a performance from Lazarus, really, right? I mean, again, VGA really trying his very best to keep the dream alive. Damp kind of late to the party, but still, you gotta give it to him. The first 2 maps were really kind of, you know, deciding if there's a chance for them or not, but yeah, not performing in the last one is kind of a bummer, Kyle.
Yeah, it's always unfortunate to end on a map like that, especially when the rest of the day looked so good for 3BL Academy, but I still feel like they're going to be proud of their performance, especially when you look at the fact they were able to win a map 10-4 off against a really strong team from the West League. It shows them that they are a team that can be a contender for one of those spots in the future, and I would love to see them be competitive to maybe work themselves into the league in the future. But unfortunately for 3BL Academy, it is going to be the end of the road for their journey into the regional finals. But for Lazarus, that will lock them in to the #1 spot of this group, guaranteeing them a spot in the next stage. And of course, it's not going to get any easier for Lazarus at this point. After seeing some of the hiccups in this one, I definitely worry for their future going into the regional finals, because the top 4 teams in the West League are there and waiting for them, and those teams are no slouch to winning some of the biggest matches we've seen.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, let's be real, there is a reason why Lazarus is here in these, you know, in this tournament. So a little bit of a hard fight for them, a bit unnecessary, I would say, because again, Lazarus, they should be the way better team here. But yeah, at least on this last map here, they were really able to show it. Everyone pretty much performed on the side of Lazarus. Of course, on the other side, VGA really trying his very best to put up these numbers. And even Damp, you know, even though he had a very hard start, he kind of put themselves on, you know, on the upper position on the board here. And of course, HZ being the, you know, match MVP, no big surprises there. Very strong player with his opener frags, with his, of course, with his cold shots as well. I mean, it's not only Loons all of a sudden, right? It's also HTZ here putting up these, you know, very strong numbers for his team. But yeah, hey, in the end, it's just a very unfortunate situation for 3BL because again, I feel like they really are the unappreciated team here. They really put up a strong fight. They haven't really had the chance to find any success here, but hey, maybe in the next tournament, maybe in a different reality here. But yeah, taking a look at Group B here, there are no big surprises to me at least, and yeah, I don't know, Kyle, what do you think about these next matches?
Honestly, I think we saved the best for last here. You've got the second and third place teams from both groups going head-to-head in the final two matches, and both of these matches are going to decide who gets the second spot in each group, so I couldn't really ask for a better way to end it, just knowing that both remaining matches have a lot on the line for whoever is able to win those. But we are going to take a quick break right now, and when we return, we are going to see 36 Demons versus SSV, so stay tuned for it. right, we are back and only 2 matches remain here in this first stage of the qualifiers for the EUMENA regional finals. 4 of these teams after today will be moving on to join the top 4 from the West League. But before we get there, we've got to decide who's going to be the number 2 team in both of these groups. And for Group A, that's going to be where we look to first. 36 Demons currently in second, SSV currently in third. But after this match, that's not going to mean too much because they're going head to head and the winner will be guaranteed to move on to the next stage and join the likes of Lazarus and Anubis, who have already guaranteed themselves a spot. Now, Pendoxin, when we look at these 2 teams, what are your expectations here when we look at these 2 lineups? Because I know there's a bit of a rivalry here.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm just very, very excited for this one because, I've been thinking about this actually quite a lot because, okay, so Demons, right? So we got Pio, Terra, Muffin, Sadan, Rolly, and on the other side, we got Kanga, Dane, Rage, and Arvin Real. So I've known pretty much everyone pretty good actually because, they're pretty common, I would say. So what is there to expect? Let's break it down. I mean, those teams, they know each other, they've practiced against each other quite a while, and I can tell you from my experience, maybe they're not the best friends with each other as well. So I'm very excited. So I can already tell you these map band picks, they're not very surprising to me. I mean, Ankara, Ports, pretty, actually we had them all the time, right? But now they're all gone and I'm not even surprised about that. It's kind of weird to say actually, but yeah, it's probably going to be sub-base. Of course it's going to be sub-base when it comes to Demons, right? So that's something I kind of did expect. Compound is a little bit of a surprise because, it could have been any other map, but the third one, no surprise there actually. Finally, hopefully actually, we get to see Eagle Eye. And I'm just happy to, finally maybe see this map in the pool, Kyle.
Yeah, it could be an interesting one to see go all the way to map number 3, but I actually feel pretty good about where this match might take us because both of these teams, I would say, in my mind, are pretty even and on the same page. So definitely going to be an interesting one as we go into sub-base to kick off this series. It is going to be 36 Demons with the shotgun in the vents. Raleigh going to change things up here and see if he can catch somebody off guard in the first round. Muffin and Seda both going to be arming as well, which is not something we really see too often from Seda. But you know what? This is the time where you have to bring out the change-ups, do something unexpected, because this match is going to decide which one of these teams moves through to the next stage. And I know both of them are kind of hungry to make that happen, especially with so many of these players being former West League competitors. It's definitely a lot on the line, but Muffin is going to be the first player to secure a frag in the match. So good start.
Yeah, good start. And right now it's Kanga versus Rolly. Who's going to be, the better IGL? Who's going to be, making these better decisions here? Look at Muffin, not ready for Dane. Excellent boost here by Ragen. Very thoughtful, I would say. It's a very strong start from them. Obviously, Rolly with the shotgun here. Don't see that all day, but I like to see it. It's a little bit of a change up here. And now it is already Ragen and Dane versus Rolly, Pew, and Sada. So a little bit of a cheeky start for SSV, but still, it's still in the making here. The bomb is all the way back, and I'm not sure if Rolly actually got to see it there. I don't think so. They don't know about it, but Rolly has an excellent flank going on from behind. The question is he going to advance further? But he has to now because Pew is out of the picture now. It's only Sada and Rolly left alone, but look at this positioning from Rolly from behind. I'm not sure if he's hitting any shots. There's Ragen hitting on Zada, and Dane takes out Rolly. So a little bit of a sloppy start from Demons because they should have had this round.
Yeah, that's a tough one, but I would say, Reigns being one of the more experienced players in this lobby, he's going to be a tough one to deal with. He knows how to play very well under the pressure of a situation like this, and he was able to find 2 very crucial kills to close out that opening round, and SSV definitely needed that to start things off on the right foot, and this is where 36 Demons is going to have to show how they can answer back, because SSV already in this second round putting a lot of pressure over towards the B-bomb site. You can see 3 players grouped up in the control room. Real working his way into the L-turn, and they're just going to leave Avon here over towards that A-long passive hold, and he could have a good lurk position as well. Real thinking about sneaking into the vent, but they're all just kind of hanging on for now, waiting to grab this locker's control. So for SSV, I like the play here, just slowly easing their way into the bomb site. Pew gonna get a lot of information for him and Raleigh off of that initial peek, but Dane again finds the opening pick on the backside of Quad, and now SSV hold the numbers.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Now it's Pew trying to prevent this push from happening, but look at Real and Terror both cleaning up these players, and well, it's back and forth so far, like what I'm seeing, but now Avon has to go towards B, help his teammates out as the push is happening here. No one really hitting Pew so far. He can stall this push a bit at least, taking out Raging, but there's Avon, good for 2, potentially the 3rd, but backs off, makes the better decision here to not waste a life for no reason, and now it's Zada in a 1 versus 3. Look at the HP though. I mean, Dane and Avon absolutely one shot here, and a little bit of an utility use here won't do too much damage, but look at this positioning. Oh boy, he had no time to reload that AK, and it's a little bit of a weird situation for him, but yeah, Dane takes him out. You know what? SSV takes the 2nd round.
Yeah, SSV, I like what they're doing with these trade setups. They're doing a really good job of just isolating the players alone on the GR side, but 36 Demons has the right answer. They're going to go ahead and push 4B control room very early on, but it still isn't going to get them the success that they were hoping for. Muffin and Seda finally able to answer back and grab a hold of the numbers. Seda as well. Big second shot there on Rain, and now it is going to be Dane all alone, 1 versus 3. He is 5-0 so far in this match, but a 1v3 is definitely going to be a very tough situation to get his way out of. He does, however, at least have the C4 to work with, so he can kind of go wherever he wants in this situation. And 36 Demons aren't necessarily playing this one together. They're pretty spread out, so maybe there is a chance he can find some 1v1s.
Yeah, I mean, Dane, what an absolute fantastic player, right? I get to, talk with him here and there once in a while, and he's such a super kind guy. He's also an absolutely banger of a CrossFire player. So a 1 versus 3 clutch, a very unlikely, position for him to win this, but never say never, I would say. It's a tough ask for him. And I mean, 5-0, it's a good start. Make it 6 now, and this is a very winnable situation. All of a sudden, he has the bomb, he has the time, he has everything he needs, but one thing is actually missing, and this is a little bit of a map control here, because those enemies could be anywhere, but he probably is aware that they're probably just grouping up on one of these sides, because that's probably the smartest thing they can do. Just sneaks up through woods here, not being spotted by anyone. Yeah, and this is most likely going to be an A plan from him later on. And I don't know about you, Kyle, but I think this is a very winnable situation for him. The question is, what is Muffin and Pew? What are those two about to do against this plant here?
Yeah, Dane, he's got the chance to pick what position he wants to play, but he has to be careful to not allow a trade to happen. And this is where Pew and Muffin are going to make it very difficult. Coming together down the ramp. He spotted 1. Can he get the 1v3 though? It's down to the 1v1. Oh! He gets it done. The reaction time impeccable from Dane. 8-0 so far, and definitely the key reason is undefeated.
Wow, I mean, there it is, Dane. There's your highlight. There's your moment. This is 100%, timeout from Rolly here. A much needed one as well. I mean, after losing a round like this, you need a break. You need to think things through. So, yeah, what an amazing performance by him. I really gotta give it to him. Dane, a little bit of an unappreciated player. He has been quite successful already. I think he was the sniper for LCK for a little bit. So I'm glad he's here now. I'm glad they finally get to play some, and yeah, this is a very good start from SSV here.
Yeah, honestly, Dane, he was one of those players I was actually surprised to see exit the West League, so I'm happy to see him here again, just kind of popping off and putting in the work for his team, because You know, let's be real. The only player they could think of on LCK that was better to bring in was Spoxy, which still speaks very highly for what Dane can do. I got a chance to see him play in person as well. And honestly, he's a really strong player. So I'm excited to see what this roster can do with him fully unlocked. And so far, it's proving itself to be a tough team to deal with. I mean, a 3-0 start, not easy to pull off, especially when you end it with a 1v3 clutch there. But definitely understand Raleigh calling the pause after that one, because after a play like that, you want to do everything you can to stall that momentum, because it can be a moment that can make it or break it for certain teams. If you let that impact your team a little bit too much, it can cause some trouble and only spiral things further out of control. So this is just a good moment for them to get calm, collected, and mentally reset and get back into this one, because even though there's 3 on the board for SSV, if they can bounce back soon, it's definitely far from over for them just yet.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Demons, a little bit of a shaky start. Attack pause definitely needed here. Good call from Rolly, a much needed one. So what does it mean? I mean, they're probably just, pep talking like what's going on? How do we lose these fights? How is this happening? I mean, the retake was actually quite fine, I would say, but look at this. I mean, Dane, they had this chance here. I mean, it was a 1 versus 2 situation, but somehow they weren't really able to, recover from that. But here we are, 0-3 in the favor of SSV, of course. And while Demons, hopefully they are able to respond, and maybe a little bit of an insight about Demons, right? So I've been also, a little bit connected with them, of course, and, I had some talks here and there, and everyone is just very nice. Everyone is really happy to be in this position, happy to compete. But the question is, are they really able to, take it out? I mean, like, do they have it, what it takes in the end? Because, again, SSV, a very common enemy, a very, common situation for them, but let's take it further, right? So what if they have to compete against a team like, I don't know, like 3PL or like LCK or whatever, right? So yeah, those are completely different tiers when it comes to enemies, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a very, very tough opponent, no matter how they look at it, for whichever team does make it through here. But right now, SSV, they're definitely looking like the team that could be able to do it. But 36 Demons, at the very least, starts off with the kill from Seda Makenga on the drop down, catches Muffin completely off guard, almost gets the kill there on Raleigh as well. But thankfully, 36 Demons able to hold on for this one. Raleigh finds a second onto Rain from above, and now it is on to Avin here to see what he can do, but he's going to find one, almost a chance at the double kill, but everyone remaining just scrapes by with no HP. But guess who's left in the mix? It's Dane, another 1v3 right in front of him. We'll see if he can do it back to back. This would be a devastating way to come out of the pause, just to lose another 1v3 to this guy. But if anyone could do it, Dane has already proven himself very strong in this matchup. He's going to be creeping his way up towards the bomb, but he misses the shot on to Terror and Raleigh there. Unfortunately, not enough to get it done for SSV, but a really good round from 36 Demons, specifically from Raleigh. Getting away from Avin there, so key to them staying alive in this round.
Yeah, good movement here from Rolly, finally stepping it up as well. I mean, the first round on the board for them must feel really good, because, it hadn't been really that successful for them yet. But yeah, here we are, 3-1 still in favor of SSV. But, the responses are there. And again, Dane with these insane shots, right? I will say his name quite often, so prepare for that already, right? So yeah, there we go. And I'm a little bit confused what happened last round to SSV, right? Because they were pushing 1 by 1. I mean, Kanga, very strong kill on Muffin there, dropping out of vents, but then it all was kind of falling apart for no reason. I mean, they could have, just stalled the push a little bit, group up together once again, and then go for the push. But I guess they were feeling overconfident, and this is, kind of the mistake they're doing right now. Look at Muffin picking up these players here, and Terror helping him out as well, only leaving Raging alive. And well, a 1 versus 5, Raging, I like him, but no, I don't think so. It's going to take so much from him, and the pinch is already coming through. Zada takes him out. Yet another round for Demons.
Yeah, a really solid couple of rounds coming out from the pause, showing that just a quick moment of reflection can definitely pay off, and this is now a much closer game on our hands. SSV, though, yet to win a round since the pause. definitely going to be looking to try and keep their lead here as we continue forward. But the big difference is now they are having some success getting Dane out of the picture early on in these rounds. And for 36 Demons, that's going to be a key they've got to make sure they can hold on to moving forward. But Pew, he's going to have to back off here. A lot of players working their way into the B bomb site already, but Dane this time is going to find Muffin early on. Real as well takes down Raleigh in the rafters, and actually Pew as well on the back of site. So SSV just wiping the floor with 36 Demons over on the B bomb side, and now Seda, he's going to be left all alone. He's been the clutch master in the past, but a 1v5, I'm not sure if it's in the cards, but Real getting a little bit too risky there for a moment. Doesn't matter, Dane gets it done.
Yeah, right. I mean, beautiful one-tap by Zada there, but come on, Real, don't pull out the knife yet. We're just way too close, way too early into the game. So kind of, cheeky play from him. I mean, it's kind of funny as well. Yeah, but don't do it. It's could have been a little bit too risky. But yeah, here we are, another run for SSV. A very strong push from them. You got to give them that. A very different one from what we've seen earlier. And, there's the start. I mean, 4-2 is a very strong start, but I feel like, the BL side is much easier on sub-base because there's so many entries you could have, you can go from, and it's really hard to hold them all. And yeah, I feel like if SSV gets, a 6-3 half, it's a very strong one from them, but anything less than that is going to be a very tough ask. But with this already Real picks up Zada there, and they're pretty aware of Kanga in the vent. Rolly from behind, is he going to be aware? The timing is off. Rolly takes him out. Good shot for him, and the retake will come through soon enough. I mean, they're just grouping up once again, but are they able to take it back is the question I have. And the utility use is not really working out for them. The time is ticking, 20 seconds on the board. It's Rolly coming from Woods, taking a little bit too long. Muffin already taken out, and this is just falling apart. I mean, Rolly good for one there, but yeah, just not like that. It didn't really work out.
Yeah, still a very tough path ahead for 36 Demons. They may have had a couple of good rounds, but unfortunately for them, SSV is right back in the lead, 5-2. And it's still looking like a pretty good half for them. Dane, I believe, is up to 13 kills already in this matchup, maybe even 14 at this point. And he's been a key to the success of this team. The difference between what he's been able to do compared to Muffin has been pretty severe. Honestly, Dane finding a couple each round has been what usually opens things up for SSV, whereas for 36 Demons, the true entry fraggers have really been Seda and Raleigh in this match so far, and we'll see if they can continue to find things for 36 Demons. But Muffin, unfortunately, not able to connect on that shot. Had a chance to kill Kanga on the cross, but now it is going to be SSV putting that pressure nicely up towards this lobby position. But 36 Demons, that is a really good collapse to take down Rain and Avon here, but Real still able to steal away the top of the A bomb side. Kanga as well, the 2v5 down to a 2-on-2. This is things getting very scary for 36 Demons. It's a 1v1 situation now. Kanga, he's only got about 20 HP to work with. Muffin sitting around 70, but with the bomb in hand, Kanga at least can get the plant off, and there's no nade for Muffin to work with. All he's got is a counter flash to his name to try and stall things out. But Kanga, I think he has the information now. I'm pretty sure he has seen the shoulder peek come through from Muffin, and this should give him what he needs to go for the swing, and they're gonna get it done. SSVA 2 versus 5 situation, and they still win it.
Oh yeah, definitely a very strong performance from them, but you gotta give him that. Muffin and Terror are holding it pretty well, but it just didn't work out here. And Kanga getting this double kill there also wasn't really the greatest, but you know what? I feel like Real was taking a big risk there, fighting the upper sector, because, he could have just backed up, grouped together with Kanga, but he decided to go for the fight, picks up one, but is instantly dead after. It's just a little bit of a timing luck, I would say, for SSV. It was Kanga spotting Muffin in Woods, just, he had to, the right timing to spot him, backs off, and just goes back and, kills him afterwards. So yeah, a little bit of a luck situation there, but still worked out for them. This is just how CrossFire is once in a while. And 6-2, definitely a very strong start from SSV. Again, Demons having a little bit of a slow start there. The smoke isn't all that great either, and yeah, there goes the push. Is Raging aware of Terror here, always in the same position? He gets up 2. Can he find a third? No, there's Kanga, trades him out, and Now it's only Sada left alone on A. Is he able to hold the bomb down there? It's the question. He's fighting with Dane. He's jumping down. Can he find him? He's stalling the push a little bit. There comes Rolly from behind. The timing is off, but no one really finds anyone here. Sada falls. It's just taking way too long. Rolly left alone here. Muffin, the last man standing, and I'm not sure what's happening here. I mean, Demons, they have the right clue, but they just take too long to, rotate, and now we are in this kind of situation. Kanga a little bit over aggressive here, takes a big risk, at least gets the info. And well, Kyle, what do you think? I feel like, Muffin has a really tough ask once again.
Yeah, not an easy one, especially against Kanga and Real, who've both been playing very well in this first half, and they've got a pretty good setup for the post plant as well. They're not really giving Muffin any opportunities. They know he's going to have that Om in hand, so they're just going for the jiggle peek, and there you have it. That is a 7-2 half. Honestly, I expected this one to be maybe a little bit closer, but in the clutch, SSV, every single time, they don't need the numbers to win it. They find their way through, and that's the big difference between these two teams right now. The individual firepower, when they need it, seems to be there for SSV, but also I feel like 36 Demons, especially on this defensive half, played it a little bit sloppy and kind of allowed themselves to get picked apart a bit too often here.
Yeah, I mean, you hit the nail on the spot, right? I'm not sure what Demons is going to do about that because, they just don't find the real answer. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe they're just not as good as you kind of expect on the GR side here, on the GR side here, but maybe they're much better on the BL side. We are waiting to find out, but yeah, I mean, everyone from SSV is really stepping it up. I feel like, Rhea is taking some, unnecessary fights here and there, but hey, it works out still. So why not take the risk here if it still works? So yeah, in general, I'm really happy how this is going because again, SSV, they practice a lot. They try their very best to put it up to the best performance they can. But when it comes to Demons, I know also they practice so much. They try their very best. They're always hyping themselves up, but right now, this is a little bit of a rough start for them. And again, this is a best of 3. So the question is, okay, is it just hub base they're not happy with, or is it something else? But well, we are probably about to find out. And you know what? I'm just ready for compound really because this scoreline, it's not looking good.
Yeah, 36 Demons, they need something to go their way in this second half. Otherwise, it could quickly be a 10-2 for SSV. They only need 3 rounds in this half to secure the first map, and it does seem like they might be able to make that happen. Haven going to get the first spot here. Sees 2 players crossing towards the B-bomb side, but Muffin doing a good job from that position to find the first kill over towards B, but still not a clear path just yet. If they go back to A, they have to deal with Rain, who's already pushed up on the A doors. He could be a difficult player to take out if they're not ready to clear out this position. And this is where they've got to be a little bit cautious. Rain only going to be good for 1 Raleigh, at least able to grab that trade, but there's nobody left to defend the A bomb site. Kanga slides in a little bit late to the party here. Going to be spotted out. Gets the first shot, gets the second shot. Kanga again holding on with pure aim all by himself. And now even able to slide in, get the 3rd kill. And again, even with the numbers advantage, it doesn't matter. 36 Demons allow it to slip away from themselves, and Muffin is left alone once again.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm a little bit speechless actually. So Rolly actually made a very good move, just running behind that rocket. But when it came to these fights, Rolly was kind of hiding behind it, waiting for something to happen. And then, Kanga was able to get these 1v1, taps. And yeah, this is just, again, a little bit of a, unnecessary lose because I feel like they can really, win if they play together. But if they, guarantee these, SSV players these 1v1s all the time, it's just not working out. And Muffin, I know, like, it's just unnecessary, I feel like, because, again, they're not going to, win like this. And here you see it, Rolly peaking super late, not really, giving... they shouldn't really give Kanga these opportunities for these 1v1s. But yeah, here we are, 8-2. And also, let's consider... This is, Demon's pick. They wanted subbase, they wanted to play this map, and the next map is going to be Compound, and this is SSV's pick.
Yeah, not a good sign to be down this bad on your own map pick, but there is still a little bit of time left to try and change things up before it's too late. But for the 36 Demons, they are running out of time to find an answer, and SSV, even when they don't have an answer in the early round, the retakes and rotations from them are just so much cleaner. I think they've had, out of the 8 rounds they've won, maybe 5 of them where they didn't even have the numbers advantage, but they still win them anyways. This time, though, SSV does grab the early advantage in a 2-for-1 trade over towards B. Rain gonna spot a couple on the drop down, gonna sneak through the smoke here, and just like that, the round is already over. Kanga holds on for 2 along with Dane, and that will be a 9-2 game. Already a map point on the table. This is very quickly getting taken away from 36 Demons.
Yeah, I mean, what can Demons do to kind of save this map? They really need a miracle here, it feels like. So Muffin picking up Kanga is a great start. Maybe some aggression would be good, right? Let's just rush down A, let's see what happens. And so far, Muffin is taking the upper hand, but he's all alone there, so no one really plans to push with him. Look, Dane, super aware, misses the shot, but there goes Ragin from behind, trying to save the day. And look at this is just falling apart for them. Terra finally picking up Ragin here, but yeah, it's a 1 versus 3 now, finally looking much better from Demons. It's a little too late. No, I feel like, yeah, this aggression is really what they need. It's surprising SSV, and, well, so far, Dane, in a 1 versus 3 situation, decides to pick up the M4, which we didn't see earlier on, right? So a little bit of a change from his side. Reloads the M4, good choice. And let's see what he can do. I mean, is he just stalling time? What is he trying to do? Okay, just checking vent. Yeah, okay, this is what I kind of expected, right? So he probably just, takes a chill peel. He doesn't really need to push this. He can just, chill, gives him a little bit of time to think things through. But, if he actually wants to win this round, 15 seconds on the board, maybe he has to go actually. I mean, yeah, okay, this is just a little bit of a troll move from him. Finally, Rody takes him out. Yeah, pretty happy about this one. I can totally understand. And yeah, it's 9-3, Kyle. It's probably one more round, right?
Yeah, I like the call there, not to just run in and die immediately. Instead, they use the time to talk about what they want to do to try and close out this map. And then they still have attack pause if later on they still needed it for some reason. So it's definitely the right call here, but they've got to start looking out for Muffin, finding these early kills on the BL side for his team. Dane goes down very early in this one, and now it's a 4-on-5, but as we've seen, the numbers don't really seem to matter too much for SSV. They've got the individual firepower to multi-frag across this map, so it's really going to be up to 36 Demons to find their way to close out each and every round left in front of them. But here comes the spray down, and it's going to be Terra able to find Rain. Real has to back out here, able to only find one. Avon on the rotation, though, takes down Raleigh, and now Kanga and Avon have to hold on. But the HP is not looking so good for the remaining players of 36 Demons. Avon able to find a second. Kanga sneaks through, and this is not a good look for 36 Demons. Avon good for the quad kill on the round. A fantastic way to close out this first map. What I thought might be a close one turns out to be a 10-3 for SSV, just playing lights out in map number 1. And honestly, 36 Demons have to be a little bit nervous about what's to come now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are like high pressure situation, but still, I feel like Demons should be a little bit more aware of those. I mean, they had been, they were a better team before, and right now it looks like they're kind of getting beaten by, SSV, but it's just the first map, let's not, consider things too soon. I mean, again, this was their map pick, but Compound is in the making, and right now I'm pretty happy for SSV, after they kind of lost, 2-0 to Anubis without even taking the fight. So this is a little bit of a revenge call from them. A much needed one, actually. They need to win this one, same as Demons. So this is, again, a very interesting match so far.
Yeah, honestly, the most impressive thing so far for me has been watching both Kanga and Dane in that first map having incredible performances across the board, but those two specifically just really stood out in what they could do. So many of those situations where they just didn't have the numbers, both of those guys were able to create even more impact, because if you look at every round where 36 Demons actually had a decent number advantage on players that SSV took away, if those go to 36 Demons, this is actually a pretty close close map, but because of all of these clutches that SSV was able to find, it just made the score look that much more devastating. But in the early round pick game, 36 Demons was actually doing a little bit better most of the time. It's just when push came to shove on these retakes, this is where SSV looked like the way better team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, SSV was starting 3-0, then the tech pause came in from Rolly, and after that, Demons was actually able to get some rounds from themselves. So definitely, again, the right choice to pick timeout there. But after that, after a while, it seemed like SSV was getting the upper hand once again, right? So yeah, I'm not sure what the issue there was. Maybe some communication issues. I don't think so, actually, because I feel like, you know, those teams, or especially Demons, right, they're pretty much, you know, that everyone likes each other. You know, mistakes happen here and there, but maybe the pressure was just too high for them. So yeah, in the end, you know, SSV takes this one in fashion very beautifully. You know, 10-3 on subbase on, you know, Demon's pick is a very strong, you know, statement. You know, going towards Compound, I'm not sure what to expect, actually, because, you know, I've got to see SSV play on that map as well. You know, it's pretty good, but I don't know about Demons. Maybe they're just way better there. We are about to find out. And so far, I would say, you know, Demons is a little bit disappointing for me, at least. You know, Rolly, you know, he told me he really wants to win. He really wants to put up a fight. But so far, it doesn't really look good for them.
Yeah, for 36 Demons, we're going to have to see a big difference going into this second map if they want to bring it back, because honestly, it just felt like across the board, they were getting outclassed as a team, and that's not what you want to see when you're in this key of a match. I mean, this is ultimately going to decide which one of these teams moves on to the next stage. The loser here isn't going to have any other chances. This is their final moment going into this next map for 36 Demons to save their tournament life. So there is really a lot on the line for this compound map, because if they go down 2-0, that's going to be it. It'll be SSV moving on to the next stage to join Anubis and Lazarus along with the top 4 of the West League. But looking at the stats here, it's no surprise that SSV was able to pull this off, because across the board, everyone having a pretty decent game. And for me, when I see Rain on the bottom of a scoreboard, I know his team's having a good time, because he's, in my mind, one of the stronger players potentially on this team. So it's always good to see.
Oh yeah, Raging always being the bottom fragger, right? I mean, no, I'm just joking, but yeah, definitely a strong statement from SSV. Yeah, of course, no big surprises here. I mean, Rolly, he was really trying his very best. In the end, it didn't work out, and of course, once again, Dane is Dane, right? So 2.3 KD as a sniper, obviously no big surprises here, but still, for a player that maybe hasn't super much experience, is still a very good statement for them. And yeah, it's just the first map, and you know, Compound is it Compound? Yeah, Compound is in the making, but guys, don't go anywhere. We will prepare the match and be right back.
Well, after the first map here, it is going to be a tough one on the way for 36 Demons. This is going to be potentially their last chance to keep themselves alive in the regional qualifiers. As we can see after that first map, a 10-3 for SSV, just a night and day difference between these two teams, and compound SSV's pick in this series as well. It's not looking like a good potential for 36 Demons, but you know what, Pandox, and we have seen a lot of back and forth throughout this group stage so far, so honestly, I still wouldn't be surprised to see a map 3 somehow appear in this series.
Well, yeah, definitely not. I mean, it's been quite a road so far, and yeah, again, no big surprises here. I feel like, you know, Eagle Eye, to see Eagle Eye would be kind of crazy, you know, because we haven't seen it a single time yet, and I'm super excited to see it once in a while because I love this map. The changes are great, and yeah, but here we are. It's going to be Compound first. Look at Pew, super aggressive. I mean, this is some change of gameplay, yes, but super risky as well. And look at this. Sada still there holding off with the sniper, but can he be the big change here? Nope, it's going to be Arvin taking him out. And once again, SSV starting off with, you know, the advantage. I mean, look at Raging. He literally has 1 HP, so picking up the sniper probably is the best choice he could have made here. And yeah, what a start from SSV so far, Kyle.
Yeah, really good trades here, and I do like this angle from Rain as well. He might be able to find a third kill before going down, just holding on to that window. But Dane is actually the one to find the third kill in this round. It's going to be Muffin losing that fight. Now it's SSV with the full advantage on this one. Raleigh as well. Not sure what he thinks he's going to do here with the shotgun in hand. I think he's trying to sneak out into mid and maybe steal a gun, but Dane going to spot him very early. Raleigh just getting out of town, and now it is on to Terror. Might have some trouble. Raleigh just gets caught rotating back onto the A-bomb site, but now Terror, a 1 versus 4, turns it into a 1 versus 3, but this A-bomb site is just completely taken over by SSV. You can see Dane just kind of waiting on the post plan for someone to peek. Terror, I don't know what he's looking for here, hoping someone might be in the tower, but unfortunately, he's going to have to deal with them all at the same time, and with only 20 seconds on the clock, there's nothing he can do at this point. Dane gets the snipe, and that will be that. SSV start off with a 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, you know, checking the tower there is actually, I think, a smart choice because especially with, I think Dane was still alive, right? So I think it was a very smart move by him, just clearing it out. He took a little bit too long there, it almost felt like. I mean, yeah, 1 versus 4, okay, he picks up Ragin, taps him, but yeah, just, you know, he didn't even really had some utility left to do anything with it, so a little bit of a bummer for them. But look at Demons here, ready to go, finally stepping it up. Zara good for 2, Pew picks up Dane as well, so it's only Real and Kangan. This is a big surprise for SSV. They didn't expect anything like this to happen, but look at Real, you know, still taking the fight here, necking who was it? I think it was Pure, right? So yeah, definitely a little bit of a bummer for him, but Kanga takes out Rolly and this goes back and forth, but in the end it is going to be Demons taking this round most likely. A 1 versus 4 situation. Look at the HP, almost takes out Terror. Whew, that was a little bit shaky for SSV.
Yeah, tough round. A lot of it comes down to just Rain getting caught off guard early on. If he's ready for that fight, there's probably a good chance his teammates can swing in and hold on to get those trades. But this time around, it's going to be a different story. Muffin goes down to Rain right away at the start. And now they've already got the man advantage. You can see a little bit of action as well over towards the B tunnels. Is going to be on the back of pillars, both Seda and Pew, waiting to see if they can maybe draw out a pick. Unfortunately, though, it's not going to work out too well for them. The utility as well going to do some decent damage onto Pew, but look at this from Rain. He may have lost them the last round, but he is ready to swing back full force in this one. 3 kills already and a clearing over towards this B bomb site. Terror is able to sneak in for now, but this is already a 2-on-5.
Well, yeah, I mean, beautiful kills by Raging here. I mean, really stepping it up once again. Yeah, Rolly has to take a little bit of a risk here to make things even again, but whoa, little bit of a close, unnecessary fight. I mean, maybe check the corners first before you swap your weapons, please. So, yeah, he gets away with his life. And again, not checking the corners here will be his death. And you know what? I feel like, yeah, Rolly's a little bit too rushy here. I mean, Rolly's super smart. He should check these corners. He should make sure no one is even there. And yeah, once again, raging with this double kill here is a much needed one. And I can tell you, it was a little bit of a rough road for him, I would say, because again, it's hard to explain actually. So, when they lost to Anubis without even taking a fight, he was really disappointed, right? Because, it's a tough pill to swallow. You can't really compete, and so he really wants to win this one today, he told me, and of course everyone really wants to, but I feel like when it comes to Raging, he hadn't had so much luck lately, and yeah, this one means a lot to him. And look at this, it's a little bit of a weird dance around these pillars, and well, Muffin still alive, still dancing with 4 HP.
Yeah, still gonna be a tough round, I think, for 36 Demons to win. Muffin, only 4, makes it pretty much an even situation here. Even trying to find that kill onto him, but unfortunately, it's not going to be given too easily. The bomb also going to be down in spawn, as Terra is able to find one, but Avon gets the trade out onto Muffin, so still 2v3, slightly in favor of 36 Demons, but as we've seen, SSV in the numbers down situations throughout this matchup so far has been pretty successful, but Dane has to be careful, almost gets caught by Raleigh, able to fall off back into that tower position, but he's kind of locked in there for the moment until his teammate can help clean things up. You can see Avon here starting to rotate over towards A long to help him get out of that position, but he still has a lot of damage to be done.
Yeah, look at Avon cleaning these corners. Yeah, that's exactly what he needs to do, right? So timer is ticking 40 seconds, and not sure what the plan here is. I guess Dane is going to stay in the tower. Only checking along is a big opportunity to make things right, but oh boy, now it is a 2 versus 2 situation, a very winnable one actually for SSV. And I mean, Taro and Pew, very strong aimers, very experienced players. I mean, what can they do here? It's a question of timing, actually. I wonder if anyone is able to spot them here. Look at this. The timing is great for them, actually. Terra checking the window position. Is it going to be enough? Oh, it's a little bit too shaky. Dane left alone now in a 1 versus 2 situation. The bomb has been defusing. Oh, Dane actually saving the day for SSV once again. This guy is outrageous.
Yeah, that's a round of your 36 Demons that you just can't afford to lose, and Dane is consistently one of the players taking those rounds away from 36 Demons, and at this point I would not be surprised if those rounds continue to happen for them. Muffin able to at least get the opening kill for now, but the problem is on this pillar position, 36 Demons always has a player in this front pillar that usually gets taken down pretty easily. So now they've got to play the numbers game here for 36 Demons. They're able to get one from Seda as well to keep things in a slight advantage. But look at Real. He's just in their spawn a little bit too far forward. He's going to get punished by Terror on the off angle. And now Kanga and Dane have to try and get it done. But for 36 Demons, this is the round you've got to hold on to, because there's been so many times where we've seen Kanga and Dane just dismantle a numbers down situation. And you really can't afford to lose 4-1 this early on, because right now, 36 Demons is in desperate need of this round.
Yeah, a little bit of an unused opportunity from Real. It feels like a little bit... Actually, it was way too aggressive. I mean, if only he would have been a little bit more patient, maybe he could have, had a big opportunity. Look at this, Rolly! Oh no, please hit a shot, Rolly, please! This is unforgivable. I mean... Oh, it might not even matter in the end, but still, Rolly, please, what are you doing? I mean, maybe again! Oh no! No! Oh no, this feels even worse now. Oh, Dane! I mean, what an incredible player this Dane. You gotta give it to him. He's performing. I am speechless. But Rolly, what did you do? Again, it's so unfortunate.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I think after this, 36 Demons might know It's not going to end well for them. Avon able to get a nice trade set up with Rain here at the start of the round. 2 for 2 though. Nothing major lost just yet. Muffin able to find a second. As we do see Dane picking up a nice kill. Real as well though. Takes it to a 2v1. Muffin now left alone here. The C4 may not matter in this situation. It's a 1v1 now for Real as Muffin finds his 3rd kill of the round. But as we've seen, almost every clutch situation in this series has gone the way of SSV, and Muffin, he needs to find a way to break that curse, because right now it has been a bit of a devastating blow here to deal with for 36 Demons. But Muffin, he's trying to find that opportunity, but he is very scared to take this fight, and Real knows it. He's going to use that advantage to get his way onto the A bomb site uncontested. Gets a free plant here as well. Can pretty much play this however he wants to. Generally in the 1v1, you usually see the player either playing in this vent position or over towards A long, but I do like the call here. A chance to catch this rotator on the push through the GR, but the timing a little bit off here. Real gonna potentially get caught on the repeat, but Muffin, he misses the shot, and this could be exactly what Real needed here to get it done. And again, SSV, every time they need to pull off a clutch, it seems to be right in their hands.
I have one question. Why is there no timeout from Demons? I mean, if there was ever a time to take a timeout, this is it. I mean, you were losing rounds over and over, and not even close, actually. I mean, you were much more in the lead, actually, much more with the advantage, but still, no timeout so far from Rolly. Probably a little bit of a desperation play, I would say. I mean, it's a bit weird, right? I mean, taking fights like this, it's a thing Sada does once in a while. Yes, sure, but again, I feel like this timeout is still needed, but maybe Raging is able to get something done here. No, not this time around. Finally, a round from Demons, and what a play from Sada. Yeah, we get to see it here. 1 and a triple. Yep, there you go. Beautiful done. I mean, this one goes into the highlights for sure, but yeah, again, it's a little bit of a sloppy play, but here we are, Kyle.
Raleigh getting a little bit risky in this one. Only able to find 1 out of that early fight. Nobody really on the 36 Demons side able to support that. But now it is going to be up to 36 Demons to show us what they can do. This is generally a GR-sided map as well, so already a 5-2 lead does not speak too well for the odds of 36 Demons in this one. Kanga, I think he seems to know what's going on here. He's waiting to see if Terror might come through for the repeak, but all he really has to do is hold this angle. Eventually, he's going to get that opportunity, but Terror able to peek out, get the repeak onto Kanga for the nice early advantage. But when you've got Dane alive, really anything can happen at this point. So you've got to be careful if you're 36 Demons and figure out how you want to deal with Dane holding on to that mid tower, because the second he feels like there's a slight advantage, he's going to hold on to it. SSV sneak their way into the A bomb site. Seda goes down without much resistance, so Terror alone on this A-long position has to come up huge, but it's going to be a double kill to hold on. He grabs the bomb planter as well, but Dane, surely not another 1v3. He's already got 3 of them under his belt today, and a 4th would just be insane at this point. The timing, though, not quite going to be there this time around. Pew and Terror swing together to keep this one from a disaster, and hopefully a little bit closer now as they pick the 3rd round.
Yeah, well done by Terror here, keeping the dream alive. And, you know, when it comes to Sada, I really liked his, 3K earlier on, but with the sniper, he's maybe just missing some crucial shots, right? I mean, you're not really allowed to, miss those. And I mean, look at this. Muffin is on a sniper, Sada's on a sniper. Rolly's still on the shotgun. I mean, okay, fair enough, but what? What are you doing with the shotgun? But yeah, maybe, it starts working out for them. I mean, they're finally getting some rounds on the board. Not sure what it is with SSV. Maybe they're just cooling off again, but look at this push. No way. No way. There's just... I mean, Demons, they're just getting pushed, and Rolly with the shotgun in a good position, I would almost say, but he's being spotted by Real. I mean, what is he going to do with that shotgun? He's not just gonna, shoot at them. He's not gonna do enough damage, and Sada now left alone. One of us is 5 situation. I mean, it's a little bit desperately, I would say. I mean, sure, maybe get 1, 2, maybe a 3rd kill, but 5, let's be real, probably not gonna happen. So SSV will for sure take this over, this one more round here, so they win the half 6-3.
Yeah, it still feels like even with those extra little bit of rounds that SSV are very likely to take this one home just because as a team they're playing very strong individually, and it feels like if they can keep pulling out these rounds every so often where even if it starts badly it finishes strong, I still think 36 Demons doesn't really have a strong chance in this fight, especially considering I look at this as a pretty GR-sided map, and SSV put up 6 rounds on the Blacklist side. So for 36 Demons, they've definitely got their work cut out for them, especially right now over towards this B side of the map. It's a 3-on-2 if they were to push into it, but you are going to see them back off just a little bit. So at this point, it looks like a mid-execution is going to be in store from 36 Demons. You can see the smoke screen getting set up towards that A side of the map, but of course, the player you're watching on your screen right now is the one you've got to look out for, Dane. This guy is seemingly everywhere and nowhere all at once, and we're just going to run right past him, and it's not going to matter. The mow down is going to happen. Rain, Real, and Avon just get them caught in a corner. Terror left alone, wondering what went wrong here, but SSV will gladly take the first round of the half.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful, right? So SSV really stepping it up one more time. I mean, they don't even have to, but still, they put the pressure on Demons, and yeah, I'm not sure what Demons can really do to respond here. I mean, look at the scoreline; it's already getting super scary, and I'm not sure what the issue is. I mean, maybe Rolly makes the wrong calls here. Maybe it's just not, no one is really hitting the shots they need to hit. But hey, let's be real. Maybe it's just SSV really stepping it up big time. And look at this fight. Rolly, not again, not again. Oh no, it feels so bad. I feel bad for him, really. I mean, he's really trying, but not really checking Rain in the corner there. And well, what can you tell? It's going to be a rough roll for Demons.
Yeah, you hate to see it, but if you're SSV, this is a good sign because it's not just about getting through 36 Demons today for this team. It's about showing that they have that potential to maybe even put in that work in the regional finals and find themselves a spot all the way in the top 2 to secure that CFS spot that everybody is looking for in that second stage of the qualifier. And honestly, SSV is looking like one of the strongest open contenders we've seen to have a fighting chance for one of those spots. But this time, Dane, they find him early on, but Kanga hasn't been spotted yet. They don't check the corner right away. He's only going to be good for 1, so not quite the impact that he was hoping for, but Avon has been set on the flank. Nobody looking at him. Rain going to try and play this roll from above, but it's a little muffin. That corner out, and 36 Demons, in theory, round hands this time. Cards for SSV, and 36 Demons are able to respond.
Yeah, I mean, finally a little bit of a response here. I mean, still some mistakes here and there that kind of bite them, but if you get around, it's all you really want. And yeah, the scoreline looks a little bit better, I would say. It's still not optimal, of course it's not, right? But it's a little bit more competitive all of a sudden. Maybe, again, SSV cooled down a little bit. Maybe they're like, playing more reserved all of a sudden. And yeah, maybe Demons is hitting some more shots. Again, the mistakes are, a little bit crucial here, especially from Rolly here and there. You gotta give it, yeah, it's just what it is, right? I mean, I keep repeating myself here, but Rolly makes the same mistakes. It's a little bit sloppy, but at least Zada's there to at least, get the trade on Rage in there, and it's something to start with, but if it keeps on going like that, it will get very scary really fast.
Yeah, right now for SSV, they've got to be a little bit careful in this round. Rain and Real already gone, but they still have Avon, Kanga, and Dane to hold on across the map. There's nobody holding on to mid other than Dane just keeping an eye on it from the back of the A bomb side, but it does leave him a little bit exposed if there is a split push towards A, since Kanga here has just kind of left him to his own devices. So it's going to be a tough one for Dane to hold on to. He's going to have to commit to one side or the other here on this fight. Likely going to have a challenge on A long. Already able to find one. A huge kill. The counter flash as well is able to stall for the rotation of Kanga back onto the A bomb site. Muffin, he has no forward presence yet either, but look at the shot here onto Dane. That is a huge one to keep the control in the hands of 36 Demons.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Slowly but surely, some progress from Demons. You like to see it. You like to keep it competitive. But it's Kanga and Aben left alone here, and Pew is the first one to go down. And the positioning from Muffin, I think Kanga is aware of it, but how aware is he really? I mean, yeah, maybe not like this. And Aben, what can he do? He still has Muffin in his back. He still needs to clear out Zata. And yeah, I mean, what did he expect, right? So Muffin clears him out both, and well, 2 more rounds to go, much more competitive, and yeah, once again we see, you know, this little bit of a play from Rage, and here taking out Rolly is a big step, but yeah, again, in the beginning it was very, very scary for Demons, but now they finally step it up.
Looks like we are going to see a pause coming out, but it's still a pretty close game on our hands now, 7-5. SSV definitely trying to approach the finish line, but now you've got players like Seda stepping up to the plate. 15 kills for him now on this map, making it a little bit more of a challenge. Muffin as well, starting to do some pretty big work himself, and this is where things could start to feel like a winning situation once again for 36 Demons. After a tough first map and a tough start to this one, it looked like it might be impossible, but SSV, they are starting to slip a little bit on this side of the map, so there's definitely some good opportunity, I think, for 36 Demons to get their way back into this game, but it might be a little bit too little too late. I mean, 7 rounds only means they need 3 on the GR to get this one done, and you'd have to think maybe at some point they'll close it out for SSV.
Yeah, well, it's definitely possible. I mean, we are closer than ever, and again, it's a little bit late, but still, maybe it's still here, maybe it's still possible, and it seems like it's a tactical, probably from Demons as well. This is what I would expect, right? Or maybe actually it's from SSV because they've been losing some rounds. So yeah, maybe whatever this pause is, it's really needed from both these teams so they can kind of take a breath, kind of think through, okay, what we are going to do, right? So a much needed run from them. And hey, you know what? I'm all for Eagle Eyes, so you know I don't really care who wins this. I want to see Eagle Eye. I want to see some, you know, new map tactics here. So definitely something I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, Eagle Eye is definitely a possibility here if players like Seda and Muffin can keep up this strong performance. They've really stepped it up in the last 3 or so rounds, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do here. But the big thing in my mind is still the clutch potential of SSV, making this that much harder for 36 Demons to take back, because even if they can get this one to a tied situation, it'd be hard pressed to push it all the way across here, especially when you're talking about the blacklist side of Compound, which is really one of the hardest BL sides in this game to push on. So I have to wonder how they're going to get this done, but it's all going to come down to that individual firepower. We are going to see both Seda and Muffin on the Om this time around, though. I do like seeing more of the double Oms coming into play in this qualifying stage. I think it's going to be pretty crucial moving forward also on these future upcoming matches as well, for other teams to take note of how valuable it can be. But this time, unfortunately for Raleigh, he's going to be caught very early on.
Yeah, 1 kill for the side of SSV. Again, it's going to be Rolly here, the first one to go down. Well, a bit of a rough start after this, you know, tactical pause here. And you know what I noticed here? I feel like SSV really cooled down like a lot, right? So they were really pushy, they were really confident at the beginning, but now as the scoreline gets very close, they're a little bit more reserved, you know, more chill. And I'm not sure what this flash is going to do to Muffin here, but yeah, it is there. So a little bit of a utility throw from Real, and well, again, so far it's a little bit slow from both sides, and it seems like we have a little bit of a disconnection from Demon's side here, but it is Rolly, so it doesn't really matter. He's already dead, so no big surprises so far.
Yeah, 36 Demons is in a tough position because SSV hasn't really played this way too much against them so far in this matchup. They're not really giving them a whole lot of information to work with. And I like them, you know, taking a pause and making this decision because it forces that much more pressure onto 36 Demons in Real, able to find himself 3 kills before going down. Muffin left alone in the tower. He's been spotted out by Kanga as well. He knows he has to push for a pick. He is able to find at least one and the bomb, but it's not going to be anything more than that. SSV coming out of the pause, able to find themselves on round number 8, and it looks like we're going to see a pause on the opposite side of things now this time around. 36 Demons, they know the writing is on the wall. It's 2 rounds away from them falling 2-0 in this series, and unfortunately for them, that would mean their hopes of going on to the next stage of the qualifier would be gone as well. But honestly, you've got to hand it to SSV. I just feel like the individual skill is being shown full force in this best of 3, and it's not just 1 or 2 players getting the job done for SSV. Across the board, everybody's playing very well.
Yeah, well, when it comes to Demons, I feel like they've been, very unlucky. I mean, they've been unlucky in the Open League. They're unlucky here almost. Maybe just not being unlucky. Maybe it's also not being, good enough. At least it's kind of hard to tell for me because, again, Demons, they were in the, in the West League, and now they're in the Open League. Not very successful there either. And now they're in this tournament. Well, and they have a very, very, tough fight against SSV. So what is there left to say? I mean, they put up a good fight, but is it going to be enough in the end? Right now, it looks like it's, it's probably not going to be enough. So I don't know. For SSV, I'm just happy to see them perform. They're really trying their best. They had a very, big pill to swallow before because they weren't really able to, play against Anubis. But here they are, still trying their very best. They have not given up yet, and this is really what I love to see.
Yeah, I honestly think this team deserves to make it through. SSV, I think, across the board is really showing us a team that has some strong potential to do well in the next stage. And it's not really super surprising for me because there are a lot of West League veterans on this lineup. You've got, Rain, a very, very experienced player, along with Dane and Real, who've both been in for a few seasons themselves. So I definitely have some high expectations for what this team can do. It's not to say 36 Demons doesn't have the experience on their end because, like you mentioned, there's a lot of veterans on their side as well. You've got players like Pew and Terror who've been around for quite a while, along with Raleigh and Seda, who have some experience playing in the league. But at the same time, shot for shot, things have been not so much in their favor this time around when it comes to SSV. They know how to get the job done here, and they're just 2 rounds away from making that happen. And a pretty big nade starts off the round, and Avon just mows them down. All 3 players over in the B pillars taken off the map. And this is exactly what they were hoping to do to 36 Demons coming out of their pause, just shattering any potential in this round and now forcing Seda and Muffin into a very difficult position. Make it just Seda here as Muffin goes down. It is a 1v5 or bust. Otherwise, SSV is going to be on match point.
Yeah, it feels like Zada's being, again, put to the test here over and over again. It feels a little bit unfortunate for him, because I feel like he's really trying his very best to keep the dream alive, but if the rest of his team doesn't really step it up, it is just going to be, SSV winning or taking the third map here, the second map, excuse me. So, yeah, unfortunately, Kyle, I think we are not going to, see Eagle Eye, but you know what? It's still fine to me because SSV, they deserve it. They fought really hard. Here they are, especially, hey, we come back from the pause and Avan pulls out a triple kill just like any other day. So yeah, definitely a big win for them. I kind of spoiling already right here, not till the end here, but yeah, still I feel like SSV has it. They won the mind games. They won the first map. They won pretty much everything there is to win. But well, maybe Zata himself has something to say about that.
Yep, it's not over just yet. 36 Demons, they could somehow pull this off with 4 in a row, but with Avon again in the tunnels, grabbing himself a second, looking for another triple kill, it might just be done and dusted at this point. You can see Seda here as well. Not even sure if he wants to take the fight at this point. He's going to come in a little bit late, and Avid again gets another triple kill in the B tunnels, and that just might be it here. Muffin and Pew, a 2-on-4 to try and win it back. Muffin gets the spot onto Real over towards A long, but the big amount of information they've just got is actually game-changing at this point because Avid actually has control of the C4 over in B long, but Pew, he's going to take the fight all by himself. Real here, not sure what he was doing, spinning in circles or something to try and distract his opponent. Maybe not the right methodology, but the rest of SSV does have the right idea, and that's to play over on the C4. So even though these players are on the A bomb site, they've got to go find the bomb.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say about Real. He's just a little bit of a, troll at this point. But I mean, if SSV loses the round, it's still not the end of the world, but it's super unnecessary, So yeah, I get it, but maybe don't. So yeah, here we are, Kanga and Arvin left alone. Pew! What? Not aware at all? Really? No one of them is aware? Okay, never mind. It is here, SSV, they won this match, they won this entire set, and what is there left to say, Kyle? They really deserve it, they fought really hard. Shoutouts to, Demons, of course, for trying, but SSV is the winner.
Yeah, honestly, a really strong showing from SSV. Both maps looking pretty strong in their favor to close out this series 2-0. Honestly, one of the most one-sided matches I think I've got to see so far in this group stage qualifier, and a well-earned position for them, as that secures them as the third team on to the next stage of this qualifier, which will be the regional finals, where the top 8 and EUMENA will go head-to-head for their chance to make it all the way to CrossFire Stars 2024, which is at the end of the day what everybody's playing for in each and every match in these series. So it's going to leave a tough one for 36 Demons as a team that, spent a couple seasons in West League, then they fall down into the Open League, and unfortunately today here they will fall as well. But it's not to say this team's done in the future. I think there's still a lot of strength that they bring to the table. You've got players like Muffin and Seda, to me, who proved a lot of what they could do as individuals in this qualifier. Unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to take out SSV today, but it does give me a lot of hope for what SSV might be able to do in the regional finals, because out of all of the open teams I've seen in this event, I feel like this team specifically, in my mind, has the best chance of beating a West League team in the regional finals.
Well, it is here now, SSV, they won this set, and you know what, I feel like they really deserve it. They really put up a great fight, but what does it mean for Demons? So, when it comes to Demons, they had somewhat of a downfall. Again, they've been in the West League, now they're in the Open League, not performing as well as they could as well, and yeah, everything is just a little bit falling apart for them. It feels like it's, it's a little bit of a sad story actually, because I feel like everyone there is they're great players, they're a great team together, but maybe it just doesn't work out. They 100% need to reconsider their actions, maybe change a play here and there, who knows, but in the end of the day, it's just not working out. They need to find those changes, and if they don't change anything, I feel like this is it's getting worse actually, so hopefully they can find a fix for that.
Yeah, it's a really tough one for them, but for SSV, I really want to see this team in the West League, to be honest. I think they could be very competitive right in the mix, and I'm hoping in the 2025 season we will see them appear, because a lot of these players have already been in that position, and even Kanga and Avin, as kind of the younger players on this team, showed a lot of what they could potentially do at that level of competition as well. But honestly, no surprise in my mind that Dane was on the top here. I think in my mind he's the MVP of this set as well, because he had 3 huge 1v3 clutches. On top of that, several 2v4 and 2vx situations where they didn't have the numbers. Dane was always there, winning back rounds that otherwise SSV probably would have lost. But a 2.0 KD is very hard to hit in this level of competition, but Dane just always there and had an incredible impact in this best of 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Shoutouts to Dane, of course, for always keeping these numbers up. But hey, you also gotta give it to Zata, right? He's really trying very, very hard. In the end, it didn't work out. I hope it doesn't demotivate him too much in the end, because he's really the player to, look at when it comes to the Demons lineup. And yeah, just taking a look at Group A here again. Yeah, is there any surprise for you, Cal? For me personally, I was somewhat expecting this exact outcome.
Honestly, the biggest surprise for me was, even though SOLTREX finishes 0-3 in this group, they actually had a better round differential overall than 36 Demons, just showing how close this group actually was. Anubis definitely the standout here, but honestly, any one of these teams could have been competitive on the right day, I think, for the second place spot. So it was really a close-knit battle up to the end for a lot of these teams, and it just shows how strong the open teams coming into this event truly were. before, and I hope to see a lot of them in the future because, you know, a lot of these teams might look at this loss as, oh, we need to make a roster change, something went wrong. But honestly, this is a great learning experience, and if they can keep their team together and just build up from here, a lot of these teams in the group, even the ones that didn't make through, showed a lot of potential. But obviously, you've got the two moving on guaranteed, SSV and Anubis, the two winners of this group, going on to the next stage, along with Lazarus guaranteed from Group B. And now there is only one spot left to decide, and that is going to be 999 or TBI will be the fourth and final team to make it through out of this qualifier and join these three teams in the regional finals.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this last match here because, you know, I got to talk with some of the members from 999 and they, you know, kind of told me that there was a big flop for them. You know, they had the opportunity, you know, to be very clutch, to be very good at the, you know, at the moment there. But yeah, they had a big throw. I think, let me just quickly double check. Yeah, it was against Lazarus. You know, they started off super well on Ankara and then still lost it in the end. But yeah, this is just going to be it for now, guys. Don't go anywhere. We have one more match to go, so see you soon.
All right, we are back and just about ready for our final match of this stage of the qualifier. And it's going to be a pretty important one. The last two teams with a chance to make it through are going to be TBI and 999. And one of these teams will secure the final spot to join both Lazarus, Anubis, and now SSV as the four teams making it out of today's qualifier. So TBI, 999, Pendoxin, what are your initial thoughts when we look at these two teams?
Oh yeah, it's a very good question actually. So, you know, before this match, I was actually asking myself that question because I just don't know, right? So TBI, yeah, it's TBI is a very strong team, don't get me wrong, right? But when it comes to 999, I have seen incredible moves, right? So I've seen multiple frags, especially from Flare with the sniper right in and out. But guys, before we go into that, I feel like we are going to have an interview ready, so let's watch it.
Hello, I'm Gainer from TBI eSports. Personally, what motivates me the most in this regional qualifiers is my hope and dream of reaching CFS Grand Finals, because this is the first step toward that goal. If I win this qualifiers, I advance to regional finals, and through regional finals, I can go to CFS Grand Finals. I believe the same goes for my teammates. Regarding mental preparation for high-stakes tournament, I usually sit with friends, family, receive their love, care, and encouragement. That helps me enough. And for strategic preparation, I have these files, papers, with step-in strategies, and in difficult situations, what to do. And if I get mental freeze or I just can't think in game, we call for a timeout and I check these papers, and we then talk together and know what to do for the upcoming rounds. We just hope for the win and do our best. The biggest threat for us in this qualifier and the competing teams would be Lazarus, and they are a veteran team and they are hard to handle, but I still believe we could win and get first place. If I could change one thing about my team's gameplay or approach, it would be encouraging them to adapt quicker and make faster decisions and not regret it later. We just learn from our mistakes. During high pressure situations, when occurs a conflict or disagreement between my teammates, I always remind them that we both want the same thing. We both need to win. We both want to win. Nobody want to lose. So put aside your conflict, put aside the disagreement, and let's focus on winning this match and the upcoming rounds. My expectation for this tournament is we're placing 2-1. I don't see stronger opponents against us in our group. I believe we are the best. Lastly, I want to thank everybody that were supporting us during last season and every tournament we played. And I promise we're gonna do better in the upcoming tournaments and matches, and we will do our best. Thank you all for supporting us.
Well, it seems like TBI is feeling strong and confident coming into this one. No surprise, though, they are one of the teams coming into this from the West League, so there's definitely some confidence to their play style, though the overall standings for them haven't been the best leaning into this one. But 999, tough opponent on the other side, because a lot of these players equally experienced. You have favorite CRS, a lot of them around for some time. They should be good about this on both sides. I think this one, and for me, this to be a close match. But as we take a look at the bans, we are going to see banning out Mexico and Eagle Eye, and for 999 and remove Compact sub base. Another bummer. Any Eagle Eye, any Mexico. We're going back to the core three of Ankara, Port, and Black Widow. So, yeah. Any thoughts here now, kind of knowing what the map pool is looking like?
Well, okay, so let's take a deep breath, right? So let's double check this. So TBI, they won versus FreeBL Academy, you know, they won on Ankara, they won on Subbase. So yeah, well, them picking Ankara isn't really a big surprise to me, honestly. So again, I mean, these, you know, pen and bands were not really like super surprising to me, because we almost get to see the same maps over and over again. At least no more compound, I guess. So we start off on Ankara. I'm kind of confused why so many people like to, you know, play Ankara all of the time. But yeah, here we are, Ankara, Port, and Black Widow it is. So yeah, no real surprises for me there. And yeah, when it comes to these lineups, let me also quickly double check there. Okay, yeah, so like you mentioned, I feel like, you know, 99 has a strong lineup when it comes to, you know, experience. We have Minchin, Favor, CRS, Flare, Dreamer, and of course, as the subs, we have Spectre and Craft, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, here we are now into the game. I'm expecting, you know, a lot from 99, especially because they were very, very sad with the results they had against, I think it was Lazarus. So this time around, they need to step it up. It's their last chance to even have the chance, you know, to go to CFS. So here we go. It's a start at least. So let's take a good look over there. Favor, the first one to pick up Gainer there. Gainer from the interview, right? He was, you know, very, very promising, I would say. It was a little bit of an interesting, or like, let's say, it was a hard interview to understand, at least for me. But I would say Gainer, especially with this entire team, they were really, you know, confident, and I'm just very excited to see them play today.
Yeah, right now it definitely seems like 999 has a really good start to this round, but TBI also playing a little bit stacked towards this B bomb site could make it a difficult situation. You have CRS here trying to potentially find this pick onto Beva, but it's actually Dirty who answers first with the kill onto Minchen, and we are going to see the push start to come towards the B bomb side. CRS able to find one Favor with another big kill, but King at least going to be good for 2 before going down, and now you've got Booker on the back foot here, 1 versus 2, trying to find a way out of this one, able to find the first kill, but it's not going to matter. CRS there for the trade, and 999 able to secure the first round.
Yeah. And then a little bit close to confident, I would say. Wrong one to start things off, and well, game super aggressive here, almost takes the head of Dreamer there. Luckily, he still is walking around, and look at this positioning by Booker. Okay, the question for me is anyone going to check the corner? I don't think this is one of the corners you usually check. We are about to find out in a second. Look how close! Oh, CRS misses a crucial shot there. Is it going to be worse? Oh no! Actually, Booker gets 2, but they are the trades coming from 999. Much needed, but oh boy, this was a little bit scary for a second. I'm not sure. Again, I feel like this is not usually some of these spots that you know, normally check, but CRS, he had some kind of a clue. I mean, he kind of missed the shot, but at least the idea was right. So yeah, what a start of the round, right?
Yeah, a bit of a tough one there for TBI. Even though they got the start they were looking for, it still wasn't quite as successful as maybe they were hoping for. It's already down to a 3-on-3 situation, thanks to Favor and Flare kind of answering back quickly in this round. And you've got TBI trying to be a little bit more cautious. Well, aside from Gainer here, going for the aggressive play, pushing up mid into the B connector. He's already got the flank, and they have absolutely no idea. This could be huge from Gainer. Gainer gets the double kill, finally gets shut down by Dreamer, and now Dreamer is left alone in a 1-on-2.
Okay, Dreamer. 1 versus 2 situation. Great. Oh, almost takes the head off Dirty there, but Beva saves the day. And man, it was a little bit too close, but yeah, at least TBI secures the first round for them. And it seems like we have a little bit of a disconnection coming through. But yeah, I like what I'm seeing so far. It's really close. I mean, to be fair, 999 could have won this round with a little bit of more timing luck, I guess. But it seems like we have a tech break from TBI. So yeah, this is what's happening right now. So Kyle, what do you think so far? I feel like this is going to be a very close game.
Yeah, honestly, a lot of back and forth in these first couple of rounds. You have TBI playing a little bit riskier than I'm used to seeing. You have those plays from Booker and Gainer both kind of getting aggressive early on, which I haven't really seen too much from them in the West League, but you can definitely tell they've tried to make some impactful changes coming into this qualifier. So I do like what we're seeing out of their team so far, but on the other side, I feel like 999, they're still hitting some solid shots. There was a great first round from them, and they still kept it pretty close down to the finish line in that second round. So I think in my mind, it's still a little bit too early to tell which way this one is going to lean, but I definitely like the way both teams are playing so far. But I think TBI might have a slight edge just because they are using those counter-aggressive plays to try and catch them off guard. And I think it could go their way until 999 starts to set up some traps and maybe play a little bit slower to answer those.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, remembering the interview with Minchin, right? He told us, okay, we don't practice, we don't really care too much, we just go and see what happens, which is, a little bit weird, but if it works, it works. And for now, I would say it was kind of, 50-50, because also Minchin said they will just never lose, right? And they did lose, and what a fashion they did, right? So yeah, I mean, what it means is TBI, they're probably, they practice a lot, they prepared pretty much everything, they probably watched the VODs as well. So yeah, when it comes to them, I feel like they are super prepared for this one, and we are still very early in the match. But so far, it feels like TBI has an answer, but it's also so early that I feel like maybe 999 isn't ready to go yet. I mean, usually what happens when you press W all the time, you need these aiming advantages, and I don't think they have it yet.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one, I think, either way. I think both of these teams are pretty evenly matched from what we can see. A lot of it, in my mind, is going to come down to how these teams adapt as the match goes on. I think that's going to be the real difference maker between these two teams, who can maybe counter-strat and stay a little bit ahead of the game in terms of how they plan out their strategies moving forward. So I'm hopeful that they'll be able to show us something a little bit more. These first two rounds were, honestly, I felt a little bit sloppy on both ends, but here we go, right back into it, 1-1, all tied up. And this is going to be Booker going for the early peek on a long. He's got a little bit of visibility on the edge of the smoke, but for 999, not going to give them any chance to get the early peek. But Booker, this is a little bit risky here, still somehow manages a kill before getting taken down by Min, but Beva, unfortunately, not going to find anything with his life on the top of A. King as well on the rotation, going to be taken down by Dreamer, and this is already a 4-on-2 situation. 999 there, wasting no time coming out of this pause.
Yeah, I'm super surprised that, Booker was actually able to kill Flare there, because, it looked like a death trap. But somehow, like you said, he's still able to find Flare there. And the question is, was it worth it? They lost the A side here, they lost the advantage as well. So, yeah, definitely a very tough to, get back. The bomb set here, 2 kills is a great start. Timer ticks down, 10 seconds on the board. Maybe start defusing. Gainer, he's just dead all of a sudden. Not sure what happened there. Maybe jumped down and died to fall damage. And look at this. The defuse from Dirty comes through. Oh, come on, CRS. You gotta have those. And yeah, of course, Dirty, why not just, join your teammate there. And yeah, what a round for TBI.
Yeah, Dirty playing that perfectly. The intuition to go for the Ninja Defuse, knowing he had enough time if he looked down to secure it. That is a massive round for TBI to take away. It didn't look like they were going to have any chance in winning it, but then a 2v4 is all it takes to change things up, as we've seen in our previous games. And now TBI, you can tell the confidence has gotten a little bit higher after a play like that. King goes for the wide swing, able to take down Min, and now it is going to be 999 on the back foot a little bit in this round, playing a little bit more reserved. They're not really sure where they want to take this bomb just yet. They're kind of hoping they can maybe find a pick over here in the middle of the map. You've got a nice little double setup, one towards B, one towards mid for 999, but it doesn't really seem to be like TBI is giving them much to work with. They know they've got the numbers, and now they're just looking to hang on to them.
Yeah, well, Minchin, the IGL to go down first, maybe takes this opportunity to, get some talks through, but Gainer takes the head off CRS, and he's not even done yet. He overpeaks, gets punished for it as soon as possible by Dreamer, and yeah, I mean, Gainer, you got the kill, just back off, and well, guess he didn't. Look at Favor. Okay, hello? I mean, sure, just peekaboo towards A here through a main. a little bit of a risky thing to do. And I think he even got spotted as well from one of these, TBA players. And look at this, the pinch comes through, but somehow Favor still dancing around. And if he's not too careful, Dirty is there from behind, picks up Favor. And look at this, it's a little bit falling apart here as Beva picks up one player as well. But of course, who else but Flair, right? So let's take a good look over there. 30 seconds on the bomb. Flair has the bomb as well. But look at this. The timing might be a little bit off here. The timing might be a little bit off here. Look at Flair. He's tagged, but so is Bever. Now the question is 19 seconds on the board. Who can be the winner of this round? Bever makes it beautifully hard for Flair. Just backs off, waits for the pan to happen. But Flair is aware. Flair is aware, but it doesn't matter if Bever takes him out. And what a round to go down.
Yeah, Flair with a really, really good attempt there. Unfortunately, not able to win it in the 1v1, but Beva, you got to hand it to him. A very smart decision to reposition at the last moments over there towards the GR spawn and forcing a much more difficult situation for Flair to be in. But for TBI, that's the big difference in these late round situations. They're finding the right positioning to make a very good impact and win the round. And that's why they're in the lead 3-1, because when you look at the opening picks, this could easily have been 3-1 in the opposite direction, but I feel like TBI, even though shot for shot, this is a very even game, they're making smarter decisions.
Well, the push comes through, mentioned, and Favor, of course, taking Booker out, and down goes King as well. This is a little bit too quick. I'm not sure what's happening here. I mean, look at this. One by one, and it still is going in the favor of 999, but look at this. Dirty finally picking up Flair is a little bit better, but still 4 more, 999 members to go, and yeah, this is a tough one for them. But I've seen 999 fail those, even though they had the upper hand, even though they had the way better position, they still lose. So let's see what they can do here. Gainer and Dirty left alone. 1 versus 4 situation. Bomb is ticking down. It's taking a lot of time. I mean, you need to go in eventually, and this is not really working out either. And yeah, of course, eventually 999 has to win this. And now it's a pretty nice start, I would say. But so far, it's pretty even.
Yeah, it's a really tough one here for both of these teams to feel like they can run away with, but for TBI, at the very least, holding on to the lead for now. But Flair going to make it that much harder, hits a nice shot onto Dirty to kick off the round in the backside of the vent. But Booker, he has to be careful here. He's going to get re-peaked, but hits a big headshot there. Favor thankfully able to trade it out, but Beva caught with an 8-out. Not what you like to see there, but TBI 2v4 once again, a very familiar position for them to be in on this A bomb site. They've had quite a bit of trouble hanging on to it throughout this first half, and it seems like in this round there's just not really going to be any way for it to happen. Gainer 1 versus 4. We've seen some crazy plays on the day, but with how things are set up, there's just no way to get it done. Flair picking up his 5th kill already on this map and tying this one up.
Well, yet another A push from 999. It seems like TBI is not really prepared for it for some reason. I mean, I believe they even had the triple stack, right? But still not really able to, stop 999 from pushing. And this is a much more different approach from TBI so far, pushing towards Hotel, getting as much map control as they can get. But, after 999 had so much success towards, I am kind of wondering what King is thinking, because this decision is a little bit risky considering they might again just push A, but luckily this is somewhat working out. But yeah, there's just some bullets traded here and there, some damage done to the 999 players. But I think in the end, because it works out so great, in the end they will still go towards A, try again, because never change a running system. And this is the case. Look how deep Gainer is. I mean, he's really trying to pick someone here, but not this time around. And I'm kind of wondering, I mean, I think it was Favor there. He gets a little bit of information. I think he saw at least 2 people. Oh, be careful there, Favor. Look how close that is. Takes Favor out. Dirty. A nice shot on him, and look at this. He sees the gun through the wall there. I'm pretty sure this gives so much information away, but look at this King already backing off. I'm not sure what his decision making there is. Maybe CRS actually got spotted from Dirty there, but oh boy, this is a little bit weird, Kyle.
Yeah, he's got a lot of information. Unfortunately, not going to be able to do anything with it because of Dirty holding this angle. It's just so hard to break through, and it's going to force them to back off and re-engage from the lower B tunnels. And this is where things could be a little bit more difficult for 999 if they can't find the entries. Gainer, he's going to shut it down with one. The trade does come through, but there's still not a whole lot of forward pressure coming out from 999. They're going to have to go ahead and reset again. But look at this positioning from Flare. He's taking control of the A bomb site by himself. There's nobody actually here for TBI. It's kind of a big mistake. If Flare's able to hold on, he can just stall the rotation. He's good for the first. Can he find anything more, though? The counter flash will be thrown. The bomb site has been taken, and Flare, he's good for a second already, but King on the rotation, looking for the backstab and the retake now. He's going to find the first kill, trying to work his way in through the arches. It's going to be Beva who takes it down to the one-on-one, gets it done with 2 big kills. A very, very close round, but TBI able to slide by.
Yeah, well, so much work from Flair, and in the end, it didn't even really matter. I mean, what a beautiful retake from TBI. That's very close still, but they take this round. They take 1 round for themselves. And you know what? So far, I would say TBI is looking very strong. I mean, they looked very strong yesterday already against FreeBL Academy, but they're also looking very strong against 999, which obviously is, you know, maybe because they practice so much, but also the aiming is on point, right? Especially when it comes to Dirty with the sniper shots, right? Very important frags he does all the time, and you can already tell Flair's dead. It's a little bit of a bummer because Flair is really, again, especially on Ankara, he's always finding these early entries. He's always trying to get the advantage for his team, but right now it's going to be TBI in the favor here.
Yeah, they've got the numbers advantage. 999 though, going to again go back towards this A bomb site. That's kind of been their go-to strategy on this map. But look at King. This could be the perfect timing on the flank. He's got a lot to work with, knowing the C4 is going to have to push in as well. The timing could be pure perfection, but it's not even going to be necessary. Booker and Beva, 2 kills apiece, completely shut down the push.
Yeah, I mean, with so much information on the board, you have to find out where these players are. And in the nades earlier on was beautiful. I'm not sure who threw it, but yeah, this damage was so key to winning this round. And look at this Dirty, he's not even done yet. He picks up Favor once again, picks up Dreamer as well. I mean, this is just falling apart for 999. Not sure what the issue is. Don't push in too much. Don't give it away. You were so strong, but let's just continue watching this run. I mean, Sirius trying to make things even again, picks up 2 all by himself. I'm not sure why TBI is not backing off. Why not give them some space? Why not group together again? But look at this King trying to make things even once again. King, of course, the IGL saves the day. Now it's only Minchin against Free Kyle.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one, especially with who he's up against. They're playing together as well, and King picks up a 3rd kill and the round for TBI. Even though it was close for a minute, those last 3 rounds pretty decisively in favor of TBI here. So this is where things start to get a little bit challenging for the opposing side of 999. I thought this was going to be a little bit of a neck-and-neck game on our hands, but it feels like TBI is kind of hitting their stride here and making it a lot more difficult for 999.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the issue is when it comes to 999 because, again, they had a really hard pill to swallow against Lazarus, and they had, you know, they need to win today. So I'm kind of confused why, you know, why they're not really up to the plate like they should be, right? Because, again, this is a very important match for them. Maybe it's pressure, but I don't think they're pressured. They are really experienced when it comes to that. They have played different tournaments and leagues already, so it's probably not that. It's something else that I can't really name. Maybe it's just not that there yet, but you also gotta give it to TBI, right? They're really putting up a very good fight, very strong aiming, and especially Dirty with these early picks, right? I mean, Flair is also pretty good with these picks, but right now Dirty is way much ahead of him.
Yeah, Dirty just playing a really strong game, but across the board as well. The retakes looking really good for TBI, and also just their ability to find these openings early on in the round as well. You've got Dirty, as we can see in the replay from the first half, just putting in a lot of work. King as well in that final round, really helping get the job done. But as we kick off the second half, the entry fragging will continue. It's going to be Beva who finds the first kill of the round on to Flare. King looking for this kill over towards the A bomb side, but it's actually going to be Favor who's able to find one, but it might not be for long. They want to find this kill, and they're going to get it. King and the rest of the gang working their way over towards this A bomb site, but the C4 is a little bit late here. It is going to be Beva who has to swing over, but the smokes are down. It's not going to matter. Min is going to try and reestablish control. That nade actually really well timed here, coming in from Dreamer on the spawn, and now they're going to go ahead and back out, but it's not going to matter. Gainer swings wide by himself to find through the wood a couple kills to close this one out.
Yeah, I mean, 7-3, what is there to expect? I mean, TBI, they really step it up. They really want this victory today. You can tell Gainer, so much work from him, these two last kills. Not even necessarily, you know, but hey, he still gets them, you know. He wants to take this one in perfection. Look at Flare. Nice awareness, actually. Takes out Dirty much more than that. Is probably going to be a tough ask, but look at this King. Already good for one, not the second. I mean, this round already looks so much better from 999, finally stepping it up. But it's also because TBI lets them do that, right? So a little bit of a bummer for TBI, but still, ooh, what happened there? CRS just decided to not fight anymore, and maybe makes things happen, but not this time around. 999 takes this round, makes things a little bit more even, I guess. It's hard to tell, right? It's a long road to go for 999, but it's at least a start.
Yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle to bring this one to a tie, but TBI, this is their chance to show us they can hang on to the lead they've created for themselves, because right now they're still up by 3 rounds. A lot of utility being thrown to stall things out so far from 999, just playing it slow, going for the 3-player stack towards the A bomb site. The only downside on this setup is it does leave the middle of the map a little bit exposed. And if TBI catches on to this, they might be able to get a good execution from mid, but it actually seems like they're working their way into this stack, and this is where things could go wrong. 3 players on the A bomb site, and they're all very ready for this attack to come through, but CRS in this vent position, he can't afford to go down without a multi-frag. If he goes down too early, the round could easily be lost here, but what a shot. He's able to find the first headshot. The counter flash comes through. He is stuck underneath this staircase, but it doesn't matter. He gets the repeat, gets the triple, and now Booker is all alone. 5 versus 1. There is just no way out here. Dreamer's already on the wraparound. Min spots him out of the corner of his eye, and this is going to be the round here. Dreamer and Favor go for the push out, and we'll find round number 5 for 999.
Oh yeah, I mean, CRS, when there is a time to step it up, he found it. I mean, 3 kills all by himself, good positioning, backs up, waits for the flash, to go away. So 2 more rounds to go for 999 to break things even, but for TBI, this was a very sloppy push, it feels like. I'm not sure what went wrong there, but I guess CRS just picks it up one by one. And look at this. Oh, that was a little bit too close. I mean, CRS gets away with his life. Maybe the snake. Nope, doesn't take him out. But it was a very close fight. But look at this Favor just picking up Booker. Yeah, hello. How about that? I mean, sure, why not? But Flare, good positioning once again. He's so low with his HP, but it doesn't even matter. Look at Dirty taking him out. Dreamer trying to spray his way to victory here. They can't really find Beva. Beva is low HP here, but München, maybe if the timing is right, takes him out. But there's Gainer with the trade, and now it's a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for Gainer. He has them divided, though. 2 separate 1v1s. CRS doesn't have any idea either, but 2 HP is all he's got left. If Gainer could somehow take this 1v3 away, though, it would put his team just 2 rounds away from a victory. And I do like the play call here from Gainer, just waiting things out, seeing if he has a chance to maybe catch Favor off guard. But Favor's going to make the decision to rotate over towards this A bomb site, maybe even push out A long. And This is where Gainer is running out of time to make a decision. He might actually have a chance to catch Favor off guard, but look at the timing here. Oh, a bit unfortunate for both players. Not going to find each other just yet, but now Gainer has a chance to sneak his way into an even crazier position. He got full control now over this spawn area, and he can just sneak his way over to the B-bomb site, and Favor's going to have a long pathway ahead for this 1v1 on the retake.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't even know if it's A or B yet, so definitely a weird situation to be in. I mean, as soon as the bomb gets planted, he will realize, okay, it's actually B, so he will have to make a fast rotation. This is the case. He runs out with his knife, and you know what? From Gainer, I feel like he played it to perfection, actually. Really well done by him. Just waits the time out and, you know, gives Favor maybe a little bit too much time to think, because if you think too much, maybe it breaks your neck. But right now, look at this positioning by Gainer. Perfection. I mean, how hard does it hurt, and must hurt so much for 999 and TBI. They get away with one more round to go, and look at this. I mean, Flair really tried his very best. The trades here and there, everything kind of worked out pretty good, but in the end, it's still TBI, you know? So definitely a very strong round from them.
Yeah, Gainer stepping up massively to keep his team in a 3-round lead, and that could be exactly what they needed to secure this first map. Now, CRS feeling the heat over on this A-bomb site, has to try and pop off once again. He's going to be good for the first kill, good for the second kill. He's still looking for more. He's just barely going to miss it. Dirty and Booker holding on for dear life, but it might be enough. The 2v5 already down to a 2v1. Dirty, you've got to be kidding me on those shots, and now it is all down to the 1v1. Min desperately trying to find this last kill, but Dirty, could he do it once again? Not gonna happen. Min in the 1v2 saves the day, but boy, was that a close round.
Oh yeah, close. I mean, CRS, so much work. Once again, almost a triple kill, right? So, phew, yeah, I mean, a little bit too close for comfort once again, but they win the round regardless, and Minchen, the hero of the team for now at least, and 2 more rounds for the break-even point, but TBI, do they have it? You know, do they have the answer for that? Look at Gainer, a little bit of a weird situation for him, but can't really make things right. Dreamer picks him up, but gets a lot of damage on the process. Yeah, TBI, he makes sure that thing doesn't go on, and yeah, taking out Dreamer is a big kill. And look at this Booker. Takes out CRS. What's happening toward there? What just happened there, Booker? Good for 2. What? This just can't happen. 1v1 fights all over the place, and man, 999, they were looking a little bit good here, but I feel like this is falling apart if they are not too careful. Look at this, Flair just fighting. I mean, yes, he gets king, but was it worth it in the end? Now Minchen in a 1 versus 2 clutch once again, and I'm not sure about this one, Kyle.
Yeah, it's a bit risky, especially with Beva and Dirty both having an arm in hand. This still could go poorly if they're not careful. I'd almost prefer one of them try and find a rifle on the ground, as 2 arms on the post plant is not necessarily the safest situation, but I do like the play call here, sneaking back out into mid from the underpass. They know Min's coming from the hotel and can reposition to maybe get a long range fight onto him, but Min, is he going to be paying attention to this? It's going to be a bit of a cat and mouse chase around the map so far, but for Min, there is a lot on the line in this round. If he can somehow find a way through to this clutch, and he is going to have the timing to maybe catch Dirty off guard, but the angle's going to be too good for TBI, and they move this one to a 9-round game.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful positioning by TBI. They're also a great pathing, right? So they absolutely did the right thing here. And what I don't understand, you know, I think each team has like 1 tactical, right? So they haven't really used it yet. Not sure why they don't use it. Maybe they don't need it. Maybe they don't know what to, you know, talk about. But look at this. I mean, they're just running over now. I mean, they have the confidence. They are a little bit in the lead. They won the last round as well. And yeah, this is a tough one for, you know, 999. Again, they are probably not ready for this one. And yeah, a 5 versus 2 situation. It's probably not going to work out. And you know what, Kyle? It feels like we are going to have a TBI win here on the, you know, on the table. And it's only CRS left alone. Good for 2, but this will be it. Beva takes them out. TBI winning this one in fashion.
Yeah, nice 10-6 here to kick off the series for TBI. It was close in the beginning, but as the match progressed, it felt like TBI just took more and more control over this first map, and now they're just one away from securing that final spot in the regional finals, joining the other 7 teams that have already secured their spot. But it's not over just yet for 999. They're going to have a chance to maybe tie the series and force this one all the way into a map 3 situation. But honestly, I'd have to say TBI was very impressive with what we saw in these rounds, because even the rounds they were losing were very, very close situations.
Yeah, it was pretty close. I mean, to be fair, it felt like 999 was kind of throwing here and there, but in the end, TBI is just a better team on Ankara at least. So we are moving on to the second map, and you know what? I feel like TBI might have the upper hand there as well. I'm not sure what it is with 999. Again, maybe it's just not their day. Maybe it's just not happening, right? But I feel like the aiming is just a little bit off today. So it's yeah, it's tough for them, I guess, but it's not over until TBI wins. So definitely looking forward to the second map.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be Port coming up next in this series. TBI, usually a pretty decent team on this map, though it can be a bit of a challenge, especially when you look at the snipers in this one. I feel like Flair is a pretty strong sniper in this matchup, so seeing how he can perform in that key A top position is going to be pretty vital to their success going into this second map, and I'm hopeful he's able to pop off a little bit more, because he did show some really good moments even in this first map with it going against them. But the big difference I think here is the overall team play from TBI. The way they rotate for these retakes was just so smooth, and compared to 999 on the post plant, TBI just looked way more comfortable in the retake situations.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm glad to bring it up. I mean, the way they just run around the map and also position themselves is pretty much, you know, aware of everything. So it's really good. It's really good. That's pretty much what I'm trying to say. Look at these frags by CRS, right? I mean, they were really trying their very best, but in the end, TBI is still the better team. So what is there to expect for the second map? I'm not sure, but I don't know. 999, they really need to find a way to kill these, you know, TBI players, because again, if TBI continues to play the way they do, I feel like they are going to have the upper hand once again. And even though I feel like 999 should be pressured, they are so experienced, they shouldn't be pressured, right? So the answer is we have to wait to see, and I'm just very excited for the second map.
Yeah, as we take a look at the stats, though, real quickly from our most recent map here, it is going to be Beva kind of leading the charge along with Dirty for TBI, both of them doing a great job at finding those early entry frags. Beva as well, just consistently winning those sniper exchanges. But on top of that, you've got Beva and CRS here as the key players, and CRS, I feel like a lot of it just came down to those plays he was able to make on the A bomb site. Multi-kill rounds coming his way very often. Unfortunately, there was just so many situations where the rest of his team couldn't capitalize on the advantages that they found, but we're not done just yet. We are going to take a break, and when we return, it is going to be map number 2 on the way. We'll see you there. All right, here we go. It's map number 2, and it's a chance for TBI to close themselves out with a spot in the regional finals, but the job's not done. 999, the last team in their path to make it happen, and for 999, the dream still alive for a moment longer. They would need 2 maps here in a row to get themselves into that final spot, and after the first map, I wouldn't say it's looking too great for them, but maybe Port will be a different story.
Well, maybe is the question here, right? So when it comes to 999, I expect him to step it up one last time, because this is their pretty much one last time, right? So if they're not able to win on Port, who knows? You know, it's just unfortunate for them, I feel like, because, you know, TBI puts up such a great fight, but they're just not ready to, you know, to respond. But again, looking at this roster, I feel like they should be ready, right? There's so much experience on this roster. Obviously, okay, maybe they didn't practice, maybe they're not like super ready to go, but still, it should be at least a little bit more, you know, competitive, maybe a little bit closer than it, you know, was on the first map on Ankara. But yeah, we are here now. TBI, they are, you know, putting up a good show for us. At least this is, you know, what I always like to see. So yes, second map. What do you expect from it, Kyle?
Honestly, I'm expecting quite a bit. I think in my mind, we're probably going to be able to pull off a 2-0 win in this situation. Pretty much the entirety of this had a really great moment. First map, I feel like Dirty is probably the better sniper in this match, and then you've got players like Gainer who can pull off crazy clutches like we saw on map number 1 as well, and there's just a lot of individual potential, I think, that gives them the advantage in my mind going into a map like Port.
Yeah, maybe there is an advantage, maybe not. We will see. I mean, I'm just totally ready to go into this map. And to be fair, again, this is 99's last chance to really step it up here, because if they don't, they're lost, you know, they're out of here. And what does it mean for this roster? I mean, they will go to the CrossFire West League regardless. So probably not the end of the world, but still, you want to have this chance, you know, you want to maybe get that ticket to the CFS, right? So I don't know what to expect from them, really. It's a tough question for me, because again, Flair, usually he's so on point with the sniper, right? He gets these openers here and there, especially maybe on Port again, but we just have to wait and see what happens here. This is a little bit of a weird situation for me, at least, because again, I expected a little bit of a, you know, more competitive fight, especially from 999, but hey, if TBI has what it takes, if they, you know, just super ready to go, why not? I like what I see.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to this. 999, the hopefuls. TBI, though, it would be crazy to see a West League team that's been around for multiple seasons not make it through, but it just goes to show you what kind of pressure is on the line here for both of these teams. At the end of the day, one of them is hoping they can move on to that regional final and maybe secure themselves a spot at the CrossFire Stars Championship later this year. And it's a lot to play for, and that's where a lot of these teams not only are looking at this as a really good chance to get through the next stage, it's also kind of a training ground for what's to come, because if you make it through today, you still have the top 4 teams in the region that you would have to then take down to get through to the grand finals later this year. So definitely going to be a tough pathway ahead, but currently TBI leading 1-0 as we kick off the second map of the series. It's going to be up to them to show us they can do it again.
Yep, and it is 999 on the BL side of things, so definitely, probably, well, most likely actually, a very tough start for them, because again, on Port, you really want to be on the GR side of things, but, you know, maybe, just maybe, 999 is actually able to get some things done. The Harvey jump is one good thing to start off things, and CRS takes out Gainer. What a start. And, well, so far, 999 is in the lead with the man advantage at least, and look at CRS there. Is he going for it once again? Would be a very risky move to do, and don't think you will. Look at this favor! Taking out Dirty just like that.
Yeah, some really nice opening picks going the way of 999. They've got the 5-on-3 advantage to work with now, and they seem eager to push it all the way towards the A bomb site. But look at Booker here. He's got a perfect flank. The timing is unreal from Booker. He's going to be able to find 2 already. They still don't know what is going on here, but TBI, they have everything in their hands to potentially steal this round away. And King able to actually catch CRS there is huge. And Booker, he is still toying with them, looking for a third kill, not quite able to find it, gets favored down to just 1 HP. And now this is down to a 2-on-2 situation, but Booker, he has done so much in this round to give them a fighting chance. Flare going to be spotted, but look at the remaining HP. Beva, all he has to do is clean up in this 1-on-2 situation. Both players under 20 HP. He's going to spot the first one, gets the headshot now. It's on to 1 HP and a dream. Can he find his way through? Oh, he goes for the swing on the reload. Almost a chance to make it happen, but with 20 seconds, he can't revert back to the A bomb site. He has to just stick the plant here and hope for the best. But when you have 1 HP, you've got to be very, very cautious on this one. But Beva through the boxes, he's having some trouble securing this kill in favor. He's just going to be biding his time every moment.
No
he can,
way.
and he gets the kill. Insane clutch from favor to kick off the map.
Oh boy, hey, what a first round to start. I mean, I'm just completely confused. I mean, Booker with the perfect turn on, right? He went from, he pushed belong, he turned them all from behind, but all of a sudden it's still not their round, and Favor really taking, the favor towards, 999 side. So it's a little bit of a weird, start, at least for me. And yeah, what is there to expect? I'm a little bit confused actually what went down there. I mean, with 1 HP, why don't you just push him? Or even before that, why didn't they just group up before and just push it together? But hey, they just went like that. It happens. I mean, this is just one round, but this is definitely a big bummer for them.
Yeah, it's always tough to lose to the 1 HP on the other side, but honestly, it shouldn't have even been that close in the first place. Booker being allowed to get behind them and get almost 3 kills early on in the round after they had those initial 2 picks made it look very, very scary for a couple moments. But for 999, I'm sure they're going to be checking their flanks from here on forward. So now it's going to be up to them to try and carry this momentum into a good first half for themselves. But knowing TBI during the pause here, they're going to try and find a way to recalibrate and not really let that last round impact them too much. At the end of the day, they still have an entire map already won in this series, and they know all they have to do is recoup quickly, and they should still be in the driver's seat here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's still not the end of the world, right? I mean, this should have been really their round, but again, it's not the end of the world. So, hey, at least, 999, they got away with 1 round. Luckily for them, maybe it kind of boosts their confidence. Maybe they're actually, ready to step it up one more time. I mean, I'm not sure how they weren't aware of this flank at all. I mean, they were super surprised when it happened, right? They didn't even know, okay, where are these shots coming from? And I think it's just a very, weird situation to be in. And especially, I think it was King taking out someone at a wall there. So, yeah, this is also a very weird situation, right? So, overall, a very weird round, but hey, 999 takes it away.
Yeah, now as we get ready for round number 2, I'm curious to see what 999 is going to run for a strategy in this one, considering they got picked apart pretty heavily towards that A side of the map, but they also had a lot of success in going for the early mid control. I'm hoping we see a little bit more of that. I really like their methodology for going like early Harvey jumps, those early aggressive mid peaks to try and grab that advantage. And TBI, they're gonna have to be a little bit more prepared for it this time around. I'm hoping during the pause they adjust their setup, because we've seen a lot of teams going for those early Harvey jump plays on this map, and I'm starting to see it as a pretty strong benefit for the teams that are able to make that happen.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the Harvey jump, I love to see it here and there. Obviously, you shouldn't overdo it, because once in a while you will get punished for it. But, CRS just a very good movement player, I guess. I'm not sure about that, but at least on board, right? The Harvey jump, he's always consistent with it, always, there when they need him. And yeah, picking up, I think it was Gainer. It's a strong start, so why not, So I'm just definitely kind of expecting more aggressive pushes from them, because again, I think when it comes to firepower, they are probably the better team, and they're really not using it at the moment. I'm not sure what the issue is. Again, I keep repeating myself, but maybe it's just not their day. Maybe it's just a hard, team to play against, but a little bit more of aggression, I feel like this would have, maybe changed the game here.
Yeah, we'll see what they might change here going into the second round, but yeah, for TBI, I think they're in a good position to maybe answer back. Obviously, they're probably using this time to get things sorted out, and hopefully this is enough time to, if you get a little bit of an extra buffer to kind of diffuse any tension there might be after, losing to that 1 HP. I'm sure that was a big motivation booster for 999, but if you're on the other side of that, it's never a fun position to be in, I'm sure. So I know for these guys, they're going to appreciate having that extra little bit of time to just reset and get back into the right mentality to pull this one off. So I'm curious to see what this strategy is going to be, because last time we had a pause, 999 on Ankara, they just came back and instantly rushed the bomb over towards A. So I'm curious to see if they try something similar and just go for a straight super fast execution coming out of this pause.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, while we wait, I guess we can go back to some of the games from 999. So let's take a look. It was 999 versus 3BL Academy, 10-7 to 10 for Academy, which is very, very surprising for me on sub-base, and of course 10-6 on port. So, 999 had some success on port already, but again, 3BL Academy and, TBI are completely different teams, right? Especially when it comes to firepower, right? So, definitely something we need to consider here as well. And of course, the game against Lazarus, right? We talked about it a little bit earlier as well. It was a weird thing to happen. I mean, 999 was starting off so well, right? They had the upper hand all the time, all the way, and they still lost it, which is, a very, very hard way to go down, I would say. So yeah, definitely a little bit of a bummer for them, but it seems like we are ready to go back into the main game here. And yeah, just to catch you up, guys, it's 1-0 for 999, and we are still at the very beginning here.
Yep, round number 2. The counter boost is, being attempted. Not very successfully at the moment. Beva having some trouble getting up into the A connector, and I don't know if he's actually going to be able to make it in. 4th try is a charm, it looks like, so they are going to finally get him into a good position. We'll see if he can find anything out of this one, but for now, TBI just going to be playing a little bit casually, hoping they can find this pick. And I actually think this is a really good response, considering how much pressure that 999 was putting on mid at the start of the first round. So Beva holding on to a very key position here, but favor the quick little jump. He's going to be looking for that opportunity, but the timing is everything from Beva in this position. If he goes for the wide swing, he's going to have to be ready for 3 players on the other side of it. So definitely a lot of caution here, and I'm glad he's not just going for the wide swing, just kind of holding for information.
Okay. Interesting. So, Gainer almost dead. It's, not the end of the world, I guess. He's still there towards A, not really being contested at all. Look at the CRS. Does he have a clue about Beva? I think Beva heard him. And CRS completely unaware, which is so unnecessary for some reason. Favor almost taken out as well. The grenade will not do too much damage. Actually, doesn't do any damage. Look at München. Maybe a second to go. Beva, are you ready for this one? Not this time around. München takes him out. Maybe the reverse Harvey. Nope, not this time. See, this is what I meant, right? No one. It's not like the easiest jump in the world, but it's also not the hardest jump. So it's nice to see CRS hitting it all the time. But yeah, this is just a quick little note here when it comes to the Harvey jump. But yeah, good positioning from Beva. Takes out one player, maybe almost a second there, but München in the end saves the day. And look at this, 10 seconds on the board. They need to make something happen here. King already good for one, maybe the second. He's really trying to hold off this push, but there's the trade. München goes down, and look at this, Booker can't really do too much. Where's the rest of his team? Where's the support? Gainer, you are the last man standing. Look at the HP, it's so close, and Flair knows it. Flair knows he's low, and the bullets run down. Flair versus Gainer, and Gainer takes the win, defuses the bomb, and welcome to the 1-1.
Yeah, another good clutch situation here for Gainer. He's been pretty good in them throughout the day so far. And for TBI, it's a bit of a relief here because it looked like another close round that might actually go against them. But keeping things to the 1-1 is a huge benefit for them now to try and take the lead back in this third round. You can see 999 playing a pretty similar setup every round so far, putting 3 into mid and then just 1 in each lane outside of that. So it's been pretty decent for them, though they've got to be ready for the changes that these players are throwing at them. Beva this time not going to be boosted into the vent. Instead, he's going to be playing a little bit more reserved on the back of the GR bridge, and This is where TBI are going to test the patience of 999. They're not really peeking out or giving them any opportunities to grab these early entry frag kills. And I like this approach. When you think you have the advantage, you don't necessarily have to go for any sort of early pick. You can really just wait and see what 999 is going to do here. And it's going to add some extra pressure onto this team.
Oh yeah, talking about pressure, I mean, King, a little bit of an over peak again. It's like, okay, you go for info, but what does this info give you? So, yeah, not very, I wouldn't say this was the smartest choice by him, but again, it's not the end of the war. Look at Gainer, always being spotted, but CRS luckily able to take him out, and now it's up to Dirty, but not this time around. Minchin will clean him up as well, and this looks like a very good push by them. I mean, it was all about that timing there, 1 second, and this could have been a completely different story here. But look at Booker. Maybe he's the storyteller himself. Maybe he rewrites that book, and ooh, this is a little bit too close. And Booker not able to take out Minchin there. It throws the flash. Not really optimal for him, and now it's Beva left alone with 8 HP, 1 versus 3. Oh, this is going to be a very tough ask for him, and of course Dreamer takes him out, putting themselves 1 round ahead.
Yeah, a really tough round there. A lot of it just comes down to the unfortunate timing from Gainer trying to sneak into that key position in the A connector and just getting busted on that position without a single kill. If he could find even one there, it's a much different story here, but for TBI, they're ready for their aggression, and King just goes out swinging on a long along with Beva there. They're able to find themselves a nice kill to get it started. Dirty as well catches favor on the Harvey jump, and now it is going to be a 4-on-2. Dreamer and Flare, they at least get the C4 planted, so a chance to hang on with this utility, but here comes TBI. A lot of utility being thrown. Flare going only for 1 before going down, but Dreamer hiding behind the smoke, not going to fool TBI in this one. They get the retake and tie it up again.
Yeah, very good one from TBI here. I like to see it, and 999 not really good when it comes to holding down the bomb. I mean, yeah, not working out for them for now at least, but at least, it's a little bit of a closer fight in the beginning already, because, in the first map I was like, maybe not, but ooh, look at this boost once again. Is it a first try? It seemed like it was actually a first try there, so finally a little bit of an upstepper. Look at Gain and Booker cleaning up these players one by one, headshot by headshot, and look at this. I think he spotted him. I think he spotted Favor. Look at Savi jump. Favor also so good when it comes to it. Oh, no. Favor. This is not really optimal. I mean, a little bit too stressful. And look at this. This is just back and forth all the time. Flare, the last man standing now, may be able to pick up Booker, but don't think he will be given the opportunity. And, well, there's Dirty laying on the floor just like that. And now it's a 1 versus 3, Kyle.
Yeah, Flare, he's going to be able to find 1, but this is where things can get a little bit difficult. I like the call from TBI, though. Not leaving anybody alone in this situation, playing to the numbers advantage, even if it means they've got to go for a full retake on the B bomb site. They're going to have their entire team stacked over here on A, but Flare, he's not really sure which way to go just yet. He's going to be working his way through the middle of the map. I do like this call from him, but unfortunately, nobody here waiting for him. It's really just going to be King on the other side of it, and at this point, the time is ticking. He's going to have to make his move, going for the potential peek on the GR spawn wall, but Booker is holding on to this position, might have a chance to spot him out, going towards that B bomb site. No chance to make it through, and TBI win the round.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a missed call from him, but obviously with no information given, it's a tough pill, so yeah, I mean, look at these one-taps all over the place, right? I mean, TBI really stepping it up, really when it needs to be done. And look at this, B-side is completely open. A little bit of a missed call here from TBI. King, I'm not sure what they was thinking, but look at this, completely untested. I mean, CRS, good for 1, but there's Gainer instantly trading him out, and he got the bomb as well. There's no way, how's this happening? I mean, finally Gainer's been taken out, but look at King already answering that. I mean, what is just happening here? Come on, guys. I mean, You have a free bomb site and you're still not able to win a round. This is just a complete masterpiece. I mean, TBI. I mean, it was a little bit lucky, of course, but still, how can you lose rounds like that? Minch, left alone versus free, not really able to find anyone here. Of course, fighting King picks him up as well, but Bever is there to save the day. And Kyle, what was this round?
Honestly, King kind of just popping off early on, and a nice secure there from TBI, and they're starting to feel stronger and stronger as this map has moved forward. And for 999, I am getting a little bit worried for them. 4-2. It's not completely unwinnable yet, but if you give up the 5-2, things start to be a little bit worrisome for 999. But it is going to be a lot of pressure early on, but Dirty actually misses the shot onto CRS, so a nice advantage being thrown their way. We are going to see Gainer now sneak up to the A connector box, but King underneath, Booker as well. Going to have some trouble over towards B, does a lot of damage onto Min, but can't finalize that kill. King going to spot 2 on the B bomb side cross, but it's still going to be 999 with the advantage as the bomb gets planted.
Yeah, here we are in a retake situation once again. Beva, Gainer, and King left alone versus 4, and look at the HP of Minchin. Oh boy, Flare, see you later. I mean, wow, what a shot by Beva, and look at this retake already. This is falling apart one by one by one, and it's only going to be King that goes down. And oh yeah, I mean, a great round obviously by TBI. It was really decisive, not even close, and this just shows how much of a better team TBI at the moment is.
Yeah, 5-2. The separation between the two teams getting further and further away from 999, and it's going to be up to them to try and find a couple of rounds before this half is over. If it's a 7-2 half, it certainly feels like TBI would be able to close that out. But if they can get 4-5, 999 is actually in a pretty decent position to take into the second half, and it's all going to come down to these final 2 rounds of the half to see what they can get done. Favor, unfortunately, since the pause, 0-6 for him, so a bit of a tough go of it, but hopefully he can turn it around because he's usually a pretty key player for this team to find some of those late round kills, and so far it's really just been up to Min and Flare to get the entries on this team and a little bit of CRS on the side. But on the other side of things, you've got Gainer, Beva, and Booker all playing a really strong game on the initial picks. King as well on the rotations has been pretty solid. And really the sniper, Dirty, kind of quiet in this matchup, but he hasn't really been necessary because a lot of the pressure has been coming through in this midsection.
Yeah, well, this is just where we are at the moment. I mean, look at 999 preparing this A split, coming through pretty quick, actually. I mean, look at this. There's a utility being thrown, and Beva, no one checks him. I mean, those mistakes, they just can't happen, but CRS luckily is there to pick up 2 all by himself with Dirty. And Booker, of course, there to save the day. And look at this Dirty in a very good position, but they know where he is. But can he actually make it happen here? But it is not going to happen for Flare and CRS. I mean, again, not checking this corner is such a crucial mistake, and it's such an easy one to do as well, but CRS, at least, he was able to pick up 2 all by himself, but it wasn't really working out in the end. So, hey, what is there left to say? I feel like, 999 is really being put to the test here, and the pressure is all on them, and they're probably just not handling it right.
Yeah, it definitely feels like at this point it's going to be leaning pretty heavily in favor of TBI. A lot of struggle for 999 ever since those first 2 rounds were put on the board. And TBI, they're just adapting a little bit better in this situation. They're starting to put in those counter strategies that really isn't helping 999 in this situation, who have kind of run the same start of round setup most rounds on this BL side, playing very heavy in the mid. And now that TBI knows how to play around that, it's going to be a tough recovery, I think, in store. We are going to see attack pause coming out from 999 here, so I hope they can use this time to maybe find a way to get this final round, because if you go down 7-2 in the half, it already kind of feels like that it's over at that point.
Yeah, I mean, a much needed pause here for them. Maybe cool things down, maybe take away, the run from TBI. A much needed pause, I guess. So the question for me is, what is there to talk about? It's not really, they're not really failing when it comes to the, aiming part. It feels like it's not perfect, obviously, but it's just too simple for TBI, right? So they're, the strats from 999, they're just not. It's hard to find a read word, but it's just not well enough, I guess, right? So TBI is always prepared for these pushes, always ready when it needs to be done. And look at this Beva, great awareness from him. Look at him, he already spotted him. He knows what's going on, so he gives out the call early on. And this, you can already tell the repositioning by everyone. Look at Dirty, this is a classic. Haven't seen that one in a while, and it's a little bit risky with München sitting down there. You see him, but there comes the swing from Beva. Not even close of a chance for München there, but again, CRS good for 2 and over peeking once again, not waiting for his teammates to join him up, and backing off would probably be the better decision here, but that's not what they're doing. They still want this fight. Gainer picks up favor once again, and well, at least Dreamer is able to pick up King, which makes things more even, but it is a very, very close round so far.
Comes the repeat, though. Dreamer gets caught. Flare left alone, the last hope in this round for his team. He is desperately trying to find this 1-on-2, but now that he doesn't have any control over this situation, he has to hope he can get them to peak one by one somehow. But Booker could be spotted on the top of site. He's pretty low on HP, but this C4 is quickly going to be getting out of town, working its way back up the middle of the map, but not sure where Flare is going to take this, but it is going to be a potential Harvey jump to catch them off guard. I really like this play call, but Flare, he shoots a little bit too soon, trying to jump the gun there. He's going to have to go ahead and plant this one safely on the B bomb side, setting up the 2-on-1, and at least now he can pick how he wants to play this one out.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's getting a little bit too close for comfort. Flare is going to be tested here. Spots Gainer, so he knows both of these players are close to each other, backs up, which is totally the right decision here. He could have maybe given, Booker some shots there, but I like this decision regardless, but unfortunately TBI still better, still way ahead of 999. I mean, of course, the Harvey jump was a good decision there, but he wasn't really able to hit any shots there, and 7-2 for the half, Kyle. It's incredible.
It's definitely starting to feel like this one could be over very soon. It's a great attempt from 999, but a lot of these rounds, they're still slipping away from them. And TBI just looks poised to take this one home at this point. The 2-0, I think, is extremely likely unless we see a huge change going into the second half and some major improvements from 999. But I feel like TBI, just the way they're playing right now, they can tell just as well as we do that they have a big advantage in this head-to-head, and they're just going to keep pressing down that gas pedal, I think.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't they, right? So they know they're the better team right now. They know that they're just way ahead of 999 right now. So of course they're gonna step on the pedal, right? So 999, is there any way, any possible chance for them to come back for this one? It's a very tough question for me, because I feel like there's just no power in this powerhouse actually, right? So a little bit weird. I mean, we have seen them play against Lazarus to perfection, right? It was a very nice and interesting game to see, but here against TBI, it's just not there today. It's just not happening.
Yeah, definitely a tough one, but now they're on the GR at the very least, so if they were to win it back, this is definitely the higher potential side to make that happen on. But when you're talking about needing 8 rounds before TBI can get 3 to win this in regulation, I just don't see a world where that is a very doable task for this team. But stranger things have happened before. We'll see if they've got something huge in store for us. Otherwise, TBI, they are just 3 steps away from that final play in the regional here, and you can tell they're very eager to find that for their team. Flare on the off angle, though. Look at that prediction from Dirty. He knows exactly what to expect here, and that just goes to show you these guys have definitely done their homework.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. I mean, Dreamer and Favor still waiting for the push to happen. I mean, I like this positioning, but is it going to be enough? Dirty if he hits his first shot. This is all falling apart, but look at this Favor with good timing, takes off two, but King is there to take off two of them himself already. And yeah, I mean, a 2 versus 2 situation really early on as well. I mean, a very difficult position to be in. But look at Minchin with the right timing. He maybe is able to take off both. Booker actually takes him out, but luckily there's CRS in the back, takes out Booker. And you know what? After, there was a tactical for 999, I felt like maybe they are, ready for the pressure from TBI, but it seems like they're still not very ready. I mean, of course, they won the round, but it was a very, very close round as well. So yeah, definitely, a little bit of a tough challenge for 999, at least for now. And TBI, of course, lost the run. It's whatever, but still a very good fight from them.
Yeah. 999, this is their chance to show us what they can do on this GR side. The first round going their way, but a lot more work left to be done as we go into this second round. It is going to be TBI taking their time again, just taking this early control over the B tunnels. I like the way they approach their early round here, just kind of slowly easing in to these entries. But this time around is going to be a much more passive GR setup. You can tell TBI is starting to wonder where these guys are playing. You've got Dreamer here behind the headshot box, just kind of waiting for this push to come through. TBI has their full team pointed in this direction, so it's just a matter of moments before that execution comes to life, and that really puts all of the pressure onto Favor. But this is a very blinding flash, but they still don't clear the angle. Favor somehow able to steal away a couple kills before going down, causing a perfect time for these rotators to come in and help get things done. Now in a 3-on-1, there is just no space for Beva to work with. Even with 22 HP, he's going to be looking for those opportunities. But honestly, at this point, with the bomb down, there's really not a whole lot he can do.
Yeah, no, not at all. And you know what? The use of utility was actually quite perfect from TBI. I mean, he was blinded completely, but one small mistake, and apparently 99 is very much in the lead in this round. I mean, look at this 1 versus 3. A little bit of a weird fight going on. Minchin takes Bever out, and again, if one person checked this corner, this could have been a completely different story. But this one mistake actually in favor of 999 gives them a chance to put these numbers closer together. I mean, it's only a 3-round differential for now, and TBI with mistakes like this, it makes me question. Okay, is this the point where the pressure is on, or what is going on here, Kyle? I'm not sure.
Yeah, TBI definitely starting to feel some of the heat. And, that was one of my biggest criticisms of this team in the West League. They were a team that kind of struggled when they had the lead to close out some of their matches throughout the season. They were a team that was really good at putting up, those 7, 8, 9 round leads, but they often lost them in the West League. So they're definitely a team that has struggled in the past under the pressure of needing to find just a few rounds to get the job done. So I'm hoping that's not the case for them here, because they've looked really good up until these last couple of rounds, but it is starting to be a little bit of a shaky performance for them on this BL side. So we'll see what they can do to maybe adapt here and change things up a little bit. But they seem pretty eager to try the same thing. And you know what? Maybe the call is, let's run it back and just check the box this time. It could work, if they just check their corners a little bit more thoroughly, this still could be a solid execution for them.
Yeah, it could be. They're a little bit of a, hesitating team, it seems like. I mean, just stalling this push for some reason. Not sure what they're waiting for. Just the right moment, it seems. I mean, there's the smoke coming through, the flash from Favor, maybe just preventing them to push. But look at this. Favor is completely blinded by the lights. Look at these trades here and there. Bever takes off 2. King as well. It's only Sirius standing, and what a beautiful execution from TBI, right? I mean, there was no way that 999 could done anything against it, and this round 100% goes for TBI. I mean, a little bit of a bummer for 999, because I feel like they didn't even have a chance. Look at this. Maybe they're just a little bit desperate. Let's push along. Let's give it a good try. And look at this. I like what I'm seeing here. Favor already taking out Booker, and Dirty with a very good position, misses the shot on Flare, and this is a crucial mistake, but look at King, already good for 2, but so is Minchin. Look at all these frags here and there, only 30 seconds in a round. Minchin almost taking the head of Bever as well. Look at this, he actually kills both of them. 4K for Minchin here, saving yet another round for his team.
Yeah, a bit of a back and forth there, but Min being the saving grace for his team gets them into a position to keep on fighting in this second map to try and make it a little bit closer here, but still it's only 2 away from a win for TBI. They just have to find a way to close out some of these rounds, but it's been a very difficult second half so far for them, only winning 1 out of the 4 rounds we've seen play out in this one, but it's going to be a change of pace from TBI, this time putting a lot of control into this mid position early on. Gainer able to find 1, but 999 still getting the best of the early fights here. Gainer and King taking down Beva. That is a huge kill to find. Looking for the second Dreamer. He's down to 5 HP. How is Dirty not ready from the flank there? The unfortunate timing continues with Beva caught on the gun switch over towards the B-bomb site. Booker now left alone. It's a 1 versus 3, and things are not looking so good for TBI here.
Yeah, another very crucial mistake by TBI. Again, one mistake turns around the entire round, right? So, yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I think it was Bever spotting, someone in BC. So where's the communication? Why did Dirty not, turn around and be ready for the enemy there? But yeah, well, I guess mistakes happen. It's a high pressure situation. Maybe there's a lot of talking going on and the voice comes. So yeah, it's a little bit of a bummer again, but the round is not over. I mean, it's Booker 1 and 4 for the clutch against 3 more. Almost missed Dreamer there with his low HP. So yeah, just make sure the bomb site is clear, and this is the case. Plant the bomb as you wish, and here we go. The retake will start soon, but what position is Booker going to take? I mean, smoking off a wall here is a good position. Maybe he's able to take one player out without being contested. Look at this. I actually like this a lot. I mean, is he going to be checked? Oh, I think Dreamer spotted him there. Now this might be the end for Booker. He gets 1, maybe the second as well, maybe the third. Is it possible? It is possible. Booker for the clutch once again. A huge step up for his team. It's so insane to see this guy play. I mean, now we are at the 9-5 point, Kyle, and I think this is going to be it. Maybe.
It's going to come down to this hold in the B tunnels. 3 players here for 999. They want to take the fight. Favor able to find the first, but Beva replies very quickly with the kill on the flare. Beva looking for more here, but it's going to be shut down pretty quickly. Now it's a 2-on-4 situation. Dirty and Booker in need of a clutch, but Dirty gifted a kill already, makes this one a little bit more doable. But look at Booker. He snuck out into the GR spawn. Nobody has any clue. He's already wrapping around onto the B-bomb site. Min is going to get completely blindsided by this position, and they're going to get a free entry out of it. Booker's still alive here. Dreamer going to spot him, but Dirty not able to get the trade, and 999 live to fight another day.
Yeah, finally we see some of that fire that I was missing all game long, right? So finally we see a little bit of a response from 999. I mean, yeah, the flank a bit unnecessarily, but of course Booker sneaking through is something you can't really predict. So yeah, yet another round. 999 gets to survive here, and not sure what the game plan is. I mean, pushing all over the place probably won't work like 4 times in a row, right? So it's a tough ask for Dreamer in this position. Is he able to take out Dirty? Oh, it's almost possible. Bever takes out Favor. This is all falling apart. Maybe not. It is just a tough ask. Look at this Gainer with the awareness on Minchin, and it's already really, really tough for them. It's a smart choice to just back up, not overextend here, and well, maybe they're just stalling the push a bit. CRS, is he aware of Booker up there? He's not. He peeks alone as well, and oh no, Kyle, I think this is the, the beginning of the end.
It's all on to Flare. He's got a dream here. We'll see if he can find it. A lot of players low on HP, but there is 3 peeking onto his position. He gets so much damage, but not enough for the kill.
Ooh, no.
And King, what a way to end it. A devastating blow with a combat axe to the back. is how this one ends. But TBI, you've got to hand it to them. They played very well in this series to take it all the way in the 2-0. That one's probably going to burn for a while, though, with the combat axe being the finishing blow against 999. Their tournament life going to be snuffed out, but for TBI, they can hold their heads high because they will secure that 4th and final place in the regional finals, getting themselves out of stage 1 here.
Yeah, much deserved victory here by TBI. A little bit of a bummer for 999, of course, but let's be real, they haven't really been there all day, so hey, they lose today, but maybe they can be somewhat successful in the West League, next year. So never give up. I mean, it's a bummer, but stay focused, guys. Stay strong. So yeah, that's definitely something I wanted to say here. But yeah, hey, TBI, they get to go on. They need to maybe improve here and there, but still a very, very nice match by them. Some mistakes were somewhat unnecessarily, but still look at these plays by Booker, for example, right? Beautifully flanking from behind, but still overall a very strong game by him, and you can really tell by these highlights.
Yeah, honestly, a lot to be proud of. 999. I feel like the second map, even though the score ended up about the same, they did play a little bit better, I think, in this second one. You had some really standout moments from players like Minchen and CRS, who were able to at least keep the ball rolling when they needed to in some of these key moments. Unfortunately, though, there just wasn't enough to get it done. That first half being so heavily against them, I think just made it too big of a hill to climb going into their second half. And unfortunately for them, it won't mean they get to go further in this one. But now we've had a very good set of matches on our hands today, and we've ultimately locked in who's going to be in that regional final now. But for many of these teams, even though they may have had a good day today, it's only going to be a bigger challenge when we go on to that next stage of competition, because in the regional finals, you've got 3BL, you've got LCK, you've got Unknights, you've got GV. These teams are all waiting and ready for any of the 4 teams that could have made it out from today. But now that they know what they're up against, I think it's going to be a tough competition on the horizon when we get to that regional final.
Yeah, I'm actually glad you bring that up. I mean, the job is obviously not done for all of these 4 teams. There's so much more to go, and let's be real, the challenge will get even tougher. And yeah, let's take a good look over here. Set summary here. TBI, obviously everyone really there. I mean, Dirty had a little bit of a hard time. We mentioned it earlier on, but it doesn't even matter. If the rest of your team is performing, it's not the end of the world, right? Isn't it? So we got TBI, Booker, and Minchen, surprisingly, actually. The IGL himself really putting up these numbers. Unluckily for him, it wasn't really enough in the end, but still something you can be very proud of. And of course, Booker, yeah, you gotta give it to him. I mean, he was really fragging out for his team, really decisive there. And yeah, I mean, the job is not done. They still have to fight these bigger, these big giants, actually. So it's a question, are they able to do it or not? So far, not sure, but that's a question for another day, Kyle.
Yeah, at the end of the day, TBI at least proved they get to go one step further. We'll see the final results of Group B here on your screen. It's going to be TBI and Lazarus, the 2 teams moving on from this group. And of course, Anubis making it through along with their SSV counterparts. And honestly, some very well-earned positions coming out of today. I feel like, we've seen a lot of potential to make the regional finals a really, really strong event. Of course, looking at Lazarus across the board, this is a really consistent final showing when it comes to the overall KDs. I feel like they were one of the stronger teams we saw throughout these 4 days leading up to it. Of course, TBI having some pretty standout performances as well. Beva being one of the veterans on this team. And honestly, he was the standout for me in a lot of their matches that I was able to witness as well. And I'm excited to see what they'll do in the next stage, because if anything, this set of 4 days in the qualifier has made me even more excited for the regional finals, because we got to see a lot of these players pop off. And I think if you're one of the teams that was already waiting in the top 4, they've got a lot of looking out to do for these 4 teams coming in, because it's not going to be an easy chance for them to make it through with how well some of these teams performed today.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what it means for the other teams that didn't really make it? I hope they stay strong. I hope they don't give up too soon, because it's still not the end of the world. Of course, you had your chance, you kind of missed it here today, but you know, there's going to be many more chances in your life. So I hope, you know, these teams kind of stay focused, they don't split up. But you know, it's just hard sometimes, you know, losing even though you were really performing at the top of your abilities. But sometimes it's just not for you, sometimes it's just not ready yet. And again, don't give up, guys, stay strong. And I just hope the next chance for you is better. So definitely something I wanted to say here, guys. And Kyle, we're almost at the end here. So you know what? I'm not sure what to say anymore. I'm really happy to be here. I'm really happy to see all these matches, all these open teams. And you know, I said this many times, but I just love to see these open teams play because you never get to see them, right? So this is just really nice to see once in a while. And I don't know what to say anymore. So Kyle, you take over.
Yeah, honestly, it's been a great set of matches over these 4 days in the regional qualifier. You said it best there. I mean, it's great to see these open teams get a chance in the spotlight. And it's always good to see some new faces and some old faces coming back to show us what they can do. But that's going to wrap up things for this time. We've got our 4 teams moving on to the regional finals. It's going to be the top 8 in EUMENA. So stay tuned for that coming up soon in the future. And that's going to be us signing off for today. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you next time.